Chapter 97. Show of Divinity 7/15. Please play the song to Alice. Task requirement. Achieve the effect of shocking everyone. Success will reward 120 points. Failure will deduct the corresponding points. Although Xianxia claimed that To Qin Bao Bao was a song he gave to his sister, the system knew what was going on, so the song was called To Alice, not To Qin Bao Bao. Xianxia's first reaction was to look at Nan Man Pei in horror. With this woman here, it seemed a little difficult to shock everyone. Is this the end of my life? I was defeated by this woman? Now the knife was on his neck. If he retracted his head, he would also be stabbed. Li Guowei saw that he did not respond for a long time and sneered. Not playing? Well, this song is not something that can be played well by ordinary people. The audience was disappointed. Xianxia sat in front of the piano without a word and communicated with the system in his mind. Exchange for advanced mastery of To Alice. Exchange successful. Remaining points, 10. This time he really had to put all his eggs in one basket. Otherwise there might be a news report tomorrow. 2 pianists were found in a piano club in Shanghai. One of the pianists could not bear the shock and went into a coma on the spot. After the exchange was successful, his brain was in a trance for a few seconds. Xianxia closed his eyes and eliminated the many distracting thoughts in his heart. In the hall, more than 10 people focused their eyes on the young man. The sound of the piano floated out like flowing water. Pei Ziki was stunned. It felt completely different from Li Guowei's. The same feeling rose in everyone's heart, but soon they were immersed in the gentle and melodious music. A real piano was not comparable to an electronic onomatopoeia. The sound quality was not on the same level. The hall was silent. Only the sound of the piano floated in the air. It was neither too fast nor too slow. It was gentle and pleasant. It cleansed the soul and calmed the mood. Some people closed their eyes and immersed themselves in the world woven by the piano. There seemed to be the sound of the sea rising and falling in their ears. On a sunny afternoon the waves rose and fell. A girl stood on the beach. A girl as gentle as water, with an ethereal and tranquil temperament. Xianxia gradually entered the best state. His back was as straight as a pencil, the side of his face was as sharp as a knife, and his slender fingers were dancing in the air. The moment he touched the piano, his entire temperament changed. He had the nobility of an aristocrat and the elegance of an artistic youth. If there was an artistic young woman at the scene, she might fall in love at first sight and marry no one else. Pei Ziki's astonishment and surprise dissipated. Her face was soft as she stared at him in a daze, leaving only infatuation and admiration. Unlike everyone else's intoxicated expression, Li Guowei felt as if he had been struck 10,000 times. He stared at Xianxia in disbelief. How could this be? How could he play so well? His piano skills were definitely at the master level. His interpretation of this song could be said to be perfect, impeccable perfection. But how did he manage to do this? This song had not been out for a long time, and many people had not even heard of it. Although the videos on the internet were outstanding, most of them were vague. Because the training time was too short, even if he practiced day and night repeatedly, it would only be slightly more than a week. As for other famous piano songs, which pianists did not practice hundreds and thousands of times. As for Li Guowei himself, he had practiced piano since he was young for more than 10 years. Those world-renowned songs he had practiced countless times. Xianxia's playing level, just like those famous songs he played, was the crystallization of hundreds and thousands of times of practice. But how could this be? When the song ended, the melon-eating crowd was still immersed in the music. Their emotions had not been pulled back yet. A few seconds later the applause came. It was incomparably warm. The father and daughter, the daughter's small hands clapped vigorously, and immediately said coquettishly, "Dad, I want him to be my piano teacher." Her father said awkwardly, "This young man doesn't seem to be from the piano club." I don't care, you go and help me." The daughter shook her father's arm vigorously, her eyes always falling on Xianxia, rippling with extraordinary splendor. He could play the piano and he was so handsome. The little girl was moved. In addition to his piano skills, he was also handsome. "It's so nice. This is To Qin Bao Bao. It's great. I'm going to practice this song. It's so nice." The original video is not as good as his. The video circulating on the internet is also not as good as his. It's definitely the best I've ever heard. This kind of piano music is a kind of enjoyment. No wonder piano recitals are so popular. It's not like pop music or variety shows can compare. The master is among the people. If the original composer heard this song, he would be ashamed. Haha, I've recorded a video. I'll immediately upload it to the internet. How did you play it? Li Guowei forced himself to ask. He was like a hero in a Wuxia novel who was hit by a palm, spitting out blood and asking what kind of martial arts it was. Qin Zhe ignored him and turned to ask Nan Man Pei, is it nice? Facing this otherworldly Jie Guanyin he was not confident. Nan Man Pei applauded, unable to hide the amazement in his eyes. It's nice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is 120 points. The moment the system notification sounded, Qin Zhe was relieved. Fortunately, this woman's confidence was limited to her cooking. Why do you have the score? Li Guowei stared at Qin Zhe. He wanted to know his opponent's tricks even if he had to die. This person was so annoying. Qin Zhe looked at him unhappily. The mission was completed and he was in a good mood. He blurted out, nonsense, this song was composed by me. Do you think I don't have the score? After Qin Zhe said this, he suddenly found the atmosphere in the hall strangely quiet. Li Guowei's eyes widened. Pei Ziqi's rosy little mouth was slightly open. Manager Zhang was dumbfounded. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What did they just hear? This song was composed by me? After digesting the shock and other emotions, the hall boiled over. More than a dozen people took out their cell phones and started taking pictures of Qin Zhe. Can you take a picture with me? The girl let go of her father's hand and ran in front of Qin Zhe. Her eyes were eager, excited, and bashful. Her father took a picture of the two of them. In the picture, his daughter was hugging the young man's hand. Then the father revealed that he wanted to hire Qin Zhe as his daughter's piano teacher. Qin Zhe declined. The middle-aged man in his early 40s smiled and didn't insist. He gave Qin Zhe a business card and left with his daughter who was pouting unwillingly. After a long time the hall finally calmed down. Manager Zhang said nervously, Madam Pei, look, this contract. Nan Man Pei didn't say anything. She just looked at Li Guowei. Li Guowei felt the blood rush to his face. He said awkwardly, Madam Pei, I have to prepare for the piano competition at the end of August. I don't think I have time. Manager Zhang was stunned. Nan Man Pei smiled, it's a pity, then forget it. Li Guowei's heart was about to collapse. He even wanted to curse. You have such a powerful expert by your side, why are you looking for a piano teacher? Are you trying to disgust me? Do you have nothing better to do? In the elevator, Qin Zhe said apologetically, I'm sorry, Sister Pei. I made you come for nothing. Nan Man Pei chuckled, it's okay, it's quite interesting. Hiring a teacher is like shopping. You can shop around and choose slowly. I didn't plan on hiring a teacher today. She added, even if you have money, you can't let others take advantage of you. Qin Zhe was stunned. He suddenly understood. This shrewd woman had long seen that the manager was raising the price to cheat people, so she proposed to play on the spot to slap people in the face. She was quite black-bellied. Pei Ziqi looked at Qin Zhe and said coldly, Qin Zhe, teach me piano. Qin Zhe was stunned. Forget it, I don't have time. Pei Ziqi said stubbornly, I don't care, you have to take responsibility. I didn't do anything to you, so why should I take responsibility? Qin Zhe said helplessly, I don't have time. And he looked at him. It's all his fault for ruining things, but he's shameless and doesn't care. Pei Ziqi pouted and shook Nan Man Pei's arm. Qin Zhe, think about it? Nan Man Pei said. Forget it. Qin Zhe waved his hand. He didn't want to be a tutor endlessly. What kind of joke is this? Tutoring is my part-time job. Do you really think I have a lot of time? If I have the time, I might as well do a few more short-term deals. Isn't it more than this bit of tutoring salary? Anyway, I'm familiar with you guys. Nan Man Pei was an indifferent person. He smiled and didn't insist. Compared to his little aunt, Pei Ziqi was far from being able to maintain her composure. He was furious, and when his little aunt wasn't paying attention, he raised his leg to kick Qin Zhe. Who would have known that this fellow's reaction would be so quick? He lifted his leg and Pei Ziqi's calf coincidentally hit the tip of his foot, causing him to almost cry out in pain. Nan Man Pei shook his head slightly. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Qin Zhe hitched a ride home with Nan Man Pei. He opened the door and got off the car. He waved goodbye to Queen Bei, who had lowered the car window. Pei Ziqi made a face at him and stuck out her tongue. Then she quickly raised the car window. When he got home, both of his sisters were not around. Qin Zhe lay on the sofa with a laptop on his lap. He had a cigarette in his mouth and was looking at the stock market today. Other than a few days ago, the index had been trending upwards. Many stocks had hit their daily limit. Qin Zhe's infrastructure stocks were still not hot. Although there was a small rise compared to the other stocks that were rising happily, it was simply a weak chicken. Although Xianxia was sure it would rise sharply, he wasn't sure when it would start. This was the long term. He had to be able to endure loneliness. Among the other 6 stocks, the growth enterprise market had fallen by 8% for 2 days. The remaining 5 stocks had risen sharply. Within a month, their stocks had risen by 60%. The total value of his stocks had reached 1 million renminbi. If his sister knew about this number, she would go crazy with excitement. At 3:00 p.m. the stock market closed. Xianxia turned off his software and browsed Weibo and forums. He was surprised to find that his Weibo had exploded. Countless comments and mentions. He was curious and searched online. It was a video of him playing to Alice at the piano club. It was uploaded online. The title was Shocking. The true face of Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. The person who uploaded the video did not censor Xianxia's face. Now his face was exposed online. No wonder the comments on Weibo were so popular. Many netizens replied that they wanted to bear his children. Chapter 98. Xianxia's video became popular. At the same time, To Qin Bao Bao also became popular. Once again it set off a craze for piano playing. The previous video, after all, was played on a mobile app. It was amazing, but it was pure nonsense to say that it was an auditory feast. Because of this, after the video of someone playing the piano version spread online, many people felt that it was better than the original. But when Xianxia personally played To Qin Bao Bao on the piano, the netizens realized that the cover songs they had heard before were all not up to par. As expected of an original master, there was no comparison at all. Listening to Xianxia's piano version was a real auditory feast. It was so good that it couldn't be any better. The key was that Xianxia's looks were surprisingly good. His Weibo was about to explode. The latest Weibo post, which originally had a few hundred comments, now had more than 100,000. Qin Bao Bao's brother really so handsome. I finally met the legendary brother. Well, he didn't let me down. Let's take it all. Catch a wild brother alive and bring him home to warm the bed. No one can snatch him from me. So elegant, so handsome. Especially when he played the piano, it simply pierced my heart. So talented. Is this the real To Qin Bao Bao? The sound of nature. There are also people on the internet who say that his piano playing is just SOSO. Why don't you do it if you can? Is this just SOSO? Qin Bao Bao is so beautiful, how can her brother be bad? Damn, looks are really hereditary. This is my husband, this is my husband, this is my husband. Important things must be said 3 times. Qin Bao Bao said in the program that he was an otaku. I thought he was the kind of fat otaku who wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and had no spirit in his eyes. But I didn't expect him to be so handsome. My God. Lick the screen. He is also at the school hunk level in our school. And the way he plays the piano is really attractive. Oh, my young girl's heart. He can write songs and play the piano. *CK, he's so handsome too. How can us single dogs endure this? Brother-in-law, you're not being nice. You're so handsome that I'm embarrassed to pursue your sister. Brother-in-law +1, brother-in-law +2, brother-in-law +10086. Xianxia scrolled through the comments, unable to control the smile on his face. The feeling of being flattered was pretty good. He was considered an internet celebrity. At this moment his phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Lu Ziqiang. Xianxia picked up the phone and heard Lu Ziqiang shouting excitedly, Xianxia, are you crazy? I'm not deaf. If you have something to say, say it. Xianxia moved the phone away from his ear. Is it you in the video? Is it you? Lu Ziqiang sounded agitated. What video? I don't know what you're talking about. Xianxia asked even though he already knew the answer. Don't talk nonsense with me, brother-in-law. I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Speaking of which, how did you become so handsome? Did you have plastic surgery during the summer vacation? Lu Ziqiang said. Xianxia sighed. Lu Ziqiang was not a parent. He was a young man who never left his phone. He also paid so much attention to Qin Bao Bao. It was impossible for him not to know that he was exposed. It's me, Xianxia promised. *CK, it's really you. Even though he was certain that it was him, Lu Ziqiang still could not hide the shock and excitement in his heart. Your sister is Qin Bao Bao? How can your sister be Qin Bao Bao? Oh my goddess, she's actually my brother's sister. What have I done all these years? I missed the opportunity to be in a favorable position. I even have thoughts of dying. This kid went crazy. Mizizi. Xianxia said helplessly, I told you my sister is very beautiful. You didn't believe me. It's mainly because you look too ordinary. You don't even have the same parents. Lu Ziqiang ridiculed. These words touched Qin Zhe's bottom line. He scolded, F***ck off. I'm busy. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I'm hanging up. Why are you hanging up? Come out for dinner tonight. Call your sister. I'll treat. My treat. Lu Ziqiang said excitedly. Forget it. She's busy. She doesn't have time. Qin Zhe rejected. His sister was in a cold war with him. He could not invite her. Besides, he could not let this happen. He was determined not to let others make a breakthrough through him and get close to Qin Baobao. He ruthlessly hung up Lu Ziqiang's call. A few seconds later it rang again. This time it was Zhao Baoliang. Comrade Zhao Baoliang's loud voice was deafening. Qin Zhe, let me be your brother-in-law. Sorry, I don't have a sister. F***ck off. It's obviously you in the video. I asked Lu Ziqiang. He also said it was you. Zhao Baoliang's voice was rough. He did not give Qin Zhe a chance to answer at all. He chattered incessantly. Oh my god, Qin Baobao is actually your sister. Why didn't you say so earlier? You hurt my heart, bro. F***ck off. Both of you have ideas about my sister. Let me tell you, there's no way. Qin Zhe was sweating profusely. Qin Zhe, you are too disloyal. We have so many years of revolutionary friendship. Can't it be compared to a mere goddess? Sob, sob, sob. Qin Zhe really couldn't stand a 1.8-meter tall rough man acting like a girl. He angrily said, F***ck off. Don't even think about it. He simply ended the call. Before he could take a few breaths, the call came again. Li Liang. These guys must have teamed up to bombard him one after another. After answering the phone, Qin Zhe straightforwardly said, Sorry, Qin Baobao is not my sister, and the one playing the piano is not me. You have the wrong person. Li Liang said in a daze, What are you talking about? Qin Zhe was stunned. Nothing. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Li Liang said, Qin Zhe, how about I take you to Rome in the East tonight? My treat. Qin Zhe's eyes lit up. Good brother. Li Liang laughed and said, Since we are good brothers, can I borrow your chrysanthemum? Qin Zhe laughed and scolded, I think Ba Liang is more interested in your chrysanthemum. Li Liang finally revealed his true intention. Brother-in-law, your brother-in-law can't wait to dote on you. How can I destroy a flower? By the way, is your sister free tonight? Brother-in-law wants to invite her to have a candlelight dinner. Qin Zhe sighed faintly. I finally understand what a femme fatale is. He said in his heart, Please don't mention the word brother-in-law. I don't know if I have a car full of brothers-in-law today. Li Liang said, What are you talking about? Such a beautiful femme fatale. You can harm me as much as you want. You'd better find your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lovers. Don't think about my sister. Don't even think about it. Qin Zhe mercilessly dispelled his roommate's crooked thoughts. Brothers were brothers. If one day his brother really became his brother-in-law, it would be unacceptable. Li Liang's smile was as wretched as it could be. Are you embezzling? If it were me with such a beautiful sister around, I would inevitably get hard. Get the F***k out of here. Qin Zhe hung up the phone. At the same time, at Xingyi Entertainment. Su Yunhan was a second-tier singer under Xingyi Entertainment. She was 28 years old and very beautiful. When she was 20 years old, she participated in a music talent show and became famous. Then she was signed by Xingyi Entertainment. After 8 years of struggling in the entertainment industry, it was not easy to become a second-tier singer. She was different from Su Lu, who also started out as a singer. The latter sang for a few years and then became a movie star. Su Yunhan never accepted movies or TV shows. Other than the necessary commercial performances and endorsements, she only released albums and held concerts. She had a strong love for music. Many people felt that with the change of times, the path for singers was getting narrower and narrower. It had long passed the era of records, cassettes and CDs. Actually, records and cassettes were very rare, but things like CDs would not be completely eliminated from the market. There were always some places that could not be separated from CDs, such as cars. It was just that the marketing model had changed. Did singing earn money? Did selling song copyrights earn money? Every time a song was ordered in a KTV, copyright fees would be collected. Variety shows would collect copyright fees when they sang cover songs. Music websites would collect copyright fees when they recorded songs. Singers could still earn a lot of money, just not as much as movie stars. In a small meeting room, Su Yunhan smoked and listened to the people around her chattering. Smoking was not exclusive to men, especially women in the entertainment industry. Many of them smoked. What? because of the pressure. Smoking was still considered good. Some celebrities, because of the pressure, took drugs to reduce pressure. There were many of them. There were a few people in the meeting room. 2 assistants, 1 manager, and 2 leaders of the marketing department. Everyone gathered to discuss Su Yunhan's new album. Originally, the 2 songwriters were just about to sign the contract, but in the end, it was intercepted by a management company. There was no choice. The other party offered a higher price. It was not that Xingyi Entertainment did not have their own songwriters, but previously good songwriters were given priority to Su Lu. She was the big sister of the company. Of course, the resources were given to her. Next week was the release date. It was too late to find a new partner now. The leader of the marketing department glanced at Su Yunhan and suggested, "Why don't we postpone the release date?" Before Su Yunhan could say anything, her manager nagged, "How do we postpone it? It's already been announced on Weibo. How do you want our Yunhan to explain to her fans? It's not good." The other leader said helplessly, "The songwriters have also signed a contract with someone else. Unless we're willing to pay compensation." Su Yunhan sneered, "The company is willing to pay compensation? Wouldn't that be a big loss?" The manager said, "You're in charge of this area. You should know a lot of songwriters. Have you contacted any of them?" "We have. It's not that the price is too high. It's just that there haven't been any good songs recently. The main thing is that the title song has been intercepted. Average songs don't meet the requirements. If the price is high, then it's high. We can't be in a deadlock like this. The main thing is that the company has limited funds. The company has spent a lot of investment on Su Lu's new album. Unfortunately, the album's subscriptions were dismal. We didn't recover our investment at all. This time, the company has limited the funds and paid attention to the cost. Oh, Su Lu's losses are on us. Don't say things out of anger at this time. It's meaningless. We should have brought the contract with us. Speaking of which, there are fewer outstanding songwriters now. The singing industry is not as profitable as before. Many veteran songwriters have reduced their compositions year by year. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such an awkward situation." The manager looked around the meeting room and found a certain assistant girl playing with her phone excitedly. She was furious and slammed the table. "Playing with your phone all day long. We're in a meeting. Can't you be more attentive? Young lady, you're so heartless." The young lady was the cousin of Su Yunhan's university classmate. She used her connections to work by her side. Su Yunhan usually took good care of her. She smiled and said, "Playing mobile games again?" The young lady ignored the manager and smiled cheerfully. "No, Sister Yun. It's Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. I've always been curious about him. He showed his true colors. Live piano performance. That song to Qin Bao Bao is so amazing. So good. Also, he's so handsome. Qin Bao Bao is so beautiful. Her younger brother can't be bad." Su Yunhan smiled and said, "Let me see." She took the phone and played the video. The beautiful piano music echoed. Until the piano music ended, the people in the meeting room were still immersed in the music and couldn't extricate themselves. Su Yunhan was full of admiration inside. "It's really amazing. Qin Bao Bao is so lucky to have such a brother. If I also had such a brother, I wouldn't have to worry about new songs." Su Yunhan's eyes suddenly lit up. She said excitedly, "Find Qin Bao Bao. Find Qin Bao for help." Chapter 99. Su Yunhan's words stunned everyone present, and immediately their eyes lit up. The manager clapped his hands and seemed to have been enlightened. He looked excited and said, "That's right. Ask baby Qin for help. Her brother is a genius in the music industry. He's a pervert who can't be judged by common sense." Farewell song, Blue and White Porcelain, exaggerated, each song is more classic than the other. If you ask him to help, any problem will be solved. Why didn't they think of it? Why bother looking for a composer? Why bother thinking? With Qin Bao Bao, who would lack good songs and star art entertainment. The little girl looked proud and felt that she had done a great job. The marketing leader suddenly said, "No chance. Last time the company asked Qin Bao Bao for the copyright of those songs, but her brother refused. He's not easy to get along with. He didn't even give face to the company, let alone you." Another small leader also said, "Besides, why would they give you a good song? Qin Bao Bao is now joining singer." Everyone seemed to have been poured a basin of cold water, extinguishing the fire of hope. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. If someone had a good song, of course they would think of their sister first. Why would they give it back to them? Moreover, Su Yunhan and Qin Bao Bao didn't have much friendship. If it weren't for the fact that they often came to the company to prepare for the new album and met a few times, they might not even have the chance to meet. Su Yunhan sighed. The little girl pursed her lips and her eyes dimmed. The manager said, I have a good relationship with Li Yanhong. I'll ask. Su Yunhan said, Can it work? The manager said helplessly, Whether it works or not, we have to try. Thinking about it, she took out her phone. I'll send a message first. She typed a message. Yanhong, I have something to ask of you. What's the matter? Yunhan is going to release a new album soon. You know that, right? Well, the company's schedule for this quarter. Su Yunhan's album in July, Su Yunhan's album in August. Li Yanhong replied instantly, Congratulations, congratulations. What are you congratulating me for? Let me tell you, the composer was snatched away by another management company. How could this be? No one expected this to happen. It's also our fault. We only made a verbal agreement and didn't sign the contract immediately. So, Li Yanhong began to understand. That's why I wanted to ask you for help. How can I help? Oh, my dear sister, aren't you Qin Baobao's manager? Now, among the singers under the company, who didn't think of Qin Baobao when they wanted to request a song? I'm begging you. Li Yanhong enjoyed the flattery of her friends. She had been sitting on the cold bench for so many years, and now she could finally hold her head high. He immediately replied, I'll help you ask, but I can't guarantee anything. Thanks. The manager put down the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone looked at her. Su Yunhan said anxiously, How is it? She promised to help us ask, but she can't guarantee anything, the manager said. The junior leader said negatively, Li Yanhong can't control Qin Baobao. She's not a strong manager. It's useless to beg her. Everyone's heart was heavy. About 5 minutes later, the door of the conference room was knocked twice, and then Li Yanhong pushed the door open and came in. Behind her was a charming young woman. It was Qin Baobao, who was privately named by the company's male employees as the #1 beauty of Star X Arts. Yanhong. Su Yunhan's manager greeted her warmly and looked at Qin Baobao. Superstar Qin is here too. She asked the two to sit down and ordered the female assistant. What are you doing? Hurry up and pour some water. The female assistant pursed her lips and got up to pour some water. Didn't you ask me to help? Li Yanhong smiled. I told Baobao about it and she said it wouldn't be a problem, so I came up. The few of them looked at the junior leader of the marketing department. What did he say just now? Li Yanhong couldn't control Qin Baobao? Not easy to get along with? Who would believe that? Su Yunhan smiled. Baobao, are you really willing to help me? Qin Baobao smiled and said, Sister Su, we're in the same company. Shouldn't we help each other? Su Yunhan smiled. Qin Baobao's words had unknowingly brought the two of them closer. Her impression of Qin Baobao became even deeper. She was a girl with a high EQ who was neither haughty nor arrogant. Thinking of the rumors she heard about Qin Baobao in the company a few days ago, it was just a rumor. Thank you, Su Yunhan said gratefully. Sister Su owes you a favor. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me. She was 3 years older than Qin Baobao, and she was also a senior. It was reasonable for her to call herself Sister Su. Qin Baobao waved her hand. It's just a phone call. Sister Su, just treat me to dinner tonight. Qin Baobao was neither haughty nor arrogant, but it was definitely fake to say that she was warm-hearted. Whether Su Yunhan lacked songs or not, it was none of her business. Otherwise, why would Qin Zhe say that her sister was heartless? However, Li Yanhong said that if she wanted to establish a foothold in the company, it was necessary to cultivate her own interpersonal relationships. A person who wasn't close to anyone would save a lot of trouble, but if she really encountered a problem, no one would stand on her side. Qin Baobao had also been in the workplace for 2 years. She agreed with her and agreed. Su Lu was like a fish in water in star art. Wasn't it because she had a lot of experience and connections? One day she would also cultivate her own connections and team to strengthen her power. If Su Lu dares to snatch my resources again, I'll give her a tight slap on the face. Qin Baobao said, I'll call my brother. Everyone in the meeting room couldn't help but straighten up and put on a listening posture. Especially the little girl. Her eyes were bright as she stared at Qin Baobao's phone. After a while the call went through. Sister, what's the matter? A young man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Baobao had the dignified attitude of an older sister. My friend wants to release a new album and needs songs. Help me settle it. I still have things to do. I don't have time to write songs. Qin Zhe evaded. She didn't have many points left. She had to be thrifty. The manager's face darkened. Su Yunhan couldn't hide her disappointment. The little assistant pursed her lips as if she had been wronged. With so many people watching, Qin Baobao couldn't hold it in anymore. Her pretty face sank. You don't want to write? Qin Zhe heard his sister's tone and laughed. Yes, of course I'm willing. If you want songs, I'll write them. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I'll pluck them for you. Qin Zhe was familiar with Qin Baobao as if she was his little brother. This analogy was a bit inappropriate. In recent days, Qin Baobao felt her face burning whenever she thought about how her brother had coaxed her into kissing him. She felt that her role as an older sister was getting out of hand. She had to find a way to turn the tables. Sometimes she would scare her brother and ask him to move back home. Qin Zhe coaxed her, and she thought that she had something on her brother. She felt that she had become a proper older sister again. Everyone in the meeting room listened with strange expressions. In their impression, pianists should be elegant and noble like gentlemen with strong personalities. Why was it that when it came to Qin Baobao's brother, the style was not quite right? His smile was so flattering. What song do you want? Qin Zhe asked. Anything nice will do. Qin Baobao wasn't too sure either. Let's borrow another 500 years from the heavens. Qin Zhe had an idea. Oh. Qin Baobao heard this song and immediately passed. This song was not suitable for a woman to sing. You know Su Yunhan, right? The famous singer Su Yunhan. You should write in the style of her songs, Qin Baobao said loudly. There was silence on the other end of the phone. You're playing dead, right? Qin Baobao was a bit angry. Her brother was not obedient at all today. I'll listen again. I'll baidu who Su Yunhan is. Qin Zhe quickly replied. This was King awkward. The meeting room was silent for a moment. Su Yunhan's mouth twitched. The others pretended not to hear. Qin Baobao covered her phone and forced a smile. My brother doesn't usually pay attention to the entertainment industry. Su Yunhan also forced a smile. He's a great pianist and artist. On the other end of the phone, Qin Zhe muttered, this woman is quite pretty, but her singing style is not very proper. Not very proper? Su Yunhan almost vomited blood. Her famous song was a love song. Later on, she used rap as her main style. Later on, she played rock and roll. What the F***ck she really knows how to play. Changing her style here and there, which one is her style? Qin Zhe complained. The meeting room was silent. This is a classic example of knowing a little of everything but being proficient in nothing. Her style is not obvious, sister. Qin Baobao, whose face was burning, interrupted Qin Zhe. Don't say anything first. She forced a smile again. Sorry, my brother is like this. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Su Yunhan forced a smile again. I understand. The others really didn't know how to react. It was awkward. The assistant girl tried hard to hold back her laughter. The grand pianist was too funny. Su Yunhan said weakly, it's best if it's a love song, the style is more like a fairy tale. They couldn't let this pair of siblings continue. It was like a crosstalk. It was too insulting. Qin Baobao relayed the request to her brother and said, it's best if there's a new song in 2 days. Time is tight. Qin Zhe said, no, I'll give it to you now. Qin Baobao was stunned. Su Yunhan was stunned. The two agents were stunned. What did he mean? Did he mean to write a song now? Was that what he meant? Chapter 100. Qin Baobao said angrily, don't joke around. I'm talking business with you. Qin Zhe said, I'm not joking around. Su Yunhan was surprised and doubtful. Do you have any songs? Qin Baobao relayed the message. No songs. I'll sing a cappella for you. If you think it's okay, I'll write a score for you when we get home. As Qin Zhe spoke, he opened the point store and redeemed a love song that he listened to last night. Although points were precious, he was willing to do it if he could erase the Sister Pa incident from that night. Qin Baobao put the phone on speaker and put it on the table. You sing. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Then the song came and it was so good that it caught everyone off guard. My heart is tired, my tears are dry. This deep love is hard to give up. Once had until the end of time. I don't see you Mumu and Zhao Zhao. This love is hard to give up. I hope we can hug again in the next life. If you love someone, how can you stay together until the end of time? I don't know how to face everything. I can't forget the painful lovesickness of the past. Why do you still touch my heartbeat? How can love you forget? Tonight you should understand. Fate is hard to give up, love is hard to give up. The song ended. Everyone's eyes changed. They were stunned, shocked, confused, and in disbelief. How could there be such a person? Excellent songs came one after another as if they didn't cost money. Many composers only had a few excellent songs in their lifetime. Su Yunhan rushed to the phone and asked excitedly, "What's the name of this song?" Su Yunhan knew what was good. Qin Zhe's song was so good that it would definitely be a hit. It was not worse than a fairy tale. "You are." Qin Zhe was stunned. "Hello, I'm Su Yunhan. Nice to meet you, Mr. Qin." Su Yunhan introduced herself. You've been listening?" "Yes." "Damn, this is so awkward." On the other end of the phone, someone mumbled, "Can't fall in love. The song is okay, right?" The guy on the phone laughed and said, "Superstar Su, I love listening to your songs the most." Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. The corners of Su Yunhan's mouth curled up as she said softly, "Is that so? But my singing is very ordinary. I don't even have my own style." "Mr. Qin, thank you. If it's convenient, tell me your bank account number. I'll buy this song." Su Yunhan said. "You can ask my sister about the money," Qin Zhe said. Qin Baobao said, 5,000 will do. She did not directly say that she would give her a gift. That would be too obvious. Su Yunhan would not agree. Why should she owe a favor when she could solve the problem with money? Besides, he owed Qin Baobao a favor by asking her for help. 5,000? Su Yunhan said helplessly, 5,000 can't even buy the lyrics. "Sister Su, if you feel bad you can treat me to a meal." Qin Baobao narrowed her eyes and smiled like a sly little fox. Su Yunhan pursed her lips. "Okay, then I'll agree." She could not help but look at Qin Baobao. This girl was really good at making things difficult. Qin Baobao was also smiling, but it was more or less a forced smile. "Mother ***, this song is so good, my heart hurts. Can I regret it?" At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Zhe finished cooking dinner and looked forward to his two sisters coming home for dinner. The first to come home was Wang Zijin. Her company was close. Wang Zijin was wearing an office lady's suit with a light brown bag in her arm. With one hand on the wall, she kicked off her high heels and bent over to change into a pair of sandals. Qin Zhe saw the graceful curve of her back and the shape of her buttocks. "I'm really tired after working in the office for the whole day." Wang Zijin threw herself on the sofa and stretched her waist lazily. Qin Zhe went up to her and tried to please her. "Do you want me to massage your waist?" Wang Zijin looked at him with a half smile and tilted her head. "Okay, Baobao said you're good at it." She hugged a pillow and lay on the sofa. "Don't touch me." Qin Zhe licked his lips and put his palms on her waist. His thumbs gently massaged the sides of her spine. So soft, so comfortable. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat and he was happy. In all honesty, other than Qin Baobao, he had never had intimate physical contact with any other woman. Even Xianxia, who he once coveted, only hugged her arm. Did this mean that there was a breakthrough in their relationship? Did this mean that Wang Zijin had feelings for him? Qin Zhe's imagination ran wild, but Wang Zijin didn't think so much. She pressed her face against the pillow and narrowed her beautiful eyes comfortably. So comfortable. What should I do? I feel like I'm addicted. The sound of a key turning came from the doorway. Qin Baobao opened the door and saw the scene in the living room. Her eyebrows twitched violently. Qin Zhe retracted his hand almost instinctively. His posture was like a man who had been caught red-handed by his wife for stealing a woman's beauty. Wang Zijin was comfortable. She raised her head and smiled. "You're back. Ace made dinner. He's just waiting for you." Qin Baobao pursed her lips when she heard Ace. She looked at her deeply and said calmly, "Oh, let's eat then." She didn't have dinner with Su Yunhan. They had arranged to meet at noon the next day. At the dinner table, Qin Baobao chewed slowly, which was unusual. She didn't talk while eating. Wang Zijin occasionally talked about company matters, but didn't get a response from her best friend. After a few times, she lost interest in talking to her and started chatting enthusiastically with Qin Zhe. Halfway through dinner, Qin Zhe's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Li Donglai calling. The call went through. Li Donglai said, "Qinggu, do you want to go karaoke tonight?" Qin Zhe refused without thinking. "I'm not free. I have something to do tonight." Li Donglai chuckled and said, "I understand as your disciple. But master, you'll get tired of eating the flowers at home. It's not bad to try some wildflowers." Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin looked over at almost the same time and pricked up their ears. He didn't know why their ears were so sharp. Wildflowers are not hygienic. Who knows if there are parasites in them? Qin Zhe refused again. No. Wildflowers are just relative. They are all good people with clean backgrounds. But with Qin Zhe's ability, it's easy for you to hook up with good girls. Li Donglai egged him again. What a bunch of bad friends. Sister sneered. It's late. Don't go out. Staying up late is not good for your health. Wang Zijin made the decision for Qin Zhe with the attitude of a good wife and mother. It was only 7 o'clock. Sister Ziwei was too careless. Qin Zhe didn't plan to go. If Qin Baobao didn't like karaoke, he probably wouldn't go to places like KTV in his life. He was born without love. I'm hanging up. No. Qin Gu, I already boasted that I would ask you to come. If you don't come, I'll lose face in front of my friends. I won't be able to raise my head in the future. Li Donglai pleaded. What nonsense are you talking about? What friend? Qin Zhe was stunned. They're just some friends in my circle. There are both men and women. Let's not talk about the men. I don't think you're interested. All the women are like fresh cabbages. You can do whatever you want tonight. You can do whatever you want tonight. Suddenly he felt an inexplicable murderous intent in the living room. Qin Zhe said angrily, "Get lost." He hung up. The phone rang again. Li Donglai said, "Qin Gu, it's just karaoke. We're all good kids. There's no nonsense. I was just joking. My sister is going too." Your sister is going too? Qin Zhe was surprised that this pair of siblings had a common circle of friends. Yes, they're friends in our circle. Their families have some background. I want to take this opportunity to introduce you to everyone. My aunt also knows about it. She didn't object. Li Donglai said seriously. Qin Zhe smelled something unusual. Li Donglai wanted to pull him into his circle of friends? This society was made up of countless small circles. Their corresponding identities, status, wealth. Beggars had their circle of beggars, farmers had their circle of farmers, and rich people had their circle of rich people. This circle was called the circle of friends. It was extremely difficult for a rich person to join a beggar's circle, or for a beggar to mix into a rich person's circle. What was Li Donglai's circle of friends like? If it was just his circle of friends, it might be made up of a group of immature teenagers. If it was Pei Ziqi's circle of friends, it would probably be made up of a group of heartless delinquents or immature teenagers. Then what about their mutual circle of friends? It might be made up of a group of immature teenagers and immature delinquents. However, they definitely had an extraordinary family background. There were many colorful little hens in society who wanted to mix into the circle of rich people with rich people. That meant that they would become phoenixes. Nan Man Pei did not object. This was a good sign. It meant that she tacitly allowed Qin Zhe to have a closer relationship with her nephew and niece. Qin Zhe pondered for a moment and agreed. Give me the address. I'll take a taxi. Some people said that life was a game of chess. This was the saying of hipsters. Some people said that life was like a play. This was the saying of black-bellied people. Qin Zhe felt that life was like trading stocks. There were investments everywhere. Some of his friends were short-term and some were long-term. Nan Man Pei was short-term. He was the kind that could benefit in the near future. Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai were long-term. There was no need to mix too many interests with them. That was a matter for the future. Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi's circle of friends was more long-term. It was just a small investment. Whether it was needed or not would be discussed. How can I let you take a taxi? I'm at the entrance of your neighborhood. Li Donglai sounded excited. Qin Zhe hung up the phone and explained to the two sisters. The child I teach has an extraordinary background. His family is in the system and his position is not low. I think his surname is Li. Sister Ziwei, do you remember him? Wang Zijin shook her head. I've never cared. Qin Zhe said, oh, and poked his sister's waist. Qin Baobao stared. What? I'm going out for a while. I'll be back later. Qin Zhe said softly, make more friends and you'll have more opportunities. It's really difficult for you to be in the entertainment circle. Who knows, you might need to use them one day. Qin Baobao's eyes flashed. She restrained her coldness and anger and said in a proud tone, go if you want. You're a grown-up now. How can I control you? Qin Zhe put on his shoes at the entrance. Before opening the door, he turned around and said, I'm not asking for your permission. I'm just reminding you. Wash the dishes. Ah. Qin Baobao was furious. She stomped her feet. Qin Zhe, don't go out. Qin Zhe opened the door and flashed out. Chapter 101. There was a Maserati parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. It was Nan Man Pei's car. However, the driver was not her but Li Donglai. When Qin Zhe saw Pei Ziqi in the back seat, he finally understood how he could find his way to his house. On the day that Nan Man Pei sent Qin Zhe back, Pei Ziqi was also in the car. Li Donglai lowered the window and waved at him. Pei Ziqi was wearing a t-shirt and hot pants. She crossed her legs and looked up at him before continuing to play with her phone. Xianxia opened the door and sat in the back seat. Pei Ziki, who was playing with her phone, suddenly looked up and gave him a look of disdain. Sit in the front passenger seat. Don't sit beside me. I'm a teacher, so I should sit in the back seat. You're his sister, so you should sit in the front passenger seat. Xianxia closed the door. The air conditioner was on, so it was very cool. A teacher who pays 4,000 yuan a month. Pei Ziki said disdainfully. Ever since that day when Xianxia had righteously refused to teach her the piano, and had even mocked her, Pei Ziki hated Xianxia. No matter if it was a woman or a girl, they were all narrow-minded. What, 4,000 yuan isn't money? Xianxia rolled his eyes and stabbed her in the heart. I won't teach you piano even if it's 400,000 yuan. Pei Ziki's small chest rose and fell violently. She said indifferently, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. You have balls? Xianxia made a shocked expression. Li Donglai chuckled. Pei Ziki didn't get angry. Instead, he glared at his brother and laughed coldly. I won't be like those retarded female protagonists in those novels. I won't be so easily angered to the point of going crazy and then secretly fall in love with the protagonist. Xianxia said, You're thinking too much. You're at most a maid. Pei Ziki clenched her small fists. She put her phone in her pocket and closed her eyes to rest. Out of sight, out of mind. This mouth of hers. It wasn't unreasonable for Qin Baobao to always pique with her younger brother in real life. Li Donglai grinned, delighted to hear this. Only Jianghu could deal with this sharp-tongued wretched girl. The KTV was located in the PT area, near the West Station. White Corinthian marble columns supported the pyramid-shaped roof, and the wide white stone steps were covered with a scarlet carpet. It was built like the Pantheon in Rome. The square in front of the gate was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. From time to time, there would be middle-aged men with big bellies driving straight in under the sweet welcome of girls whose miniskirts were so short that they almost reached their waists and low breasts. Queen Bey's Maserati could be swaggering on the streets, but there was no shortage of well-matched rivals here. Is this what you meant by singing? Xianxia glared at his disciple. Li Donglai looked at him in surprise and explained, That's right, we're here to sing. Although this isn't a proper place, the prostitution business can't be done openly. Usually the guests and the princesses will negotiate the price and take them out to get a room. This has nothing to do with us. We're just singing, there's no need to call us princesses. After hesitating for a moment, Li Donglai couldn't hold back his curiosity and said in a strange tone, Jianghu, you haven't even been to a nightclub before, have you? Xianxia felt that he was being looked down upon. He snorted, People who practice martial arts pay attention to the fundamentals and preserve the essence. Only then can one's qi and blood be vigorous. Why would I come to such a place? You'd better not come here in the future. Do you understand? Damn it, I'm a keyboard warrior, a theoretical grandmaster. My past as a rookie must never be exposed. Li Donglai bowed his head and admitted defeat. He said yes, he would never come again. Listening to the master and disciples' banter, Pei Ziki, who had a straight face, couldn't help but smile. Xianxia's gaze swept across the parking lot. According to Li Donglai, his friends had already booked a luxurious private room. He deliberately took a detour to pick up Xianxia and didn't meet him at the door. Otherwise, Xianxia would have been able to estimate the background of these rich second-generation or officials based on the cars of these young boys and girls. The three of them walked to the door. The hostesses bowed and said sweetly, Welcome. This nightclub was very high-end. The customers were either rich or noble. Oh, it was fine if they were expensive. Officials wouldn't dare to come to such a place. Those who came here were all rich and powerful. Officials liked to play with other people's wives and raise concubines. If there was a crime of adultery in the country, TSK, the exterior was already very luxurious. The interior decoration was even more profound. It was decorated in a splendid style. The scarlet carpet and the wallpaper were painted with gorgeous patterns. The huge crystal sculpture was huge. The hall was brightly lit. A few uniformed staff stood guard and led the three of them to the front desk. A nightclub was a type of nightclub. A nightclub generally referred to nightlife entertainment. It included entertainment KTV, bars, disco bars, performance halls, cabarets, disco, nightclubs, etc. This nightclub was an entertainment KTV. It was different from ordinary KTV. It didn't just sing. There were characters called princesses. A few years ago this kind of KTV was rampant. The sex business was in full swing. If you were interested in singing, you could have sex at any time. Later, the government cracked down and they didn't dare to be so arrogant. Of course, if you negotiated a price with the princesses, you could have sex with them in the toilet. Or you could take them out and get a room. Fortunately, it wasn't a nightclub with a dance floor, a band, or a DJ. Otherwise Xianxia would have left. He hated that kind of noisy and crazy scene the most. There was no reason. He just felt that it was too noisy. The private room was on the 3rd floor. Walking along the corridor with dim lights, the air was filled with the smell of smoke, perfume, and disinfectant. On both sides of the corridor were closed rooms. The lights on the door showed that there were people in the room. However, only faint singing could be heard. The sound insulation was very good. They pushed the door open and entered the private room. Under the changing lights, a guy was holding a microphone and singing at the top of his voice. His singing was not complimentary. It was a tone deaf that destroyed the 3 views of the world. However, he was intoxicated with himself. Seeing the Li siblings enter, everyone in the private room waved their hands. Especially the guy who had been wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. He gave Li Donglai a bear hug before greeting Pei Ziqi. When this guy looked at the little beauty, his eyes were burning with passion. Finally it was Xianxia. He smiled and said, "Oh, this is the master you were talking about. Hello Jianghu." He shook hands with Xianxia as if they were close friends. In the private room there were 3 girls and 4 boys. They were all around 17 or 18 years old and looked a little young. Except for the tone-deaf guy who was a little handsome, the other 2 teenagers were average. The 3 girls each had their own characteristics. One was wearing a bohemia dress. Her facial features were ordinary, her skin was white, and her eyes were big. The other one was wearing a t-shirt and jeans. Her temperament and eyes were cold. The last one was wearing an off-shoulder shirt and hot pants. She was wearing the smoky makeup that Xianxia hated the most. Despite her young age, she had a bit of a romantic charm. The only thing missing was the words, "I'm not a good person," carved on her forehead. There were only 7 people. There was no princess or young master. Li Donglai said loudly, "He is my master. You can call him Jianghu." The teenagers were very polite. They were not arrogant and domineering. After all, they were almost adults and knew how to be superficial. However, the 3 girls, perhaps because of their good looks and tall figures, looked at him with interest. The charming girl with smoky makeup even dared to throw him a coquettish glance. A guy with an ordinary appearance and a sturdy body muttered, "Brother Qin Donglai, you're quite skilled and know a few fighting techniques. I have practiced taekwondo for a few years. Do you have time to spar with me?" The cabbage's eyes suddenly lit up. They looked at Xianxia expectantly. They were all troublemakers. Xianxia smiled and said, "Okay, you just need to make an appointment." The guy was very happy. He raised his glass and drank with Xianxia. The 3 cabbages were very interested in Xianxia. They all came over to drink and joked with him. The girl in smoky makeup poured a full cup for Xianxia. She also poured a full cup for herself and drank it all in one gulp. Then she looked at Xianxia and said, "Brother Qin, why do I feel like you look a little familiar?" Immediately one of the cabbages said, "You are familiar with handsome guys." Xianxia was stunned. The video of him playing at the piano club was posted online not long ago. However, the video was not widely spread. He did not buy the news, so the popularity faded the next day. The cabbages talked a few words. They had the liveliness and playfulness unique to girls of their age. It is said that 3 years old is a generation gap. Xianxia could not adapt to their noise. He always felt that they were a little chinibu. Their thinking jumped too much and then they would laugh inexplicably. The topics they talked about were relatively childish, but there was a sense of, "I am an adult," pretending to be mature. He had seen the symptoms of chinibu on the internet before. "I am different from others. It is not me who is wrong, it is the world. This is true wisdom." This group of young boys and girls was considered mild. Xianxia had a 16-year-old cousin. That was King Chinibu. Every time he saw him he wanted to beat him. The cabbages also had some complaints about Xianxia. They felt that this Jianghu was too boring. They deliberately said a few funny jokes but he did not understand them at all. Pei Ziqi shouted to the guy with the broken voice, "Li Zongwei, help me order the song Blue and White Porcelain. Qin Bao Bao's Blue and White Porcelain." The online copyright had been sold by Xianxia, but the copyright of a song was not only the online copyright. The other rights to use it were handed over to his sister. The money earned went into Qin Bao's pocket. Qin Bao said righteously that she wanted to save money for her brother's wife. Xianxia said, "Saving money for a wife is our parents' business. It is none of your business." Qin Bao Bao said, I don't care. Your wife needs to be taken care of by me." Chapter 102. This luxurious private room, which could accommodate more than 20 people, only had 10 people. It was a bit of a waste. Because the room was big, Everyone sat more scattered. The tone-deaf guy was a microphone hog. He sang one song after another. If he didn't get tired of singing, others wouldn't have a chance to sing. They were used to it. The three boys played dice and drank. Peiziki chatted and drank with a few girls. The master and disciple sat alone in the corner. The master was banished to the cold palace. As the disciple, he couldn't play by himself. Li Donglai accompanied Qinzhe and said, "Qinggu, don't mind them. These bastards are like this. They deserve a beating." They were polite to him, but it was nonsense to say that they were warm. After all, it's the first time we've met. Qinzhe took a sip of beer. Except for the microphone hog who was very friendly, the others were not too warm with him. They occasionally raised their glasses to show that they didn't forget Qinzhe. The kind of people who treated you like old friends the moment they met and couldn't wait to pour their hearts out was the shrewdness and ability of adults. In the world of adults, shrewdness was the most basic quality. Even if they hated someone, they wouldn't show it on their face. High school students didn't come into contact with society. They showed off their abilities, and their edges and corners weren't polished by the bitterness of life. Didn't they often play in nightclubs and play with swords a few times? You'll have seen society and you'll have experienced life. The standard for coming into contact with society, working in the workplace. They started to worry about their livelihood, started to understand the ways of the world, started to interact with all kinds of people, started to smile even if they hated someone, and started to look forward to the future and think about life. They were the ones who came into contact with society. They didn't spend their parents' money to eat, drink and play, admire princesses' coquettish postures, and have sex with women in society. They felt that they had grown up and understood society. Compared to them, university life was more like a miniature society. The instructors wouldn't tell you to study hard and make progress every day. They would only tell you that if you wanted to go further and better in the workplace in the future, you should seize the opportunity to enrich yourself. The instructors would also discuss life, housing prices, and the macroeconomy with the students. Occasionally they would complain about the increasing inflation. They would criticize the flaws of the national social security and medical insurance. Slowly the university students' values and outlook on life changed. Middle school students had no access to these things at all. Their parents and teachers would only tell them to study hard and write a good answer sheet. In the eyes of high school students, the most evil thing in the world was exam papers. Other than that, life was beautiful and carefree. Qinggu, that singer, is called Li Zongwei. I'm from the municipal party committee. My father is even more influential, but he retired many years ago. Among our group he was the most arrogant. He looked down on everyone and acted like a snob. When we first met, I chased after him for half a day. Originally, it was an irreconcilable grudge, but this guy liked my sister, so he came to me and pretended to be a grandson. I wanted to shake hands and make peace. Later on, I felt that he was a loyal person, so I became friends with him. The guy who wants to fight you is a northerner. His grandfather is a big shot in the public security system. He doesn't use his brain when doing things and has an unruly temper. He has done a lot of things with his martial arts and often makes his family clean up after him. His father was transferred to work in the Shanghai public security system. He is my father's subordinate, but his family background is not much worse than mine. Yes, he is a martial arts fanatic. In ancient times, he would be a troublemaker who broke the law with martial arts and was destined to be wanted by the government. That's why reincarnation is a technical job. If he is not beaten to death or disabled, his family will take care of him. Alright, his name is Bai Guowei. And that gigolo Huang Tingzi. You should pay attention to him. He is a treacherous villain. He is full of evil ideas. His ideas to harm people are basically all from him. Last year he liked a girl. She was in love with her boyfriend and didn't like money. He waved his hoe until he was drenched in sweat, but he still couldn't win her over. Do you know what this guy did in the end? He went to call her boyfriend brother and was willing to be a sucker for that guy to go to nightclubs and play with women. He led a good boy astray, and in the end he took the initiative to break up with his girlfriend. Li Donglai sneered and said, but even so, the girl still ignored him. That's why, when it comes to love, if you don't like it, you don't like it. What's the use of trying so hard to lead her boyfriend astray? That gloomy guy is called Zhang Wangyun. He lives off a woman. His mother is very awesome. She is a famous female entrepreneur in Shanghai. She is worth billions. She is a woman in her 40s, but she is still very seductive. You know, he has countless lovers outside. Because of the division of property, his parents did not divorce, but they live their own lives. His private life is very messy. The messy family environment made this kid a little psychopathic. The girls he slept with, tsk. Why are your friends full of people with foul reputations? Qinzhe complained in his heart. He suddenly remembered that Nan Manpei had told him about the siblings' family. Well, the siblings' family environment was probably a mess. Birds of a feather flocked together. Li Donglai talked tirelessly, emphasizing on the background of the three cabbages to Qinzhe. The girl in the long bohemia dress came from a family of bureaucrats. Her father and two uncles were in the government and were doing well. The girl with the strong air of a prostitute came from a family that was half government and half business. She was rich and powerful. For some reason, she was rebellious and deliberately dressed herself as a street girl. The girl in the white t-shirt and jeans looked delicate and pretty, but she was actually the richest. In one sentence she explained, "I am one of the biggest real estate developers in Shanghai." In terms of life, the three girls were quite good. They had boyfriends before, but they were not promiscuous. After all, their family background was not bad. They had the upbringing that they should have. On the other side, Pei Ziki was drinking and chatting with her friends. The girls talked about nothing more than a few things: clothes, bags, cosmetics, and young stars. For example, the recently popular mixed-blood young star, Wales. In the hearts of the girls, Wales was like Qin Bao Bao to the otaku. It had been 3 episodes since he joined I Am a Singer. He had gained a lot of fangirls. The mixed blood seemed to have a natural advantage. He was far more handsome than the purebred natives. His singing was good and his high-pitched voice was shocking. The girls liked him very much. I like Wales the most. How can he be so handsome and sing so well? The one who spoke was the flirtatiously dressed Chen Qingyuan. She was the rebellious one. I like him too. Even Li Rongxing is not as handsome as him, the girl in the long bohemia dress said excitedly. Her name was Guqing. I went to the scene of the last episode. I felt that Wales was more charming than on TV. Unfortunately, I didn't get his autograph. His team doesn't accept autograph requests, the well-dressed girl Yuro said with a smile. Her eyes were sparkling as she spoke. She seemed to have forgotten that with their family background, they could make Wales listen to them with just a phone call. Not to mention autographs, they could even eat and drink with them. Actually, I think Qin Bao Bao songs are the best. Pei Ziki also expressed her opinion. Chen Qingyuan curled her lips. I don't like her. Didn't she have a scandal a while ago? She's a rich second-generation's canary. The two girls nodded as if they had the same feeling. Pei Ziki was stunned and asked, She's not. Her songs were written by her brother. Didn't the internet clarify? The 3 girls were dumbfounded. Really? You didn't pay attention? Pei Ziki was stunned again and pointed in the direction of Qinzhe. You don't know him? Guqing, I know him. He's your brother's tutor. Chen Qingyun, he's very handsome but he's boring. Yiro, I think he's not bad. Chen Qingyuan smiled and said, Xiaoro, are you interested in him? Okay, I'll help you talk to him and let him serve you tonight. Yiro blushed. Go away. Guqing in the long bohemia dress laughed. Oh, you're shy. It's just for fun. There's nothing wrong with it. As for being one of Vast Meng's boyfriends or taking a step further, you have to think about it. I heard from Ziki that his family background is ordinary. The two families are too different, have different values, and have no common language. Forget about getting married. Yiro blushed even more. She rolled her eyes and said, Weren't you quite interested in him before? Qingyuan, didn't you say you wanted his phone number? Guqing, you're also looking forward to it? The two girls waved their hands. He's handsome but he's a little boring. Pei Ziki thought to herself, okay, forget it if you don't know him. After all, Qinzhe wasn't a celebrity. It was impossible for a few people to know him. Chapter 103. The tone-deaf Li Zongwei muttered, Ziki, I want to sing a song for you. His voice was deafening in the microphone. Pei Ziki scolded, Get lost with your lousy voice. Li Zongwei didn't care and ordered a song. It was Qin Bao Bao's fairy tale. Qin Bao Bao's songs were must-have for KTV. Qinzhe didn't know if he would get a share or a buyout, but he made a lot of money. It could be seen from Qin Bao Bao's 2 new LV bags, a new lady's watch, and Wang Zijin's office lady's suit and a pair of sneakers that cost more than 2,000 yuan. A fairy tale was turned into a folk song by this guy. It was so out of tune that he walked on Grandma's bridge. It was unbearable to watch. But the singer didn't realize that he was out of tune. The bohemia dress said, Qin Bao Bao songs are really good. I like all of them. The flirtatious girl said, I like Farewell Song the most. It's Qin Bao Bao's most popular song. The others are good but not to my taste. The richest girl in jeans retorted, shouldn't the most popular song be Exaggerated? It's number 1 on the weekly and monthly charts. No one can shake it. The flirtatious girl said, "Anyway, I can't get the G point of this song. I really don't know why it's so popular." Pei Ziqi sneered, "She's a big missy who doesn't know how to differentiate between grains and grains. Of course she won't be able to get it." "You're talking as if you're not a lady." Pei Ziqi gulped down the remaining alcohol in one gulp and walked over to Li Zongwei. He snatched the microphone from him and said, "Stop singing, let me do it. Help me order a song, Blue and White Porcelain." She liked Blue and White Porcelain the most. When she heard this song live that day, she was inexplicably moved and shed tears. Li Zongwei's face was full of hidden bitterness, as if his wife had been snatched away, but he dared not say anything. He dejectedly went to choose a song. A girl in a long bohemia dress ran over to sing a duet. The two girls held hands. Pei Ziqi's voice was ethereal while Gu Qing's voice was soft. They each had their own flavor. At this time, the flirtatious girl Qin Qingyuan stood up and left the room. She wanted to go to the buffet restaurant to get some snacks, and she asked Li Donglai to help her. This time, Qinzhe was completely thrown into the cold palace, sitting there alone. Feeling that it was meaningless, he went out to the toilet and smoked. He planned to wait for Li Donglai to come back and let him know before leaving. Not long after, the door of the private room was pushed open. Qin Qingyuan, who was carrying food, came back empty-handed. Her beautiful face was full of panic and anxiety. She shouted, "Li Donglai has been beaten up. Go and save him." The noisy music was turned off, and the private room was silent. Everyone stood up together. "Where?" Pei Ziqi did not say anything. She picked up the beer bottle on the table and rushed out. She cursed angrily, "Li Donglai, this idiot, always causing trouble." Although the brother and sister were not compatible with each other, it did not mean that Pei Ziqi could tolerate others beating her brother. "Ziqi, wait." Li Zongwei's face changed. He threw the microphone and followed closely behind. Qin Qingyuan led the way and the group rushed out of the private room. In the restaurant there was a mess of cups and plates. Li Donglai hugged his head and curled up on the ground. 3 men surrounded him, punching and kicking. One of them, a burly middle-aged man in a casual suit, picked up a plate and smashed it. Not far away, a few guests were pointing and watching the scene. It was normal to meet a fight in a KTV. Li Donglai had all kinds of oil and food stains on his body. He was also a tough guy. He did not say a word and kicked a few times to resist. However, this pitiful resistance led to more vicious beatings. "Lu Zong, stop hitting him, stop hitting him. Something bad will happen if you continue." A manager in uniform tried to mediate the fight, but it was useless. He pulled the middle-aged man's clothes a few times and was slapped in the face. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu knew the boss of the KTV and was a regular here. In the past, the KTV was like his own home. He was a person who could do whatever he wanted. The manager could only try to mediate. He did not even dare to call the police. He could only mourn for this unlucky stranger in his heart. Young people have bad tempers and do not know how to endure. It was fine if he wanted to play at home, but he did not know where he was. They were all people he could not afford to offend. What's wrong with his girlfriend being touched on the butt? It was not like it was a real OXX. He kicked Lu Zong on the spot. Now, if he did not suffer, he probably would not be able to walk out of the KTV. Pei Ziqi rushed to the scene and saw Li Donglai's miserable appearance. She screamed shrilly, waved a beer bottle and rushed forward. The little girl did not know how to fight. The noise she made was a bit big. If it were a gangster who was familiar with the routine, he would definitely sneak over without saying a word and hit her with a stick. He would knock one down first. One of the middle-aged men turned around and kicked Pei Ziqi right in the stomach. The 16-year-old girl was instantly kicked to the ground. She covered her stomach and her face was full of pain. Several people who came behind saw this scene and their eyes were about to pop out. Li Zongwei cursed and pulled a chair to join the fight. Then came Bai Guowei, the martial arts fanatic Zhang Wangyun, the gloomy character, and the sinister gigolo Huang Tingzi. The situation became a mess in an instant. 3 girls helped Pei Ziqi up and waved flags and shouted at the side. During this time, Qin Qingyuan and Pei Ziqi smashed plates and beer bottles. However, their aim was a bit poor and they accidentally hit their allies several times. The 3 men were outnumbered and were attacked by the cheerleaders from time to time. They fought and retreated. They could not take the elevator. When they escaped to the safe corridor, everyone was injured. The most miserable one had the corner of his eye cracked. Looking at the injury, he had to go to the hospital to get stitches. Li Zongwei spat out a mouthful of blood. With a bit of the high-spirited momentum of a great victory, he cursed, "A group of F***ers. I can kill you in minutes. Brothers, do you want to call for help?" He wanted to use his family's connections to beat the dog in the water and settle accounts after the autumn. No matter how powerful these guys' families were, they would only use them when they were in trouble. Who would shout loudly in a nightclub, "My father is so-and-so"? That would be stupid. Pei Ziki cursed. Call for help? Call for an ambulance. Li Donglai is going to die. The others only had minor injuries, but Li Donglai was in a miserable state. Not only was his face bruised and swollen, his head was also broken. Blood flowed down his forehead. At first glance, it was exceptionally frightening. But in fact it was only a superficial injury that did not even need stitches. The real fatal injury was the invisible injury. The three bastards were insidious. His ribs hurt as if they were about to break. His back muscles were contuted and his knee joints were kicked many times. He could barely stand. First help me to rest. Li Donglai grimaced in pain. He looked bleak but he was full of energy. A group of people helped Li Donglai back to the luxury private room. During this time for some reason the KTV did not say anything. It seemed that they were going to turn a blind eye. After this incident they were not in the mood to sing. The girls' bags were in the luxury private room. They were ready to take their things and leave. As for settling accounts they could do it another day. The most important thing was to send Li Donglai to the hospital first. Li Donglai leaned on the sofa half dead. Chen Qingyuan took out a wet towel and carefully wiped the blood. There were tears in the corner of her eyes. On the contrary, Pei Ziki, the sister, put her hands on her waist and complained endlessly. The flirtatious girl Chen Qingyuan was angry. She could not stand her nagging and shouted, "Shut up. This is not Li Donglai's fault. It's mine." After she told, everyone knew the whole story. The cause of the incident could be summed up in 4 words: femme fatale. Chen Qingyuan was young and hot. When she bent down to pick food, her small butt was particularly perky. Her 2 slender white legs and slim waist were very attractive. It was also her own fault. She dressed flirtatiously and wore smoky makeup. She did not dress like a good girl. A middle-aged uncle who drank a little too much and was too excited sneakily attacked her from behind. He pinched her perky but fiercely and asked her how much it was for a night. Was she a sugar baby? Chen Qingyuan, who came from a well-off family, had never been wronged like this before. He exploded on the spot, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws like a cat. He slapped him and said, "Keep your ass, you bastard." The middle-aged man was furious. He was about to slap the little girl, but he was kicked away by Li Donglai who was next to him. Then the friends of the strange uncle rolled up their sleeves to help. Li Donglai was outnumbered and soon fell to the ground. Chen Qingyuan saw that the situation was not good. She ran back to ask for help. Pei Ziki said shyly, "Humph, at least I did something." "Well, you're quite loyal." Bai Guowei patted Li Donglai's shoulder. Her friends praised her. Li Donglai immediately beamed with joy and said proudly, "That's nothing. My master said that as a martial artist, we can't back down when we encounter trouble. We must have the courage to stand up for injustice. Only then can we bravely advance on the martial path. Alright, where's my master?" Pei Ziki looked around and suddenly found that Qinzhe was gone. Everyone looked at each other. Yes, where was he? When did he disappear? Li Zongwei curled his lips. He was here just now. When I wasn't looking he disappeared. Huang Tingzi, who was sinister, sneered. Did he run away when he heard that something was wrong? The girls looked like they were saying, "So he is such a person. Alas, this guy is so unloyal. Humph, he's so handsome. He's Donglai's master. He ran away without saying anything. So annoying." Pei Ziki frowned. Li Donglai was Qinzhe's diehard fan. He said angrily, "Bullsh*t Qinggu must have something to do. If he was there he could take down 8 or 10 people in a minute." Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes and said, "Don't talk. I'm helping you wipe your face. Your so-called master is just like that. He can be friends but he's too stupid to be so loyal." "I don't want you to wipe my face," Li Donglai said angrily. Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes. "Ziki, you do it." "I'm too lazy to serve him." As soon as she said that, the door of the private room was kicked open. A group of about 7 or 8 people rushed in. The leader was the middle-aged man Lu Zong. This guy was covered in oil stains, his hair was messy, and there were some bloodstains on his face. Obviously, he had rushed back to take revenge and did not have time to clean up. The boys' and girls' faces changed as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Lu Zong looked ferocious. He pointed at the crowd and said, "Beat them up." Chapter 104. The spacious private room fell into chaos. Fruit plates were scattered, wine bottles were flying, and the situation was almost one-sided. Bai Guowei did indeed have some skills. He used a high kick the moment they met face to face. He kicked one of them in the chin and instantly okayed the other person. However, Taekwondo was too flashy. Although the movements were very dazzling and had lethality, it was only suitable for the arena. If he really met an experienced gangster, even if he took a hard kick from you, he would not be okay in one move. He would be able to get close to him and then use his fist to beat him up. Not to mention that she was dealing with adults in their teens. Bai Guowei kicked one of them and was pushed to the ground. Then a few of them swarmed up and punched and kicked her. The others were even worse. They put up a token resistance and were knocked to the ground. Fortunately, this group of people had a bottom line and did not fight with the girls. The 4 girls shrank in the corner and trembled. Gu Qing, who was wearing a bohemia dress, secretly took out her phone and was about to make a call. Lu Zong, who had sharp eyes, dodged and smashed the phone on the ground. He slapped the little girl in the face and made her cry. Lu Zong stopped his minions and said with a grim smile, "Find the phones and smash them." Slap, slap, slap. 7 or 8 phones were smashed to the ground and turned into scrap. Lu Zong sat on the sofa and looked at the teenagers with bruises on their faces. He put on a fake smile and said, "Boys, it's time for us to have a good chat." There were people guarding the door, so there was no need to worry about people watching or calling the police. The bottom line of the KTV boss was to not make a big fuss and just teach them a lesson. F***ck your talk. Bai Guowei cursed. The man next to her slapped her in the face. "You're not even fully grown yet, you're here to have fun." Lu Zong sneered. Lu Zong was in the construction industry and could be considered half a real estate developer. He had thousands of workers under him. Although they were just following behind the real estate tycoon, it was a profitable business to have a relationship with real estate these days. Lu Zong slapped everyone on the sofa, starting from Li Donglai. He was so strong that the teenagers bled from the corners of their mouths. Finally, he arrived in front of the 4 cabbages. Although the fresh cabbages came from good families, they were still high school girls who had not seen much. With the protection of their elders, they had never suffered any setbacks. At this moment they were all panicking. Lu Zong grabbed Qin Qingyuan's hair, ignoring the little girl's cries of pain. With a hideous smile on his face, he looked exactly like a tyrant. "Smelly bitch, slap me. You F***king need a man to F***ck. It was true that he was a nouveau riche, but he was too uncouth. Once he drank, he would show his true colors. Today he saw that this girl was not dressed like a decent person. Her small butt was perky and tempting, so he touched it casually. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a fierce little horse. He waved his hand and slapped Qin Qingyuan a few times. Li Donglai and the other youngsters' chi and blood surged as they engaged in another fierce battle. Once again they were suppressed and wounded. It was needless to say how miserable they were. If these high school students were given a few more years to gain more experience in society, they would know how to use their family's power to intimidate others. But now that they were in trouble, they were all panicking. Even Huang Tingzi, who was known for his trickery, had a look of horror on his face. His expression was like that of a good person encountering a hoodlum. Lu Zong licked his lips and slapped Qin Qingyuan twice. Her cheeks were red and swollen and she was crying. The faces of the 3 girls, including Pei Ziqi, were drained of blood. This was perhaps the most desperate moment of their lives. Usually they would make threatening gestures in school, laughing and cursing as if they were the only ones in the world. That was the dark side of society that they had not come into contact with. Especially in a place like this nightclub, there were all kinds of people. There were not many good birds but many bad birds. In a few years they would experience being picked up, drugged and other adult things. At this time, a shout came from outside the door. "You can't enter here." After a few muffled sounds, the back door was pushed open. Qin Zhe, who was wearing a black t-shirt and jeans, stood at the door. He glanced at the miserable situation in the private room and frowned. For security guards were lying at his feet. He heard crying. Everyone looked at the door and their eyes fell on the uninvited guest. Li Donglai's dark eyes suddenly lit up. Pei Ziqi was like a weeping beauty. The moment she saw Qin Zhe, it was as if she saw a glimmer of light. "It's just a toilet break. Why are there so many problems?" The guy muttered. "Who are you?" Lu Zong looked unfriendly. Qin Zhe pointed at Li Donglai, who had beaten up his aunt so badly that she almost couldn't recognize him, and said, "This person is my student." Lu Zong sneered. "So there's a fish that escaped the net. You want to stand up for him?" He was angry. He wasn't sure if this guy who came out of nowhere had secretly called the police. Lu Zong waved his hand. "Beat him up." 3 big men rushed at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe didn't retreat at all. Instead he was ready to fight. "Call the police." What are you waiting for? Run. Seeing that this guy didn't dodge, Li Zongwei and the others panicked. The best choice was to call the police and shout to attract onlookers. Playing the hero was undoubtedly the stupidest thing to do. Anxiety, disappointment, anger. Many emotions rose in everyone's heart. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Zhe, who was playing the hero, faced the three men who were rushing at him. Each of them was holding an empty beer bottle. He didn't dodge and kicked the man who bore the brunt of the attack in the stomach. That guy only had time to groan before he flew backward and hit the marble table hard. He curled up like a shrimp and trembled in pain. Both the enemies and the allies were shocked. The weakest one weighed 150 or 160 pounds. An adult man, with the inertia of running, was still kicked 5 or 6 meters away. It was too freaking powerful. The remaining two men caught a glimpse of their companion flying away from the corner of their eyes. Their hearts went cold, but there was no turning back. They were only 3 steps away from Qin Zhe. They hesitated. Should they fight or not? Before they could make a decision, Qin Zhe took a step to the left and punched the man on the left in the ribs. He didn't even look at the man who knelt on the ground. He turned around and swept his right elbow. With another muffled sound, the man on the right spat out 2 front teeth and covered his mouth in pain. Qin Zhe kicked each of them and knocked them out. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Qin Zhe took off his t-shirt and wrapped it around his right fist. Looking at his posture, it was clear that he wanted to fight a group of people alone. Lu Zong's face was ferocious. He said fiercely, "Beat him. I don't believe he can beat a group of people." Although they were shocked by this uninvited guest, they still didn't believe they would lose because they had more people. At most they would lose a few people. Number 11, including Lu Zong, picked up the empty beer bottles and rushed at him aggressively. Qin Zhe was faster than them. He kicked them in the groin at lightning speed. He finished one, twisted his waist and swung his arm and finished the other one. It was not the flashy and gorgeous way to counter every move that was shown on TV. In a real fight, it was a contest of strength and speed. Usually he finished his opponent in 1 or 2 moves. The private room was not small, but it was obviously not enough to be a battlefield for more than 10 people. Qin Zhe twisted and turned, trying his best to dodge, but he still took a lot of hits. Fortunately, his physical fitness was not what it used to be, and he had exchanged for advanced fighting skills. He could completely hold on. Next, it was time for a one-on-one show. The room was full of young boys and girls. Looking at the fierce people who were in and out of the encirclement, they waved their iron fists vigorously. In 2 or 3 moves he killed an enemy. None of those who were knocked down could get up again. In the end, Qin Zhe spat out a mouthful of blood. He glanced at the scattered corpses and said with a grin, "F***, it hurts so much. What's the use of having more people? Tell me what happened." He put his t-shirt on his shoulder, showing his well-proportioned and fit body in front of the girls. The girls, who had yet to recover from the shock, began to chatter. Their eyes were filled with tears, and they looked like children who had just found their parents. Qin Zhe waved his hand, and the girls immediately quieted down. He kicked the half-dead Li Donglai. "Squeak if you're not dead." Li Donglai said weakly, "Squeak?" Qin Zhe waved his hand and wanted to skin his head. Seeing his head full of blood, he sighed and retracted his hand. Li Donglai pointed at Lu Zong and said with hatred, "That idiot flirted with Qin Xingyuan in the restaurant and was beaten up by me. He didn't want to give up, so he brought people here to cause trouble." He automatically ignored the fact that he was beaten up in the restaurant. Qin Xingyuan? The girl with smoky makeup who wore shorts and an off-the-shoulder blouse. Chapter 105. Qin Zhe looked at the frightened girl. Her face was full of tears and her makeup was ruined by her tears. She looked like a little kitten. When she realized that Qin Zhe was looking at her, her eyes were immediately filled with tears and she started to cry. It was another femme fatale incident. That was why Qin Zhe hated nightclubs the most. No, he hated all places that indulged themselves. Under the influence of alcohol, many people couldn't suppress the evil thoughts in their hearts and did things that they wouldn't dare to do normally. Rape, fighting. It wasn't like there weren't any nightclub fights that killed people. On this matter, Qin Baobao didn't dare to touch his bottom line. It didn't matter during the day, but at night, she had to ask her brother's permission to go to the KTV. If her brother said that he wanted to go, she would bring him along. If her brother said that he couldn't go, she would go home obediently. Qin Zhe coldly glanced at Lu Zong, who was spitting acid. The middle-aged man noticed his gaze and said resentfully, "Little bastard, just wait to be hacked to death. No one can leave today." They lost this battle. Fortunately, this was their home ground and people would come over soon. Qin Zhe didn't say a word. He picked up the bottle and smashed it on the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man groaned and fainted. Blood flowed out. Not to mention the girls, even Bai Guowei, who prided himself on being unruly, was dumbfounded by his ferocious aura. He was really not afraid of beating people to death. That wasn't enough. He walked around the room with the bottle and hit people's heads mercilessly without the demeanor of a master. Bai Guowei knelt down to this hero. Qin Zhe wasn't a hero, nor did he have the demeanor of a master. He didn't believe in holding people accountable. The leader was hateful, but the follower who hit people wasn't hateful? Wishful thinking. He wouldn't let anyone off. To be honest, he was happy to see this group of second-generation heirs being beaten up. Every dog has its day. They might have bullied others like this before. He was a nationalistic youth and couldn't be bothered to care about social parasites like them. However, he liked his half-baked disciple, Li Donglai. This was his die-hard fan. How many die-hard fans could you have in your life? His disciple had been beaten to such a state, and his master had stood by and watched. Then there was the investment of feelings. Queen Bei was mysterious. After knowing her for so long, he still felt that she was like the moon in the water, hazy and unclear. Qin Zhe had always intended to develop Queen Bei as one of his contacts, not as a nephew's tutor or an ordinary friend. Selling a favor to the queen was unrealistic. Taking a step back, he would invest in her niece and nephew. After venting his anger, Qin Zhe dialed his phone. Hardly had the ringtone rung when Queen Bei's magnetic and pleasant voice came from dozens of kilometers away. Qin Zhe. Your nephew's disciple was beaten up. Are you coming? Qin Zhe said half-jokingly. Nan Man Pei was silent for a few seconds. His voice was still calm. You can't handle it? I beat the guy down, but this is their territory. Sister Pei has to deal with it. Li Donglai is quite pitiful. He's probably going to be hospitalized. There's also a girl who suffered a little. I don't think this matter will be settled so easily, so I'm helping them call for help. I know. Where is it? Nan Man Pei finally showed some seriousness. Qin Zhe gave an address and hung up. The boys were a little miserable. There were countless footprints on their bodies, and their faces were bruised and swollen. They didn't know how many times they had been slapped. Li Donglai was the most seriously injured. As for the girls, they were sitting in a row on the sofa, eating fruits and crying from the beginning to the end. Qin Zhe immediately took out his phone and threw it in the direction of the boys. He scolded, "Don't you have a strong family background? Call for help yourselves. Damn it, a bunch of immature brats. Learning from adults to go to a nightclub, but all of you are useless." The rich second generations lowered their heads in shame. They grabbed their phones and took turns to report information to their family elders and ask for help. Later, this nightclub was bound to attract all kinds of people. Qin Zhe had double standards when it came to men and women. The little girls were crying nonstop. Qin Zhe walked in front of Pei Ziqi and patted his head. When something like this happens, the first thing you should do is to call your little aunt or me. Pei Ziqi sniffed and barely stopped crying. Her eyes were red. She said sadly, "My phone was thrown." Qin Zhe glared. "You should have informed me at the restaurant. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Don't come to this kind of place in the future, okay?" Pei Ziqi looked up and carefully glanced at him. She lowered her head again and said softly, "Okay." As she spoke, she secretly peeked at Qin Zhe's muscular upper body. His muscles were well-defined and his abs were prominent. She blushed quietly. Then he looked at the girl who was crying the loudest, Qin Qingyuan. This girl actually had delicate eyebrows, a thin oval face and big eyes. She was a little beauty. It was just that her dressing was not complimentary. Qin Baobao said that no one liked to be surrounded by people like a panda. Therefore, she never dressed up to be eye-catching. Qin Qingyuan did the opposite. Qin Zhe picked up the napkin box on the ground and handed it to Qin Qingyuan. He tried to be as gentle as possible. "Don't cry. This is a warning." After thinking for a while, he added, "Girls should have self-respect and self-respect. This dressing is very problematic. Shorts that reached her thighs, a bare shoulder top and smoky makeup. No wonder people would misunderstand." Qin Qingyuan looked at Qin Zhe in a daze. Suddenly, she blushed and lowered her head. After a long time, she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Thank you." Qin Zhe almost didn't hear it. About 15 minutes later, a team of policemen rushed into the private room. The middle-aged policeman in the lead looked around and saw Bai Guowei with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His burly body trembled violently, and he almost peed in his pants. He rushed over and asked his subordinates to call 120 for an ambulance. The KTV boss also came in with the policeman. When he saw this scene, he kept wiping his sweat. He knew about this. He was the one who told Lu Zong the private room number. There were too many rich people these days. There were many little kids who came here to play. He didn't care about a few high school students. He only told them not to go overboard and to teach them a lesson. Judging from Captain Yang's expression, these little kids seemed to have some background. Just as the KTV boss was thinking about how to use his connections to clear his name, another team of policemen rushed in. The ones who came later were not the same as the ones who came before. Then the third and fourth batches of policemen arrived. In just half an hour, a total of 30 policemen came to the KTV. At this time, the KTV boss was completely disheartened and lost his soul. It was over. The rich second generations were sent to a nearby Class 3 Grade A hospital. Each of them was given an individual ward to settle this group of young masters. Other than Li Donglai, who had 3 stitches on his head, the others were fine. It was just that the deputy director was frightened when he saw them limping. He arranged for them to be hospitalized. Nan Man Pei arrived late. When she arrived at the hospital, Li Donglai was lying on the bed and groaning. Queen Bei glanced at her nephew, whose head was wrapped in gauze, and said lightly, "Did you get into a fight again?" The siblings kept quiet out of fear. They didn't dare to say a word. Pei Ziki subconsciously looked at Qin Zhe, as if he was her pillar of support. Her Majesty the Queen had accumulated a lot of power. "Sister Pei, you can't blame Donglai for this." Qin Zhe pleaded for his disciple. Nan Man Pei nodded and said apologetically, "Are you hurt?" Qin Zhe shook his head. Li Donglai immediately said, "Qin Gu defeated more than 10 people by himself. He is very powerful." Nan Man Pei glanced at him and said softly, "You talk too much." Li Donglai kept quiet. "How do you plan to deal with this?" Qin Zhe also asked. Pei Nan Man hesitated for a while. "Based on my temper, I will be in jail for a few years. Don't even think about opening that KTV. Sister Pei is still capable of doing that in Shanghai. If it was the elders of those brats, they would be even more ruthless." Qin Zhe said, "Oh." He didn't say anything. Which parents wouldn't be angry when their children were beaten up like this? "Thank you for today. Let me send you home." Nan Man Pei smiled gracefully. "Sister Pei, don't be so polite. What is our relationship?" Qin Zhe tried to get closer to her. Nan Man Pei smiled. "Sister Pei owes you a favor." After their aunt left with Qin Zhe, Li Donglai was enraptured. "My master is powerful, right? I told you that he is a martial arts master, but you don't believe me. Look, there are more than 10 people and they are like vegetables." Pei Ziki surprisingly didn't refute him. She turned her head and looked out of the window, ignoring him. The door of the ward opened and Qin Qingyuan popped her head in. The smoky makeup on her face had been washed off. The delicate and pretty little beauty's eyes were bright. She looked around for a moment and saw Pei Ziki and her brother in the ward. She seemed a little disappointed. "Why are you here?" Li Donglai was stunned. Qin Qingyuan rolled her eyes and said, "I'm not here to see you. Where is your master?" "My aunt sent him back." "What is it?" "I want to thank him in person," Qin Qingyuan whispered. "You're welcome. I Qinggu always say that I will help when I see injustice." Li Donglai waved his hand heroically. Qin Qingyuan said shyly, Then do you have his mobile phone number?" Pei Ziki had a strange look on her face. This girl was in heat. Li Donglai's expression changed. He said like a hothead, "I said you're welcome." Qin Qingyuan was anxious. "You talk too much." "I thanked him, not you. Give me his mobile phone number." Li Donglai. Nan Man Pei drove the Audi A8 that the driver picked up Qin Zhe to the villa that day, but the driver was not there. She drove herself. Qin Zhe followed her out of the hospital building and saw a lean man in a tight black t-shirt coming over, followed by 2 minions. It was a familiar dress and a familiar temperament. "Sister Pei, are you working for you?" Qin Zhe asked. "No," Nan Man Pei shook her head. "It's a dog raised by my ex-husband." "Ex-husband?" Qin Zhe was shocked by these 2 words. Sure enough, there was still such a creature as his uncle-in-law. Pei Nan Man was like a ripe peach, completely different from his sister's golden jade on the inside but rotten on the inside. It was not strange that she had a husband, but Qin Zhe felt a burst of jealousy because all men had the same mentality. The lean man approached and bowed. "Sister-in-law, Brother Chow asked me to see if there's anything I can help you with." Nan Man Pei waved her hand. "Then let's go." The lean man straightened his back and said meticulously, "Brother Chow is waiting for you to go back for dinner." "No hurry, I'll take a friend home first." He glanced at Qin Zhe and said, "Where do you live? I'll take you back on behalf of my sister-in-law." Nan Man Pei ran out of patience and turned a deaf ear to him, leading Qinzhe to the Audi. The lean man took a step forward. Sister-in-law, it's not good to let Brother Chow wait for a long time. Not good? Would it be better if I threw you into the Huangpu River? Nan Man Pei narrowed her eyes. Qinzhe wanted to laugh when he heard this. Throw you into the Huangpu River, was her catchphrase. Unexpectedly, the lean man's face changed. He retreated as if avoiding snakes and scorpions and did not dare to speak again. Nan Man Pei sat in the driver's seat and acted as the driver. Qinzhe opened the door and got in. The car started and quickly went into the night. The lean man watched the car drive away. It turned left at the intersection in front of him and completely disappeared from his sight. He breathed a sigh of relief. I was having dinner with an old friend and came over when I received your call. For the first time, Nan Man Pei explained. Ex-husband? Qinzhe probed. Nan Man Pei nodded indifferently. Yes. I didn't expect Sister Pei to be married. He sincerely admired the powerful man who married the strong woman. Nan Man Pei glanced at someone in the rearview mirror with a murderous look. Qinzhe, who did not realize that he had said something wrong, looked as usual and sighed. I still can't control it, Qinzhe muttered. Nan Man Pei understood and gritted her teeth. I should throw you into the Huangpu River. Qinzhe had eaten the courage of a leopard. I can beat 10 weak women like Sister Pei with one hand. I can press Qin Bao Bao on the sofa with one hand like a salted fish that can't turn over. If this sentence was said to Qin Bao Bao, her sister would not be convinced and would fight with him. If this sentence was said to Pei Ziki, the girl would be angry and scold him. If this sentence was said to Wang Zijin, when the sister of the Wang family was in a good mood, she would be a little coquettish. Are you willing to lay your hands on such a beautiful sister? With Nan Man Pei's personality, she chose to ignore Qinzhe's words. She probably felt that it was too childish and was too lazy to respond. Qinzhe said goodbye to Nan Man Pei at the gate of the community and took out the key to open the door. The hall was dark and quiet. The two sisters had already gone to bed. The next morning, Qinzhe woke up and washed up. 10 minutes later, Wang Zijin walked out of the room in her pajamas. Qinzhe sat in the living room and waited. They had developed a tacit understanding of who would wait for the other to wake up first. At 7:30 a.m., Qinzhe returned from his morning exercise. He wanted to continue training at night. Exercise was addictive. At 8 o'clock a.m., Wang Zijin went to work. Qin Bao Bao lazed in bed until 9 o'clock a.m. She wore teddy bear pajamas and yawned as she walked out of the room. Her hair was messy. Breakfast is cold. Help me turn it in the microwave. Qin Bao Bao turned to her brother who was studying stocks on the sofa. Qinzhe ran into the kitchen. Qin Bao Bao hurriedly finished her breakfast. After washing up, she went back to her room to sleep. At noon, Qinzhe called her for lunch. She got up reluctantly and sat on the sofa in a daze, looking listless. What are you doing? It's time to eat. Qinzhe waved at her from the dining table. His sister glanced at him and curled her lips. I have no appetite. I don't want to eat. There is chicken stewed with mushrooms. No. His sister twisted her body in annoyance. Are you fasting? Qinzhe was puzzled. Or is it your period? No, his sister's period was not today. It's none of your business. Qin Bao Bao glared at him. Qinzhe could not figure out what was wrong with her, so he ate in silence. Ever since his sister became famous, she had been lazing around at work. Anyway, celebrities did not need to clock in and she did not have any jobs. She was very free. In the past, during the economic crisis, she insisted on clocking in every day and got full attendance at the end of the month. It was probably because the copyrights of a few songs were enough for her to spend, so she resumed her lazy life. After lunch, Qinzhe looked at the index in the living room, while his sister sat on the other side of the sofa and played with her phone. During this time, his sister looked at Qinzhe several times. He was staring at the computer with focused eyes, as if her beautiful face was not as attractive as his computer screen. Qin Bao Bao angrily threw her phone on the sofa and muttered, My waist is sore. Qinzhe, massage it for me. What do you mean by your waist is sore? You haven't practiced dancing recently. Qinzhe was stunned. My waist is sore, my waist is sore. Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, Why can you massage your sister Ziwei but not me? Qinzhe was stunned. He had a strange feeling in his heart. Was she jealous? Did she feel uncomfortable when she saw him being intimate with Wang Zijin? Inexplicably, there was some joy and excitement in his heart. Then he thought of the loud slap that day. He shook the messy thoughts out of his head. It should be just his sister's abnormal possessiveness. I agree to all of your requests. Qin Zhe became the sweet boy who knew how to make his sister happy. You're good at talking. Qin Bao Bao lay on the sofa and let her brother massage her waist through the teddy bear pajamas. She narrowed her eyes comfortably. Are you comfortable, little sister? Qin Zhe said. Little sister. Qin Bao Bao felt as if she was struck by lightning. A layer of goosebumps appeared on her white neck. Disgusting, she said. It's quite disgusting. Qin Zhe was also disgusted by himself. This title was really not suitable for his sister. Qin Bao Bao said the words that she had been thinking for a long time. You're still young. There's no rush to find a girlfriend. Wang Zijin's family is in the capital. It seems that they have some background. The ancients didn't often say that marriage would be a tragedy if the two families don't match. MDZZ. Qin Zhe really didn't know how to complain. Qin Bao Bao was sometimes enthusiastic about matchmaking him and Wang Zijin, and sometimes she said that there would be no good ending if they were not suitable for each other. As expected, a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Yes. It's good enough to have a sister. There's no need for a girlfriend. Qin Zhe mocked. It's good that you know. Qin Bao Bao didn't expect her brother to be so tactful. Little sister. Qin Zhe deliberately disgusted her. Qin Bao Bao had goosebumps again. After massaging her sister's waist, Qin Bao Bao said again, I'm hungry. Qin Zhe said, You're so pretentious. Are you eating or not? There's still leftovers for lunch. Her sister wrinkled her nose and snorted in protest. I don't want to eat. I want to eat almond tofu pudding. Then order takeout. I want to eat from the restaurant on Dongfeng Road. They don't provide takeout. Go buy it for me. I don't have time. I'm busy. Qin Zhe didn't want to. Buy it for me. Buy it for me. Her sister kicked her long legs and kept pushing Qin Zhe out of the sofa. Qin Zhe held his sister's white and tender feet. Her toes were round and delicate and soft. His eyes gazed into her lively eyes. When their eyes met, Qin Bao Bao's face quietly turned bright red. Qin Zhe didn't notice. He let go of his sister's feet and said helplessly, Wait for me. Since his sister could act coquettishly with him, it meant that the incident that day had been completely forgotten. She wouldn't snitch on him to the old man anymore. Yes, he didn't have to worry about going to the orthopedic department in Germany anymore. Chapter 106. On Saturday, in addition to the new issue of I Am a Singer, which was well received, Su Yunhan's new album released recently was also well received. The album was called Nothing New, which was also the name of the title song. It was said that Su Yunhan's new album broke a new record for digital albums. The song became popular on the internet, and its popularity was no less than that of the I Am a Singer program, which had dominated the top music chart for a long time. In just a few days, it rushed to the third place of the weekly chart and the first place of the daily chart, and became popular all over the country. Even Su Yunhan, whose popularity had stagnated for a long time, had a tendency to become very popular. Her shadow could be seen in various programs, interviews, and news. Qin Zhe knew about this because his sister told him. He was really not interested in the entertainment circle and rarely paid attention to programs other than I Am a Singer, and artists other than his sister. Qin Zhe looked at his sister's envious and jealous look. He slapped his thigh, pointed at Qin Bao and opened his mouth. Look, she used one of my songs and was almost promoted from the second tier to the first tier. What about you? I worked hard to promote you, wrote songs and played the piano, but you are still in the third tier. Qin Bao can't be promoted. His sister looked at him blankly, first biting her lip, and then there was mist in her eyes. His sister paid great attention to her image in her brother's mind. There couldn't be any flaws, otherwise she would fight Qin Zhe desperately. On the contrary, no matter how exaggerated Qin Zhe's flattery was, his sister would happily take it seriously. So Qin Zhe felt that his sister was easy to coax. So he had a piqué with Qin Zhe. His sister, whose strength was declining day by day, not only did not teach Qin Zhe a lesson, but she was pressed on the sofa and struggled like a salted fish. She was also slapped a few times by her evil brother, and her perky buttocks rippled with soul-stirring ripples. Nothing New had an excellent reputation and good comments on the internet. In particular, Su Yunhan's fans on Cheba forums and Weibo were all praising it. Rise, my Yunhan will be promoted to the first tier soon. Amazing. On the day of the new album's debut, the clicks exceeded 1 million and paid downloads exceeded 100,000. In 3 days the digital album record was broken. The title song is really good. Nice. I'm giving a thumbs up to Su Yunhan. She is someone who truly puts her heart and soul into making music. Number 2 on the weekly rankings, successfully pushing Blue and White Porcelain down, but the number 1, Exaggerated, is still unshakable. The Blue and White Porcelain has been out for so long. It's not strange that it's been pushed down. It would be amazing if it could be pushed down the monthly rankings. She's ranked 7th on the monthly chart. Wales's English song has also been pushed down. Amazing. She's indeed my goddess. I just can't stand, I am a singer dominating the charts for so long. It's as if no one else in the music industry can sing except them. Yunhan is a dark horse. Let's change the IP and continue to pay for downloads. We'll squeeze Qin Bao Bao's Exaggerated out of the market. F***CK, Qin Bao Bao songs are always popular all over the country. It's a bit unrealistic to push her down. Even if she succeeds, maybe her new song will dominate the charts again after the next episode. Qin Bao Bao has already become a top-notch IP. Her fan club boasted that Bao Bao's products must be the best. We have to be convinced. What's so great about having a younger brother? With a younger brother, she's the best. Our Yunhan is not afraid. We can't fall behind. Push up, pay, click and push the song up. It's such a good song. It's unreasonable not to push it. There are too many people who can write songs. It's not just Qin Bao Bao's younger brother, okay? Our Yunhan can't lose, at least in music. Qin Bao Bao's fans are all flaunting their power as if she's the number 1 in the country. It's all because of her younger brother. It's time for us to show our strength. Qin Bao Bao has dominated the charts for long enough. Yunhan has given us an opportunity to break the situation. In addition to the title of Queen of Love songs that the company helped her to promote, Qin Bao Bao also had the nickname of Queen of the Charts. Not to mention the daily chart, for songs on the weekly chart were hers. 6 of the top 10 songs on the monthly chart were hers. She suppressed all the singers until they couldn't breathe. This caused a certain rebound effect. For example, the fans of the singers were very angry with Qin Bao Bao and her younger brother's domineering behavior. The lyricist and composer are actually the same person. It's true. I didn't pay attention before. Who is this Qin Zhe? I've never heard of him. He's probably a newcomer or an unknown composer who finally has a famous song. Could he be Qin Bao Bao's younger brother? Don't be funny. Why would Qin Bao Bao's younger brother write a song for Su Yunhan? When I see a composer surnamed Qin, I reflexively think of Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. I've been brainwashed. By the way, who is Qin Bao Bao's younger brother? I've seen him in the video. He's so handsome, but I don't know his name. He's not in the entertainment industry. He's very low-key. Don't forget, Su Yunhan is also under Star Art. It's not really unrelated. What if he really is Qin Bao Bao's younger brother? The netizens chatted for a long time. Someone went to Su Yunhan's Weibo and asked. In the end, not long after, Su Yunhan really did respond. She updated her Weibo. Thank you Bao Bao for your help. My younger brother is really amazing. If you need songs, go ask Qin Bao Bao for a song. Qin Bao Bao, the comments instantly surged. Almost every time the page was refreshed, there would be dozens or even hundreds of new replies. Damn, it's really Qin Bao Bao's younger brother who wrote it? My Yunhan hooked up with Qin Bao Bao? You can 666. Hey, we're cheering for you on the internet. You're secretly having an affair with Qin Bao Bao? This. I can only say 666. Go hug Qin Bao Bao's thigh and don't let go even if you're beaten to death. My face hurts. I've been slapped in the face again. Why is Qin Bao Bao's younger brother the same as his sister? Qin Zhe, King retard. What does it have to do with me? I knew it. As long as it's a composer with the surname Qin and a good song, it must be Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. Don't blame me for thinking too much. It's just that perverted. Those who said that he's going to beat Qin Bao Bao, do your faces hurt? This song was written by her younger brother, okay? Shouldn't you be more concerned about the name Qin Zhe? Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. So his name is Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. Shouldn't he be called Qin Bebe? It's finally a normal name. Every time I hear Qin Bao Bao's name, I always feel inexplicably funny. As the popularity spread, the number of comments under Qin Bao Bao's Weibo increased. Su Yunhan's fan club reporting for duty. I admire you for your younger brother. Qin Bao Bao, ask your younger brother to write another song for our Yunhan. Qin Bao Bao happily scrolled through her Weibo. Her Weibo followers were close to 1 million, and the average number of comments was within 50,000. Unlike those A-list celebrities who posted a smiling emoji, there would be hundreds of thousands of comments. But now her Weibo comments were close to 100,000 in a short time. Her sister was lying on the sofa, smiling with her eyes curved into crescents. Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose and snorted. I'm not going to write for her. My heart aches so much for her. How else could she be called pretentious? Fans love to see celebrities interact with each other. Xianxia commented with the eyes of a theoretical emperor. You have to find a way to gain popularity. Exposure is a means of survival for celebrities. Xianxia's words were like a bolt of lightning flashing through Qin Baobao's mind, opening the door to a new world for her. A few days later she deeply regretted it. Chapter 107. This morning, Xianxia finished his morning exercise and came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. It was the end of August and the weather was hot. He wore a pair of shorts and was shirtless. Anyway, he had two sisters at home and Wang Zijin was close to him, so he didn't need to avoid this. At the dining table, Qin Baobao was biting a bun and taking photos with the speed of a bachelor for 25 years. What are you doing? Xianxia was stunned. Nothing. Brother, you have such a great body. Can't I not be moved? Take photos as a souvenir. When you become an uncle with a big belly, you can reminisce about the past. Qin Baobao avoided his eyes as if she was guilty. He didn't care about taking photos, but his stubborn sister actually admitted that she had a good figure. Xianxia was so happy that he posed like a bodybuilder. What do you think, a strange man with 8 packs? Are you tempted? Click. Yes, a few more. Qin Baobao took a series of photos. So Xianxia posed a few more, including a very showy thinker. Qin Baobao's eyes were shining and she was satisfied. Wang Zijin smiled and looked at Xianxia's body with appreciation. From time to time she would give Qin Baobao bad ideas and ask Xianxia to pose in all kinds of shameful positions. A few days passed like this. He thought his sister was just doing it on a whim. But every morning she would wait in the living room early, waiting for Xianxia to come out of the shower shirtless so that she could take photos. Xianxia couldn't bear it and wondered, Qin Baobao, what's wrong with you? Taking photos every day. Do you think you're a photographer or a model? Qin Baobao's eyes drifted away. She looked around and said, the breakfast today was not bad. Xianxia interrupted. It's the same every day. I bought it from the same shop. Oh, don't be so stingy. Taking photos doesn't cost money. Qin Baobao tried to pull her brother's short sleeve. You're still acting like a rogue. Fine. Qin Baobao thought about it and her eyes lit up. Let's shoot a short video. What video? Xianxia was confused. His sister did not reply to him. She handed the phone to Wang Zijin and ran back to her room. After a while, she ran out with a quilt and gave Xianxia a bedsheet. Xianxia held the bedsheet with a confused expression. He didn't know what his sister was up to. I want to redo the song you wrote. Qin Baobao handed the bedsheet to her brother and ran to the back of the room to find a broom. I'll wait for you for 1,000 years. I'll wait for you for 1,000 years, was a song that Xianxia found for his sister from the song library. To be precise, it was a good song that he found in the song library some time ago. He felt that it was very charming, so he exchanged it to cope with Qin Baobao's weekly task of composing a song. The response to the song was average at first. Qin Baobao's popularity skyrocketed. As long as she didn't mess it up, it would be difficult for her to be eliminated. So Xianxia posted a long Weibo the next day, explaining that the inspiration for the song came from the folklore, the legend of the white snake. The story was in the afternoon of a rainstorm. Su Xian, who was crossing the lake by boat, happened to meet the sisters White Snake and Little Green. She lent her umbrella to White Snake and invited them to ride the boat together. Then the song became popular. Was funny. Since his piano solo video spread on the internet, the number of people who followed Xianxia increased day by day. Su Yunhan's new song and I'll Wait for You for 1,000 Years added points. Sometimes the comments on Weibo were more popular than Qin Baobao's. His sister often scrolled through Weibo and complained a little. You want me to be Su Xian and you to be White Snake? Xianxia understood. Who knew that his sister would shake her head? I'll be White Snake and you'll be the boatman. Xianxia suddenly had a bad feeling. Qin Baobao excitedly shared her ideas and creativity. After Wang Zijin heard it, her eyes suddenly lit up. Xianxia's face looked like he had eaten a dead mouse. He refused on the spot. Don't even think about it. Qin Baobao wrapped herself in a long quilt and hugged her brother's arm, shaking her butt and acting coquettishly. Wang Zijin held back her laughter. That's fine. Xianxia reluctantly agreed to his sister's idea. If she wanted to make a fuss, he would accompany her. After all, they were playing in private and it wouldn't spread. Therefore the two of them put on a bed sheet and a quilt and pretended to be on a boat. Qin Bao Bao even covered her head with a white scarf. She pinched her thumb and middle finger and pretended to look into the distance. She sang, "Who said in my ear, love me will never change." She really did have a bit of White Snake's charm. If only her face was more dignified and her acting wasn't so exaggerated. Just for this sentence, aha, I have no complaints even if my intestines are broken. The rain's heart is broken, the wind's tears. The dream lingers, the love is distant. Ah. According to his request, Qinzhe used the broom as an oar and pretended to row the boat. Qinzhe's face stiffened and he reluctantly sang, "The water of the West Lake, my tears? I'd rather turn into a ball of fire with you. How shameful. I'm such a fool. I actually accompanied this crazy woman." Qin Bao Bao continued singing. "I'll wait 1,000 years, I'll wait 1,000 years. I'll wait 1,000 years, I have no regrets. The rain's heart is broken, the wind's tears. The dream lingers, the love is distant." La. Qinzhe glanced at his sister next to him. She was really good at pinching her thumb and middle finger. Coupled with her body movements, it was like she was singing an opera. He rolled his eyes and continued singing. "The water of the West Lake, my tears? I'd rather turn into a ball of fire with you." The sister's expression was rich while the brother's bitterness was deep. The contrast was stark. Wang Zijin, who was holding the phone, had a hard time holding back her laughter. The camera kept shaking. About 5 minutes later, the video recording was completed. Wang Zijin threw the phone and leaned on the table. She laughed so hard that her shoulders trembled. Qin Bao Bao ignored her. He picked up the phone and watched the video. In the end, he showed a satisfied smile. Qinzhe put the broom back behind the door, turned back and snatched the phone. "Delete it." Unexpectedly, his sister was like a little hen protecting her chicks. She put the phone in her pocket, pressed it with one hand and pushed Qinzhe with the other. She muttered, Keep it as a souvenir." "Souvenir?" Qinzhe was shocked and said angrily, "Souvenir? What's so good about this thing? Qin Bao Bao, is there something wrong?" His sister panicked. She hid it well and said righteously, "Just keep it as a souvenir. No way. If you have the ability, come and snatch it." As she spoke, she pretended to stuff the phone into her cleavage. Qinzhe saw this and was afraid that she would say, "If you dare to snatch it, I'll tell my father that you touched my breasts." She had a criminal record. His sister's trick. So he waved his hand. Whatever. Qin Bao Bao happily returned to her room with the phone. Wang Zijin was on her period today. She was not feeling well, so she took a day off. This sister was also careless at work. She worked from 9 to 5. When the leader gave her too many tasks, she would go home and complain to her best friend and Qinzhe. She wished she could stay at home and watch dramas every day. Qin Bao Bao was the same. Birds of a feather flocked together. They were jackals of the same tribe. For a long time, Qin Bao Bao's room was quiet. Qinzhe guessed that she had gone back to sleep. He turned on his computer and studied the stock market. At this moment his phone rang. Xianxia sent a message. The content of the message was, "Hey, your sister didn't send you nude photos today? Quick, send me a few. Otherwise my breakfast will be tasteless." Qinzhe looked at the message and his heart skipped a beat. Suppressing the ominous feeling, he texted back. "What do you mean?" Xianxia added a lecherous emoji. "Your nude photos, Bao Bao posted them on Weibo. Many girls are commenting on your photos and shouting excitedly that they want to have babies with you. Bao Bao's Weibo is very popular now. The photos are so good. I didn't know you knew how to take photos." Qinzhe did not reply for a long time. She sent another message. "Don't you know?" She added a monkey emoji. Chapter 108. My nude photos. Weibo. Popularity. Giving birth to monkeys? Many sensitive words flashed through Qinzhe's mind. No, I have to organize my thoughts. The next moment he jumped up from the sofa. Qinzhe roared, "Qin Bao Bao, I'm going to destroy you." He strode to Qin Bao Bao's room. At this time his heart collapsed. Thinking of all the shameful poses in the past few days, he didn't want to live anymore. There was a burst of noise in the room. It seemed that someone had jumped out of bed and rushed to the door. Qinzhe was the first to open the door. He bumped into his sister who was trying to lock the door. He reached out to grab her. His sister let out a strange cry. Like a frightened deer, she turned around and ran, hiding behind Wang Zijin. "What's wrong?" Wang Zijin played dumb. "Qinzhe, don't make trouble. Go out first. I want to change my clothes." Qinzhe sneered. Lock the door again later. He didn't believe that Wang Zijin didn't know. With a face full of anger, he went to grab Qin Baobao, who was a coward. Wang Zijin opened her arms and pushed Qinzhe hard, not letting him come closer. The scene was like an eagle catching a chicken. Let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. Wang Zijin persuaded repeatedly. She couldn't stop Qinzhe, who was full of anger. Talk nonsense. I'm going to hang her up and beat her to death today. Qinzhe said angrily. Qin Baobao poked her head out from behind her best friend and emboldened herself. I'm your sister. You can't hit me. Qinzhe said angrily, how can you trick your brother like this? I was wondering why you kept taking photos. You actually posted them on the internet. Qin Baobao, you've eaten a leopard's guts. He felt ashamed just thinking about those poses. She even posted them on the internet? Did he still want to be a human? Actually, there was nothing wrong with those photos. They were similar to celebrity photo albums and they weren't R18. Qinzhe was angry mainly because he felt that he had been deceived. Then there was the lack of mental preparation. For example, when a person was alone, they would talk to themselves like a lunatic, or make funny faces in front of a mirror, only to realize that there was a surveillance camera above their head. What a troublemaker. Stingy brat, what's wrong with passing it on? You're a man. What's there to be shy about? Qin Baobao was stubborn. I'm a man today. Just you wait, I'll beat you to death. Qinzhe looked around and bent down to pick up his sister's pink slippers. Zijin, he wants to hit me, he wants to hit me. Qin Baobao, who was most afraid of being beaten, screamed. She pushed Wang Zijin toward Qinzhe as if that would give her a scapegoat. Wang Zijin snatched the slippers and glared at Qinzhe. Don't be rude. Then she turned her head and said angrily, I told you to ask for his opinion first, but you didn't listen. He definitely won't agree. Qin Baobao pouted. So you decided to post it on the internet. Qinzhe was furious. It was all because he didn't have time to go on Weibo these days. His Weibo was quite popular and there were comments every day. Some people at him and Qinzhe was annoyed, so he turned off the message notification function. If it wasn't for Xianxia's message today, he might still be in the dark. His sister said righteously, you said it yourself. I was just following your instructions. Qinzhe was so angry that he laughed. Come, continue. Let's see what you can say today. That's the truth. Qin Baobao raised her fair face and said with conviction, you told me to freeload off your popularity and exposure. As a man you can't go back on your words. But I can't take advantage of other celebrities, so I thought, aren't you quite popular? Netizens often say on my Weibo that you're handsome and want to see you. Qin Baobao's expression said, you can't blame me for this. I don't care. I'm going to beat you to death today. Qinzhe said angrily. I have no F***king retort. Qin Baobao was shocked and said without thinking, if you dare to hit me, I'll tell everyone what happened that day. She regretted it as soon as she said it and quickly covered her mouth. Qinzhe's angry face froze. Wang Zijin looked at her best friend and then at Qinzhe. What's the matter? Nothing. The siblings said in unison. Wang Zijin was suspicious. There must be something. Say it. Qin Baobao looked away and lowered her head slightly. Qinzhe felt that it was not good to continue on this topic. He pointed at his sister angrily and said, I'll deal with you later. He turned around and wanted to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. The video you recorded today. As soon as he finished speaking, baby Qin, who had been as quiet as a virgin, suddenly moved like a rabbit. She pounced over and bumped her brother head on, knocking him out of the door. With a paw sound, the door was closed. Then with the crisp sound of the lock, the door was locked. This reaction, Qinzhe knocked on the door angrily. Open the door, open the door. If you have the guts, post the video. If you have the guts, open the door. On the internet, on Weibo. Hey, why didn't Qin Baobao post a photo of her brother today? Hurry up and post it. I'll go to work after I see the photo. I want to see her brother's abs. Wow, they're so good. Yes. He licks the screen every morning. His body is so good. He's so handsome and has such a good body. Wow, I'm so tempted. To be honest, if I have a boyfriend like him, I'll make him strip naked for me every day. Qin Baobao has such a good body too. I'm so envious of her family. No, I'm going to snatch her brother and improve our family's genes. A moment later, Qin Baobao posted a selfie video. Hey, why isn't there a photo today? Video? Is it related to Qinzhe? No nude photos, no good reviews. Every morning, the netizens who were waiting for the video to be updated clicked on it curiously. When the video unfolded, they saw Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao standing side by side. Both of them were dressed weirdly with a bedsheet draped over their bodies. Qin Baobao even had a white scarf over her head. The netizens were confused, but they also felt that their outfits were very funny. Then Qin Baobao sang, "Who's the one who said in my ear, 'Love me will never change'?" Just for this sentence, aha, I have no complaints even if my intestines are broken. The rain is heartbroken, the wind is crying. The dream is lingering, the love is distant. La, Qin Zhe continued singing, "The water of West Lake, my tears. I'd rather turn into a ball of fire with you." In front of their computers and mobile phones, countless people watched the video in a daze. Then one by one they burst out laughing. In just half an hour there were 50,000 to 60,000 comments on Weibo. And it kept increasing. "Haha, I'm drinking soy milk and I spat it all over my phone. I can't. Let me laugh for 3 minutes. What a magical song. I'm in the office. Everyone in the office is looking at me but I just can't stop. My goddess is a joker. My prince is also a joker. Hey, I can't stand this pair of siblings. Do they have to be so funny? This wave is 666. This outfit. Goddess, where did your image go? I'm crying. So you're like this, Qin Baobao. This is the 5th time. I can't stop. I can laugh for a year. Ah. Look at Qin Zhe. Look at his expression. Ah. I like to see his face full of disdain and helplessness. I'm begging for my prince's psychological shadow. I'm turning a blind eye to what you're doing. Ah. Qin Zhe, Emithi. You're going crazy and you're dragging me into it. My prince is having a mental breakdown right now. I like this kind of brother so much. Even if he loses face, he will accompany his sister to the end. Oh, why don't I have a brother like this? I don't want a brother like this. I only want a husband like this. What kind of weird pair of siblings was this? They were too funny. Did they still want their image as idols? Damn, I'm laughing my pants off. There was a saying that went, people who make fun of themselves will never be embarrassed. People who make fun of themselves will always be the most popular. In this era, there were no celebrities who made fun of themselves. Whether it was the little fresh meat or the old cured meat, they all paid great attention to their on-screen image. But it couldn't be denied that this video went viral. Qin Zhe's expression and Qin Baobao's exaggerated expression were all made into memes and animations. Trending search of that day, Qin Baobao's funny video. While the internet was in a frenzy, Qin Baobao was being judged by her brother at home. You think you'll be fine if you hide in your room? You don't come out of the living room to get water? You don't want to go to the toilet? In view of Qin Zhe's determination to beat up his sister, Qin Baobao was terrified. She pushed Wang Zijin out to negotiate and expressed that she was willing to accept the punishment. After many negotiations, the court made a judgment on the case of Qin Baobao violating her brother Qin Zhe's privacy and image rights. Qin Baobao was sentenced to 1 week of cleaning and 1 week of cooking. Qin Zhe rejected the punishment of cooking and gave the reason to Chief Justice Wang Zijin, letting her cook is not to punish her but to punish us. Wang Zijin thought it was reasonable and only sentenced her to 1 week of washing clothes. At this time, her sister was sweeping the floor in the living room. Wang Zijin went back to her room to watch a drama. Qin Zhe smoked leisurely, studied the stock market and talked to his sister. By the way, the program I Am a Singer is about to end. Qin Baobao was full of resentment. Don't talk to her brother, so she snorted. Snort your sister, I'm talking to you. Snort. Do you still want songs? Snort. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Fortunately, he checked on the internet. I Am a Singer has indeed entered the end stage. At most, there will be 1 more episode and it will be the championship. The contestants with the most cheers are Huang Yuting, Li Shuigong, Qin Baobao and Wales. Wales has the momentum of a latecomer. His popularity in China can be said to be climbing a level day by day. He is a little fresh meat and his singing is good. Fans and online media gave him the title, Treble King, Soul Singer. Qin Baobao wasn't as stunning as she used to be in the past few episodes. She won steadily and steadily. Now that her popularity wasn't what it used to be, even if she were to PK Huang Yuting, it wasn't like she had no chance of winning. Under Qin Zhe's training, her sister's singing improved day by day. However, just a week before the championship began, Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe, the siblings, ushered in a big crisis that they could not escape. Chapter 109. At 6:30 p.m., Grandpa Xing drove home and ended the day's classes. Although there was still a week before the end of the summer vacation, the graduate students had already started their classes. Grandpa Xing was a professor, so of course he had graduate students under him. Grandpa Xing had always been a responsible person. In order to teach the students well, he created a group and then pulled all the graduate students under him into the group. Grandpa Xing usually didn't use chatting tools. It wasn't that he didn't know how, but that he wasn't used to it. People of his age had already set their habits. Even if he could use all kinds of chatting software, he didn't like to use WeChat or QQ like young people. When he got home, the worker who was fixing the broadband was at home. Qin Ma stood aside and watched. Grandpa Xing took off his shoes and poured himself a glass of water. He stood at the door of the study and said, "Master, the broadband in my house was fine, but it was inexplicably cut off. I don't know what happened." The worker raised the half-broken cable in his hand and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course there's no internet. The cable was cut off. Grandpa Sheng and Qin Ma looked at each other. Qin Ma said, "There's no child at home. That's strange. Why was it cut off? Was it bitten by a mouse?" Grandpa Sheng rolled his eyes. "Have you ever seen a mouse bite like this?" The cable was cut in half and the cut was smooth. The worker replaced the cable with a new one, dialed, and tried it. "You can go online now." Old Master Qin and Mrs. Qin thanked him and saw him out of the door. Qin Ma was still wondering about the cable being cut. Grandpa Sheng was a busy man and didn't have the time to care about the details. He turned on the computer and looked at the stock market for a while to predict the direction of the stock market tomorrow. These days he had been using his phone to look at the stock market. His eyes were tired. Half an hour later, he sent tomorrow's class to the chat group on his phone and asked the students to prepare by themselves. The students replied with a series of OK gestures and then chatted with each other. Grandpa Xing usually turned off the software at this time and didn't participate in the students' meaningless conversation. At this time, a girl in the group sent a video and laughed. "Hey, have you seen it? It's so funny. My stomach hurts from laughing." Someone immediately replied, "I saw it this morning. Soy milk was sprayed all over the floor. Although I've already seen it, I've watched it again. Each time I watch it, I laugh." The old man smiled. This girl had a lively personality. Her grades were average and she especially liked to chase after celebrities. He wanted to tell her to study hard, but after thinking about it he decided not to. This was not a school and she would be annoying for no reason. "Qinze is my idol. I like him so much." Her words immediately attracted the approval of the other girls. "He's handsome and has a good figure. He can also write songs, play the piano and play with his sister. Since he can be a domineering CEO, he can also be a funny husband." "Qinze? It's the same name as my son." The old man didn't think too much about it. The moment he exited the chat software, he was surprised to see the last message. "Qin Bao Bao is too beautiful. Her figure is super good. I didn't expect her to be so good at playing. Qin Bao Bao? Qinze? This couldn't be a coincidence, right?" The old man was stunned for a few seconds. His fingers moved quickly and he opened the chat software again. He clicked on the chat group and played the video. The video jumped and automatically showed a full screen. In the video, a young man and a young woman stood side by side. They were covered in a nondescript quilt. The beautiful woman even had a white silk scarf wrapped around her head. The young woman pinched her fingers together. Her expression was exaggerated, and her eyes were charming. She sang in a charming voice, "Who said in my ear, 'Love me will never change.'" The young man's face stiffened. He reluctantly continued, "I'd rather turn into a flame with you." Ah. In the video, one's actions were exaggerated, while the other's face was expressionless. It was a sharp contrast. Coupled with the charming voice, it made people want to laugh. However, the old man couldn't laugh at all because these two were from his family. After watching the video, the old man's mouth twitched. He said angrily, "Exaggerated nonsense. Wait, why would the video of the siblings be here?" He closed the video. Ignoring his anger, he typed a message. "Where did you find the video?" Qin Bao Bao posted it on Weibo. Although it was strange that the tutor was interested, the students still told the truth. The old man's heart sank. He had an ominous feeling. "How did you know about Qin Bao Bao's Weibo? Do you know her? Did you follow Qin Bao Bao because you know that she's my daughter?" "But I didn't say that I have a daughter named Qin Bao Bao." There was silence in the group. How were they supposed to respond? "Miss Qin is so naughty. She's a superstar. Who doesn't know her? You're usually quite serious and you like to joke." The girl who posted the video replied with a grimacing emoji. "Superstar? Superstar? Maybe I was wrong. They're not my son and daughter." "Well, that kid doesn't look like them. My son isn't that handsome." They don't look like my family's genes at all. The old man watched the video anxiously. My son isn't that handsome, but my daughter is so beautiful. It can't be wrong. This pair of clowns is my family. The old man kept saying, calm down, calm down. Impulse is the devil. Qin Bao Bao. How is she a superstar? When he sent this message, he heard the little soul in his body roaring. Miss Qin, don't tease us. Miss Qin doesn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, right? I understand. Qin Bao Bao became famous because she appeared on a variety show called I Am a Singer. The old man didn't talk nonsense. He exited the software, turned on the computer, and searched for I Am a Singer. This was the most devastated day for the old man. He warned her in every possible way, but in the end, his daughter still went to the entertainment industry and was doing well. The old man wasn't happy at all. He firmly believed that the entertainment industry was a big dye vat that would pollute his little fairy into an unwanted dog tail. At this time, I Am a Singer was playing on the screen. It happened to be the scene of Qin Bao Bao's first appearance. Because it was online, the bullet screen was full of comments. The comments that once drove Qin Bao Bao crazy appeared again. F***CK, I'll protect this girl. Civilized watching. 666, I can play with this leg for 10 years. The old man's mouth twitched and the veins on his forehead popped out. He wanted to smash the computer. I told you. The entertainment industry is the darkest and most chaotic. I can't let my daughter join the entertainment industry. The old man took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Qin Bao Bao? Aha, she must have a feud with her parents. Searched, there is no such newcomer. She got in through the back door. Identification complete. Another one who relied on connections. Needless to say, she must be the mistress of a TV station leader. The old man was shaking with anger. This time it was the force of the flood. Also, what's wrong with the name? Bao Bao is so nice. What do you mean by feud with her parents? This group of children. He continued to watch patiently. After 3 episodes he stopped. He was really afraid that he couldn't control his anger. Now he could conclude that it was not only his daughter who betrayed him, but also his son. The old man walked out of the study without saying a word and rummaged through the storage room. Perhaps it was because of the big commotion. Qin Ma, who was making dinner, came over and asked, "What are you doing?" The old man asked, "Where did I put my feather duster?" Feather duster? Qin Ma was stunned. Why are you looking for that? You haven't touched it for many years. Maybe you threw it away. The old man gritted his teeth. Then I'll buy another one. Qin Ma stared at him. What's wrong with you? Is there a problem with the school? But why are you looking for a feather duster? Found it. The old man pulled out a dusty feather duster from the corner. It was a little old and the feathers were almost all falling off. It was a bare stick with a few clusters of dull feathers stuck on it. The old man said faintly, I'll pretend that I never had this pair of children. Chapter 110. After dinner, Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe sat side by side on the sofa and watched a movie. The movie was about a loyal dog and its owner. The movie was full of tears and was very touching. After a long period of exploration, Qin Zhe found that Wang Zijin liked to watch movies with a literary theme. It could be a touching love story, a tragic society, or a boring movie that reflected philosophy and life. She liked to watch all of them. She also watched Wuxia movies, but it depended on the theme. She did not like movies that were purely about swords and knives. She also did not like movies that were about science fiction. She did not like movies that were about blood and gore. She did not like movies that did not make sense. She would watch humorous movies occasionally. The movie that Qin Zhe chose was a touching story between a man and a dog. As expected, Wang Zijin was moved. She sat next to Qin Zhe obediently and watched the movie side by side. In the kitchen, his sister was washing the dishes silently. Other than cooking, she did all the housework. After a week, she was released from prison. Qin Zhe carried the kettle into the kitchen to get water. His sister immediately looked at him with stars in her eyes. She hid her weakness and coquettishness, trying to seduce her brother so that he could help her wash the dishes. Oh, you are washing the dishes. Qin Zhe said tenderly, are you tired? Qin Bao Bao nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. She then gave her brother a gentle look. If you are tired, then wash faster. Won't it be over? Qin Zhe laughed. Qin Zhe, you are not cute at all. Qin Bao chased after Qin Zhe angrily. While they were arguing, Qin Bao Bao's phone rang. Qin Zhe looked at it and said, it's Mom. Qin Bao Bao grabbed her brother's clothes and wiped her hands clean. She answered the phone and said, Mom, what's the matter? His mother's voice was stern and angry. Come back for a while. Qin Bao Bao turned to look at her brother. Now, what time is it? What's the matter? You don't know what you did? His mother said in an exasperated tone. Bao Bao, you've turned a deaf ear to my advice. Qin Bao Bao was even more confused. Mom, what's the matter? Qin Ma said loudly, your father knows that you went to be a star. He wants you to come back now, right now. Qin Bao Bao felt as if a series of thunderbolts had been thrown at his head. He almost couldn't hold his phone properly. With a trembling voice he said, I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back. You're not coming back? On the other end of the phone, Grandpa Sheng's voice was laced with anger. Then came Qin Ma's voice, hey, don't talk, let me. It's fine if you don't want to come back. I'll go over now. The old man gritted his teeth. This time, it was Qin Zai's turn to be scared out of his wits. I don't, Dad. Sis will be back soon. Don't come over. His sister's pretty face changed drastically. She tried to snatch the phone away from him. Qin Zai tried his best to protect it. Qin Zai covered the phone. What are you doing? You can hide from the first day but you can't hide from the fifth. His sister stomped her feet. Then I'm not going back either. Qin Zai glared at her. You really want him to come over? Qin Bao Bao grabbed his brother's hand and said pitifully, what should I do? What should I do? Dad will kill me. You have to save my sister. Come back with me. I've treated you well. It wasn't that bad either. Qin Zai said, I'm not going. You can go home and get beaten up. Why do you have to implicate me? It's better for one to die than both. His sister looked at him in disbelief as if she had been struck by lightning. Qin Zai put on a flattering smile. Dad, wait for me. Sis is going out now. I'll send her to the car personally. Grandpa Sheng snorted. You come back with her too. Qin Zai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Just as he was about to say something, Grandpa Sheng hung up the phone. The ball is in the sack. Listen to me. Qin Zai put down the phone and felt lost. He suddenly felt that there was nothing left to live for. His sister's beautiful face was no longer attractive. The brother and sister looked at each other in silence. They both felt that their lives were coming to an end and that there was not much time left. Wang Zijin saw that their expressions were strange. She stood up and asked blankly, what's wrong? Qin Bao Bao opened her mouth and frowned. Qin Zai said dejectedly, my dad found out that Qin Bao Bao is a celebrity. That's quite good. Wang Zijin tilted her head. Isn't it worth celebrating that your daughter has become a big celebrity? My dad has always been against her becoming a celebrity. Qin Zai said, my dad believes that filial sons and talents are born under the rod. Although this theory has half failed on me. Then communicate properly. Look at how scared you are. Qin Zai said sadly, you haven't seen how mom and dad beat up Qin Bao Bao. So you have to go back too. When the time comes you have to help Bao Bao. Qin Zai was even sadder. You haven't seen how they hung me up and beat me back then. Who said that cultured people never used violence when teaching children? That was a big mistake. Reason? How could he understand a child's reasoning? Therefore, using the rod was always the most effective and direct way. Only when it hurt would it remember. Grandpa Sheng was an educator. He was different from those parents who only knew how to use violence. He knew how to combine strength and gentleness. Usually, after Qin Zai was beaten up, he would be punished to stand in the study for an hour and listen to Grandpa Sheng's long speech. Wang Zijin hesitated. She didn't know if she was worried that Qin Zai would be beaten or that her best friend would be beaten. Why don't I go with you? Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up. Yes. Zijin will go with us. If there are outsiders, Dad won't beat me. His sister was really scared out of her wits. Her IQ had plummeted. Qin Zai was speechless. When relatives and friends were at home, Grandpa Sheng would beat them up without saying anything. Qin Zai drove out of the neighborhood with his two sisters and headed home more than 10 kilometers away. His sister couldn't drive now. Looking at her uneasy appearance, she would definitely become a road killer if she insisted on driving. Wang Zijin didn't know the way. Also, she was during her period, so she was a little uncomfortable. It was rare for Qin Zai to be a driver. He got his driver's license when he was in high school. His sister forced him to go to driving school with her. Although it wasn't to the extent of being locked in the drawer as a souvenir, the number of times he drove could be counted on one hand. The new driver trembled with fear and nervousness. Not only was his sister unable to help, but she was also dragging him down. She kept pulling Qin Zai's arm from the back seat. What should I do? I don't know what to do. You are the only male in our house. You have to support me. Qin Zai's head almost flew off several times. His heart trembled with fear and he couldn't bear it any longer. Qin Baobao scrammed to the side. If you annoy me again we'll both die together. Qin Baobao pouted. 20 minutes later, the little red horse drove into the underground parking lot of a neighborhood. They took the elevator from the parking lot. The siblings stood in front of the door, feeling conflicted. In the end, Qinzhe took out the key to open the door. The hallway was connected to a long corridor that ran through the whole house. From the door there was a living room, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, 3 bedrooms, a study, and at the end was a cloakroom. The total area of this house was 170 square meters, which was almost twice the size of the house the siblings lived in now. This was normal. How could a dowry house be compared to a wedding house? This was left for their son. In the eyes of ordinary people, a house that was probably impossible to buy in a lifetime was worth tens of millions. This house was the culmination of the efforts of the old man and his father for half of their lives. Qinzhe's family was better off when he was young. His parents had 4 houses under their name. 2 of them were sold and exchanged for the current house. The siblings lived in another one, and the last one was sold during the economic crisis. The economic crisis was a taboo in this small family and they never mentioned it. In the living room, the crystal chandelier was shining brightly. The LCD TV was on and the program, I Am a Singer, was playing. Qin Baobao's tall and gorgeous figure appeared on the screen. Sure enough, he had a vicious heart. The old man was obviously doing it on purpose. Qin Baobao took her brother's hand and walked in with 3 steps. When she saw the old man sitting on the sofa, she first shushed him, then shushed him again when she saw the program on the internet TV. She stammered, "Dad?" The old man slammed the coffee table. "Do you still think I'm your father?" The siblings were both afraid of the old man. When the old man yelled, she was half scared. Her face turned pale and she said with a sobbing voice, I. The old man sneered. "You've really grown up. Have you forgotten your surname?" Qin Baobao said, "My surname is Qin." "You still dare to talk back?" The old man slammed the coffee table again. Qin Baobao panicked. "I didn't." His sister was so useless. Qinzhe secretly broke out in cold sweat and pushed Wang Zijin forward. "Dad, Mom, this is sister's classmate." Wang Zijin understood Qinzhe's gaze and gave him a comforting, "Leave it to me, look." She smiled gently and said gracefully, "Uncle, Auntie, my name is Wang Zijin. I didn't even tell you that I was coming over." The old man squeezed out a smile. "Zijin, I've heard Baobao talk about you. Welcome, welcome." Cultured people were indeed prideful. Wang Zijin was confident. At this time, Qin Ma smiled and said, "Zijin, do you want some tea?" No. Wang Zijin waved her hand. "Have a cup. There's nothing good to treat you at home." Qin Ma made her a cup of weak tea and said with a smile, "You're so good looking. Baobao, if you're as obedient as you, we'll save you the trouble. Have a seat first. Her father and I have something to deal with." After that, she ignored Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin blinked and cast a look at Qinzhe. "The script is wrong." Qinzhe replied with a look. "Do you know what it means to be older? Treating guests and teaching children a lesson are not bad." Qin Baobao looked at them for help. Wang Zijin replied with a look. "What else can I say? I'm helpless too." She couldn't say, "Don't hit Qin Baobao." This wasn't something an outsider like her should say. She had no position and no right to annoy the 2 old men. She could only control them with the thought that it was inconvenient to hit the child with outsiders. However, cultured people were thick-skinned and turned a blind eye. Chapter 111. What did I tell you? Did you listen to me? How long has it been since you graduated and you dare to go against us? You resigned behind our backs. Don't you know how hard it is to find a good job? Your surname is Qin? I think your surname is Wang." The old man scolded. Qin Baobao lowered her head and did not dare to talk back. Wang Zijin was stunned and turned to look at Qinzhe. As the saying goes, a son knows his father best. Qinzhe immediately understood the old man's scolding tone. He quietly moved to her side and lowered his voice. "Bastard's confinement period, played, finished." Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. She thought, if you want to scold your daughter, so be it. What did I do to provoke you? I was shot even when I was lying down. Don't look down on my dad just because he teaches science. His literary skills aren't the least bit ambiguous. He's also very good at scolding people. Qinzhe said again, but when he saw Mother Qin's glance, he immediately shut up. Are you cut out for the entertainment industry? Is that a place where you can do well? The old man drank tea to moisten his throat and continued scolding. 2 months ago, you quietly resigned and quietly entered Star Art Entertainment. You really are my daughter. I really taught you how to make a name for yourself. Do you know what the internet is saying about you? The old man thought of the comments on the internet and his stomach was filled with anger. He wanted to beat his daughter to death. After scolding for a full 10 minutes, the old man was satisfied. Then the old man took out a feather duster that was not much younger than Xianxia from behind the pillow. Qin Baobao's face turned pale and she was so scared that she took a few steps back. Xianxia's face also changed. This was the murder weapon that was specially prepared for him. The old man shouted, "Stand over here. Didn't I teach you to stand at attention when you're being beaten?" Xianxia, who was next to him, complained in his heart, "You taught me." Qin Baobao cast a pitiful look at Qin Ma. Qin Ma was like an old monk in meditation. Her eyes were focused on her nose and her nose was focused on her heart. "Give me your hand." The old man shouted again. With tears in her eyes, Qin Baobao reluctantly reached out her white and tender right hand. Xianxia looked at his father's expression and knew that he was really angry. It was just like when Qin Baobao signed a contract with a talent scout without authorization. Fortunately, it was only an entry form at that time and there was no legal effect. Even so, the old man still beat him with the feather duster while Qin Ma held the rolling pin. This time he was even more ruthless. He directly signed a contract and debuted on the show. "I told you to cut the internet cable." The old man waved the feather duster. It was obvious that his daughter was the one who cut the internet cable at home. Pa! The feather duster fiercely hit Qin Baobao's palm. The elder sister cried out in pain. Tears streamed down her face. She jumped back like a frightened deer. "Stand over here," the old man shouted. Pa! Another vicious slap. Qin Baobao was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. He had not been beaten like this for many years. Pa! The feather duster hit Xianxia's hand. The old man looked at his crazy son in confusion. Wang Zijin and Qin Ma were also stunned. The elder sister looked at her younger brother with tears in her eyes. That look in her eyes was like looking at the man who supported her. Xianxia himself was also dumbfounded. What the F***ck do I want to die? Am I looking for death? Xianxia saw his elder sister being beaten and uncontrollably stopped him. It was almost instinctive and subconscious. It was strange. He watched his elder sister being beaten up happily. But now, he found that he could not bear to see his elder sister being beaten. "You may not believe it, but my hand moved on its own. Can I withdraw?" The old man stared at him. There seemed to be a storm gathering in his eyes. It was too late for regrets. So he straightened his neck and said, "Dad, don't hit her. I didn't supervise her well." The old man sneered. "Did you supervise her?" Xianxia said guiltily, "I did, right?" The old man sneered again. "You're also my good son. Why didn't I realize that you were so talented? You wrote songs and played the piano. When I taught you, you were like a piece of rotten wood. One day when you were free, you turned over a new leaf and became a great talent. As a father, I didn't have the ability to teach my son. I misled him. Is that what you mean? You are really my good son." Xianxia said subconsciously, "Dad is right." The second half of the sentence, "I was wrong," was stuck in his throat. "Dad is right. I was wrong," was the official standard sentence for father and son. Every time the old man beat up Xianxia or when Xianxia was about to be beaten, he would say this sentence. Xianxia had become a conditioned reflex. But halfway through, he suddenly realized that the grammar was correct, but it was not used at the right time. The veins on the old man's forehead were jumping in anger. His thunderous anger was brewing, and it was expected that he would explode in a few seconds. At this time he received a mission prompt from the system. Taking advantage of the gap between the old man's brewing power, Xianxia opened the mission and looked at it. "Help Qin Bao get through the difficulties. If you succeed, you will be rewarded 160 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount of points." It meant that he had to take the blame for Qin Baobao and take the beating for her. I actually have such a perverted desire in my heart? Dad, in fact, I encouraged her to be a star. Xianxia said loudly, "It's all my fault. If you want to beat me, just beat me." Qin Baobao was moved by her brother's bravery and took a step back happily. The old man pointed at Xianxia with his finger and gritted his teeth. Xianxia obediently stretched out his hand. The old man sneered twice. "Who said I want to beat your hand?" Xianxia had a bad premonition in his heart. The old man's angry roar rang in his ears. "Kneel down." When he was a child, Xianxia did something wrong. The old man pulled his son by the ear into the study and made Xianxia kneel down. He waved the feather duster as if he was waving a bayonet at the Japanese. At this moment, Xianxia finally recalled the fear of being dominated by the old man and the humiliation of being locked up in the study as a punishment. Dad, I was wrong. What I said just now was false. You should continue to beat Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe said loudly. His sister quickly retreated and hid far away, looking at him warily. The old man's way of educating his son was to not talk nonsense if he could do it. He went behind Qin Zhe, raised the feather duster and hit it hard. There was a muffled sound, not as crisp as the slap just now. Qin Zhe grimaced in pain. The old man was obviously holding back when he hit his sister. Qin Zhe suddenly realized that he couldn't escape this beating. After the beating, his sister would beat him. Otherwise, why would they let him come back together? I asked you to instigate her. I asked you to write songs for her. I asked you to hide it for her. You've got guts. While the old man was beating his son, he didn't forget to warn his daughter. Qin Baobao was timid. Every time her father's stick fell, she would tremble. It was as if the stick wasn't on Qin Zhe's body but on her. Wang Zijin saw that Qin Zhe was being punished. She opened her mouth but couldn't think of a reasonable reason to stop it. Wasn't it natural for a father to beat his son? She was an outsider. How could she stop it? Her words had no weight at all. The old man was beating happily when suddenly there was a crack. This old feather duster finally couldn't bear the burden and broke. Qin Zhe heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, perseverance was victory. Finally, this evil feather duster died. Qin Baobao also heaved a sigh of relief. The feather duster was broken. After her father beat her brother to vent his anger, there would be nothing to beat her with. Wang Zijin also heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Qin Zhe being beaten, she actually felt a trace of heartache. The old man sneered. I still have a belt. Qin Zhe, Qin Baobao, Wang Zijin, all right, your anger should have subsided. Qin Ma stepped in at the right time to be the peacemaker. She was used to playing this role. The old man was the bad guy and she was the good guy. After the old man gave the big stick, Qin Ma gave the sweet jujube. Hugging little Qin Zhe, she said, Baby son, don't cry. Mommy will give you a kiss. Qin Baobao's kiss reward was mostly passed down from her mother. Of course, there were also mixed doubles. For example, Qin Baobao changed her name and signed a contract with a talent scout. Another example was Qin Zhe being instigated by his sister to steal the family's money to buy popsicles. It's already past 10. Rest first. We'll talk another day. Qin Ma's casual words had the siblings' faces changing. The old man threw the feather duster away and scolded, I'll teach you a lesson tomorrow. He then turned around and walked to the master bedroom. When he passed by Qin Baobao, he glared at her. And you? The old man slammed the door. Qin Ma stayed behind to clean things up. Looking at her son and daughter, she poked her daughter's forehead. You're asking for trouble. You got your younger brother into trouble. Qin Baobao pouted. She could not act coquettishly in front of her mother as usual. This was because her mother and father were on the same side. It's so late. Sleep at home. Qin Baobao said reluctantly, okay. She could not escape. Zijin, sleep with Baobao. Auntie will cook for you tomorrow. Qin Ma said pleasantly. Okay. Thank you, Auntie. Wang Zijin was also a woman who knew how to act. Her smile was impeccable. Mom, I have to go to work tomorrow. I'll leave after sleeping for a night. Qin Baobao said immediately. Leave? Qin Ma laughed. You can't leave until this matter is resolved. Qin Zhe's room was next to his sister's. He held his waist and went back to his room. Qin Baobao followed him. Go back to your room. I don't want to see you. Qin Zhe scolded. I told you that I would take the blame for you sooner or later. Qin Baobao was like a little white rabbit in front of her father, but in front of her younger brother she was like a big tiger baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. She said righteously, You're the younger brother, so you have to take the blame for me. He could not be bothered to reason with women. Qin Zhe felt a burning pain on his back and took off his coat. Qin Baobao blushed for the first time. She spat and scolded, I know you have a good figure. You show off every day. Crazy. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes and turned around. My back hurts. Help me take a look. Qin Baobao was stunned. There were dozens of bruises on Qin Zhe's back. The most serious one was purple. It was a ghastly sight. After a few seconds, his sister burst into tears. She wiped her tears and ran out of the room. Mom, Dad beat A's up. Woo! Mrs. Qin was washing up in the bathroom when she heard the commotion. She was shocked and thought that something had happened to her son. She ran into the room with her daughter. Wang Zijin was next door. She heard the commotion and came over as well. It's fine. It's just bruises. Qin Ma heaved a sigh of relief. When he was young, Qin Zhe was often beaten until his butt was bruised. But bruises on his butt were not scary. who had not been beaten by their parents when they were young. The bruises on his back gave people the illusion of being abused. Don't just stand there. Buy a bottle of wine Baiyao for your brother. Qinma ordered her daughter. Qin Baobao wiped her tears and went out. Chapter 112. Does it hurt? That bastard didn't hold back at all. Qinma felt sorry for her son. I didn't see you pleading for mercy just now. Qinzhe lay on the bed, full of resentment. I'm not on your side this time. Aze, it's not like you didn't know your father's bottom line. You just had to go and provoke him. Serves you right. Qinzhe didn't say anything. Qinma complained a little more and left. Only Wang Zijin and Qinzhe were left in the room. Wang Zijin had just changed into her pajamas. The style was still the same as the old teddy bear pajamas. Her beautiful long black hair, dignified and beautiful oval face, tender and pink skin, and the most outstanding thing was a pair of amorous peach blossom eyes and a well-proportioned and graceful figure. Sister Zijin is so beautiful. Qinzhe flattered. Who's prettier, me or your sister? Wang Zijin blinked, a little mischievously. Was this a copy of, who should I save first if my wife or my mother falls into the water? Qinzhe was a veteran of the internet and had a lot of experience. He knew how to deal with such difficult questions. He said, of course Sister Zijin is prettier. Qin Baobao is a servant. If it was his sister who asked, the answer would be reversed. Wang Zijin laughed and said, Baobao, I'll tell her when she comes back. Life is full of tricks. It's either you trick me or I trick you. Qinzhe could only laugh dryly. I've let you see a joke. It's so embarrassing. Qinzhe said awkwardly. Wang Zijin walked closer and looked at the bruises on Qinzhe's back. She felt an inexplicable heartache. She reached out to touch his bruises and pulled her hand back in midair. She said softly, it's really an eye-opener. Who would hit their son like this? There was a hint of indignation in his tone as he continued, I can see that you and Bao Bao respect Uncle Qin a lot. Otherwise you're already an adult. If you really don't want to, why would you have to endure this beating? His sister had seen the world in the capital. She had come into contact with all kinds of people. In this world, there were many people who would not even recognize their biological parents once they became rich, let alone friends. But whether it's you or Bao Bao, you're happy to let Uncle Qin take care of you. If he wants you to hit me, I'll hit you. That's great. Qinzhe sneered, I'm like that, but Qin Bao Bao doesn't have the guts. She's really scared. Don't think so badly of Bao Bao. She's just a little coy in front of you, but she's really fierce in school. Wang Zijin flicked her finger on his head and said softly, if you want to talk about dissatisfaction, there are some. Uncle Qin is too pedantic. Why bother? Isn't it good to be a superstar these days? The pay for a random movie was worth several years of hard work in the education industry. How many people hoped that their beautiful daughter would become a superstar these days? It meant that money would flow into their home like water. Although Qinzhe was beaten up, he was very protective of his father. He retorted, my father is not pedantic. 2 months ago he said to me, men become independent at 30. Why are you in a hurry to find a wife? When you're 30, find an 18-year-old. Look at how open-minded he is. It's just that the entertainment industry is too deep. There are all kinds of messy things happening. As for our family, we're just a little rich. We can't protect her. Qin Bao Bao has been beautiful since she was young. The fortune teller said, once she enters Zhai Xing Lu, glory, splendor, and wealth will come rolling in. What does that mean? Wang Zijin didn't understand. Qinzhe curled his lips. This poem describes a generation's demon concubine, Daji. It says that Qin Bao Bao has a face of disaster. It's really F*** accurate. At that time she was only 10 years old. She was a living immortal. Once she enters the entertainment industry, she's a delicious cake that everyone wants to take a bite out of. Do you think my father can be at ease? What if one day the newspapers expose that Qin Bao Bao and Qin Bao Bao went in and out of a hotel with Qin Bao Bao again the next day? How terrible. Wang Zijin comforted him. You have to believe in your sister. Bao Bao might emerge from the mud untainted. She said she'll hold her bottom line. Qinzhe rolled his eyes. She still thinks she's a little fairy. Wang Zijin hit him hard. Then why are you still supporting her? Qinzhe was speechless. He pushed his sister into the entertainment industry partly because he had no choice but to complete the mission. The other reason was that he was soft-hearted and couldn't stand Qin Bao Bao's coquetry. Furthermore, he felt that with the system in his hands, he had the world. He was confident that he could protect his sister. He was indeed working hard towards his goal. Otherwise, why would he teach Li Donglai so wholeheartedly? Why would he still go when Li Donglai invited him to karaoke even though he didn't like it? He had to expand his network. How could he manage his network if he stayed at home all day to invest in stocks? The current Li Donglai was too immature. He only treated it as a long-term investment. The real short-term investment was still Nanman Pei. He was a Guanyin Bodhisattva. The appearance of the system was equivalent to giving him a peerless divine weapon. On the path forward, he was still the one who had to cut through all the obstacles. Not long after, Qin Baobao came out with a bottle of Huayan Baiyao spray. There was a 24-hour pharmacy in the neighborhood. Wang Zijin said, "I'm going to take a shower first." The siblings were left alone. Qin Baobao asked Qin Zhe to lie on the bed. She took off her slippers and straddled her brother's waist so that it was convenient for her to apply the medicine on him. Seeing the shocking scars on her brother's back, Qin Baobao's tears flowed down. She scolded, "Damn old man, you don't know how to control your strength. You're his only son. Let's see if he doesn't regret it when you get injured." His sister sprayed the medicine on his back. Qin Zhe only felt a cooling sensation followed by a burning pain. Qin Baobao's fingertips were cold. She gently stroked her brother's strong back. She cried and cursed with deep resentment, "You're already so old, yet you're still so hot-tempered. Mom really doesn't know how to pick a man." Qin Zhe said helplessly, "You only know how to flaunt your sharp tongue after the incident. Who was the one who was scared silly just now?" Qin Baobao was unconvinced. "He can hit me if he wants to, but he can't hit A's." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. "Who was the one who retreated just now?" Qin Baobao cried, "You're a man. If you don't protect your sister, who will? Sister can only rely on A's. After all, sister, I brought you up with a handful of shit and tears." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. "It's good that you know." Qin Baobao said after the fact, "If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want to make things difficult for you, I would have fought that damn old man to the death. For A's, I'm even willing to PK him in real life." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes again. He thought to himself, "You're almost becoming all-mouthy king." But seeing his sister crying so sadly, he didn't expose her. Qin Baobao rejoiced, "Fortunately you're stubborn. Otherwise, I'd have to send you to Germany's orthopedics department." Germany's orthopedics department. Qin Zhe looked at his sister with a strange expression. He forgot to pursue the fact that she was stubborn. "What's wrong?" Qin Baobao was at a loss. Where did you learn that term?" A lot of people on Weibo said that without rhyme or reason, they used the words Germany's orthopedics department. Qin Baobao showed a smug expression and was very pleased with herself. "I also know how to use internet memes." Qin Zhe asked, "Do you know the meaning of this term?" His sister, who didn't watch anime or visit forums, tilted her head and said, "I don't know. There's a bunch of memes on the internet such as mantis eel, mantis shrimp, and all sorts of other things. Although I often see them, I just don't know what they mean." Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, "Promise me that you won't search for Germany's orthopedics department." "What?" "Because it's poisonous." At this moment, Qin Zhe felt something dripping from his back. What is it?" "Qin Baobao, did your snot fall on me?" Qin Zhe's expression changed drastically. "No, it's just tears," his sister quibbled and quickly grabbed Qin Zhe's short-sleeved shirt to wipe it away. She quickly destroyed the evidence. "Do your tears come in lumps?" Qin Zhe pushed his sister away and sat up in shock and anger. He looked as if he had eaten a dead mouse and said, "Oh my God, you even used my shirt to wipe your snot. How can you talk to your sister like that?" Qin Baobao glared at him. "Just say it's tears. My sister doesn't have snot." "You're a little fairy," Qin Zhe sneered and threw the short-sleeved shirt at Qin Baobao's head. His sister's face turned pale and she quickly threw the short-sleeved shirt far away. She put on a posture of catching a tiger in the mountains and a turtle in the sea. "Qin Zhe, you're asking for it." The siblings started a real-life PK on the bed. Qin Baobao couldn't resist more than 10 moves and was easily subdued. Her brother twisted her hands and pressed her into the messy bedding. Qin Baobao's face was flushed and her hair was messy. She glared at her brother angrily with tears in her eyes, but she didn't give in. It was rare for his sister to be so strong-willed. She didn't beg for mercy or act coquettishly. Perhaps she felt that she was losing her dignity in front of her brother these days, although she wasn't like that in the past. Qin Zhe considerately gave his sister a way out. "Forget it, I won't argue with you." Then the siblings buried the hatchet. Qin Baobao continued to spray medicine on her brother. Suddenly she said faintly, "My kiss can't even repay you." Qin Zhe didn't even think and blurted out, "Then I'll serve you in bed." Words that were said were like water that couldn't be taken back. This was awkward. Unexpectedly, Qin Bao Bao said softly, mm. Qin Zhe was shocked. I knew you wouldn't give up. Qin Bao Bao waved her hand and hit her brother's head 12 times in a row. She took the opportunity to take revenge. Shameless. The two of them fought until 11 o'clock. Qin Bao Bao went back to her room to sleep. Qin Zhe took a shower and went back to his room to lie down. When he gradually felt sleepy, he heard the door handle click. Then Qin Bao Bao sneaked in sneakily. It seemed like she was doing some underground work. Why are you back? Qin Zhe was stunned. Qin Bao Bao shushed him. Mom and Dad are not asleep yet. They are whispering something in the room. Don't let them find out. His sister lifted the quilt and went in. Qin Zhe felt a warm and soft body close to him. A delicate fragrance entered his nose. I was just saying. You really came over. Qin Zhe was a little overwhelmed. What are you thinking? We haven't talked for a long time. I just want to have a long talk with you. A long talk. Qin Bao Bao hid her face in the quilt, not letting her brother see her blush. Qin Zhe was very pretentious. 7 years old and not together. How old are you? Qin Bao Bao was also very pretentious. It's all your fault for wanting to take advantage of me. I had no choice. His sister was a typical case of forgetting the pain after the scar healed. She automatically ignored the wet kiss incident a while ago. The cause was also that she kissed Qin Zhe first. However, Qin Zhe was very rational in the sage period. At this time, it was usually Qin Bao Bao who was causing trouble. Once Qin Zhe was in the zone, Qin Bao Bao could only cry for help. How's the song I asked you to practice? Qin Zhe asked. It's so difficult to sing. I can't sing it at all. Qin Bao Bao's expression was bitter. Qin Bao Bao's voice could handle most songs. High notes were not a problem for her. Except for songs like 500 Years from the Heavens, she had no problems. Qin Zhe had asked her to practice the song. Qin Bao had a hard time. It was too difficult. She often sang halfway and her voice broke. You've been practicing for half a month. You still can't sing? Qin Zhe reached out to pinch her white and tender face. That kind of note is too difficult to sing. Qin Bao Bao pinched his nose and said, change the song for me. Your voice can definitely sing. I think you're just lazy. Qin Zhe was dissatisfied. I can't sing. Qin Bao Bao twisted her body in the quilt. Don't twist. Qin Zhe's expression changed. What's wrong? His sister asked. Qin Zhe did not answer. He sucked in his stomach. Qin Bao Bao understood and said angrily, you should let Dad beat you to death. You can't even sing a song well. What's the difference between you and a salted fish? Qin Bao Bao, you're a woman who's going to be a big star. Qin Zhe changed the topic. His sister's voice was not crisp and ethereal. It was considered heavy and textured among women's voices. They chatted until midnight and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Qin Zhe woke up at 7 o'clock. The sun shone through the gaps in the curtains. Dust floated in the light. Qin Bao Bao was sleeping beside him. A pair of slender legs were wrapped around his brother's waist. Her face was buried in Qin Zhe's neck. A faint shampoo fragrance came from her hair. Under her pajamas, the outline of her 36D was so clear. Qin Zhe's first reaction after waking up was to touch his penis to see if it was in high spirits. Fortunately, it wasn't. Otherwise, Qin Bao Bao might despise him again. This didn't seem to be something to be happy about. He hugged his sister's waist and prepared to sleep for a while. Just then the door opened. Mom's voice came, I didn't see Bao Bao early in the morning. She's not in the room. Did she go to work? You should get up. Chapter 113. Qin Ma pushed the door open and entered. She was stunned by the scene in the room. Her son and daughter were lying on the bed, snuggling up to each other and sleeping soundly. Qin Ma was a gentle and kind woman, but her eyebrows still twitched fiercely. Qin Bao Bao was sleeping soundly. Qin Zhe, who was awake, was so scared that his liver trembled. He felt inexplicably guilty. He deliberately pretended that he had just woken up. He sat up and said in a daze, how would I know where Qin Bao Bao went? Oh, so she's here. Mom, Qin Bao Bao is so annoying. She refused to leave last night. The quick-witted Qin Zhe pushed the blame to his sister. Qin Ma said in a low voice, Bao Bao. Qin Ma saw that her daughter and son were fully dressed and was slightly relieved. Qin Bao Bao woke up after being pushed by her brother a few times. She squinted her eyes and sat up with a dazed look on her face. When she saw her mother standing by the bed, her body quivered and her sleepiness disappeared. She mumbled, Oh Mom, it's all Qin Zhe's fault. He insisted on chatting with me last night. The quick-witted Qin Baobao pushed the blame to her brother. Qin Ma's mouth twitched. You're really siblings. Can't you be more serious? How old are you? Why are you still sleeping together? Nonsense. Get up and wash up. We're waiting for you two to have breakfast. Qin Ma reprimanded a few times and left with a frown. Qin Baobao reached out and pulled her brother's ear. She said angrily, Why didn't you lock the door? Why didn't you lock the door? Qin Zhe retorted, You were the one who entered my room. Why didn't you remember to lock the door? Qin Baobao said angrily, Sister was sleeping with you. What's wrong with you locking the door? Qin Zhe was so scared that he peed his pants. *CK keep your voice down. If Dad hears us, we'll be dead. Fortunately, it was his mother who pushed the door open. If it was his grandfather, he would have booked a German orthopedics bed. After washing up, the two of them went to the living room. Grandpa Sheng was sitting in the main seat that symbolized the head of the family. On his left and right were Qin Ma and Wang Zijin. The old man glanced at his late children and frowned as he reprimanded them. What time is it? You still need your mother to wake you up? Is this the attitude you should have at work? He then pointed at Wang Zijin and said, Zijin has already woken up. Baobao, why are you still not coming out? Wang Zijin remained silent. His sister and Qin Zhe looked at each other, lowered their heads and quickly sat down to eat the porridge. He looked like he had a guilty conscience. Qin Ma saw this and her face was full of worry. The son and daughter had been close since they were young, but they had grown up. Qin Zhe secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that his mother didn't say anything. He thanked his mother for not killing him. Grandpa Sheng looked at his daughter and said, Go back and quit your job. Find a better one. Qin Baobao turned to look at her brother. Seeing his indifferent attitude, she hated him in her heart. Dad, the contract hasn't expired yet. If we break the contract, we will have to pay. Fine. Grandpa Sheng slammed the table. Our family doesn't lack this money. Qin Baobao said weakly, The penalty is 3 million. Grandpa Sheng was a rare person who lacked ambition. Qin Zhe couldn't hold back and laughed. Grandpa Sheng was angry. What are you laughing at? Are you itching for a beating? Didn't you have enough last night? Qin Zhe lowered his head and didn't say anything. He and his sister had discussed countermeasures last night. Making a scene in front of Grandpa Sheng wouldn't work. When faced with a thorny problem, there were two ways to solve it. Force yourself on him or make him cook the rice. Qin Baobao had already signed a contract with Star Art. With the contract, it was legally binding. No matter how unwilling the old man was, he had no choice but to accept it. Unless he could pay the penalty for breaching the contract or bear to see his daughter sued in court. Grandpa Sheng was caught unprepared. The ancient people who created these two idioms were really smart. What is this? What is this? Grandpa Sheng slammed the table angrily. Wang Zijin said softly, Uncle Baobao's conditions are very good. This path is very suitable. I know Uncle's concerns. My family has some connections with the Shanghai Radio and Television Bureau. I will give them a call later and let them know. Don't worry, Baobao won't be bullied. Grandpa Sheng heard and quickly picked up a piece of pickled vegetable for Wang Zijin. Grandpa Sheng was angry, but his children had grown up. He couldn't force his daughter to make decisions for her future like when they were still students. Although his children still respected him, there was nothing he could do if they disobeyed him. Qin Zhe knew that Wang Zijin was talking nonsense. She had already fallen out with her family. Her credit cards were frozen and her finances were blocked. She was just using the tiger's skin to pull the flag. Looking at her calm and confident face, she was able to fool the highly skilled old master. This elder sister was not a naive, sweet, and naive woman. After breakfast, Grandpa Sheng took his briefcase and went to school. Qin Ma was a full-time housewife and didn't work. Qin Baobao went back to her room to practice her singing. Qin Zhe went back to his room to immerse himself in the stock market. In the living room, Wang Zijin and Qin Ma were chatting. Qin Zhe asked Wang Zijin why she didn't go to work. Wang Zijin said she was in a bad mood and took a day off. Okay, as long as you're happy. The TV was on and it was casually playing a period drama. These days, the quality of TV dramas was declining day by day. The special effects were mediocre and the plot was terrible. The selling points were all on the celebrities. However, they didn't have any acting skills and only relied on their faces. Zijin, I heard from Baobao that your family is in Beijing? Qin Ma peeled an apple and handed it to Wang Zijin. Thank you, Auntie. Wang Zijin took the apple and took a bite. Yes. What does your father do? Qin Ma asked again. Wang Zijin didn't leak anything. My father is a civil servant. 2 years ago he was sent to Shanghai to work. I went to high school in Fudan University-affiliated high school. Bao Bao and I were deskmates. Mrs. Qin finally understood. So he was the son of a government official. Since she was back in Beijing, it meant that she had been promoted. It seemed that this girl wasn't lying when she said that her family was related to the Shanghai Radio, Film and TV Bureau. Do you have a boyfriend? Qin Ma asked again. Wang Zijin was inexplicably embarrassed. These days she had been listening to Qin Bao talking nonsense and trying to matchmake her and Qin Zhe. When she turned her head and heard Qin Ma's question, she was particularly sensitive. She thought to herself, "Are you going to ask me what do you think of our son?" No. Wang Zijin smiled. Qin Ma sighed. In today's society, men are not in a hurry to get a wife. But women are different. While they are still young they should find a good partner. When they become an old lady no one will want them. No wonder her daughter was always unwilling to go on blind dates. It turned out that there was someone accompanying her. Birds of a feather flock together. Bao Bao is not reassuring. She is heartless and doesn't even care about marriage. As a mother I am worried. Auntie, don't worry. I know a lot of handsome young men. I will introduce them to Bao Bao another day. Wang Zijin was very good at chatting. She could always follow Qin Ma's train of thought and make her happy. After chatting for less than half an hour, Qin Ma wanted to take her as her goddaughter. Qin Ma took Wang Zijin's hand and walked into the master bedroom. She opened the photo album of her daughter and son when they were young and showed it to her. In the morning sun, Wang Zijin put the photo album on her lap and looked down. The first page was of Qin Bao and Qin Zhe when they were babies. They were lying in the cradle with the same wrinkled little faces. Qin Zhe was sleeping quietly while Qin Bao was crying loudly. The color of the two photos was different. They were not taken at the same time. Qin Bao was 3 years older than Qin Zhe. On the second page Qin Zhe was still a baby in the cradle. Beside the crib, Qin Bao was wearing a white princess dress. She was 2 or 3 years old. She bent down and kissed her brother's forehead. On the third page Qin Zhe, who had just been weaned, was sitting in the bathtub. Qin Bao was squatting beside him. She reached out and pinched her brother's little brother. Qin Zhe was crying loudly. On the fourth page Qin Zhe, who was in kindergarten, and Qin Bao, who was in elementary school, were taking a photo side by side. They were both carrying small cloth bags. The elder sister hit her brother's head with a karate chop. When they were little, Qin Bao had a big round face while Qin Zhe was thin and small. On the fifth page Qin Bao was hugging Qin Zhe's shoulder. The heads of the siblings were leaning against each other. In the photo Qin Bao had grown into a tall little beauty. Her face was no longer round and her face was thin. Her facial features were beautiful and her eyes were bright. Qin Zhe still looked like a child. He was about 12 or 13 years old. He was shorter than Qin Bao by a head. On the sixth page the photo was probably taken at the same time as the previous one. The two of them had not changed much. Qin Bao was wearing a ballet dress. She looked like a beautiful and noble little swan. She was accompanied by an ugly duckling. The girl was playfully pulling her brother's face. The younger brother looked at his elder sister with disdain. The picture was frozen. On the sixth page, the seventh page, the eighth page. Wang Zijin flipped through the photos quietly. It was as if she was looking at the childhood of Qin Bao and Qin Zhe. They were always laughing and fighting. Most of the time, it was the elder sister bullying the younger brother. Of course, there were also pictures of the younger brother turning the tables. Until Qin Zhe entered high school, the two of them rarely took photos together alone. It was either a family photo or standing in a well-behaved manner. Time urged people to grow up and at the same time, it created an invisible barrier. Every pair of siblings would grow apart as they grew up. They were no longer as close as they were when they were children. Wang Zijin looked at the photos and suddenly felt a sense of loss. She couldn't figure out the reason. It was probably because of the sensitivity and fragility of female hipsters. On second thought she realized that it wasn't right. Normal siblings might be like this, but according to her feelings of being with them day and night, time didn't seem to have caused a gap between them. The distance in the photos was probably for their parents to see. At noon. After lunch, Qin Zhe suggested that they go watch a movie. Wang Zijin gladly agreed. "Miss, shall we ride a shared bike or take a taxi?" Qin Zhe asked. "Take a taxi. The weather is too hot. I don't want to ride a bike." Wang Zijin's expression was normal. She didn't react as exaggeratedly as Qin Bao. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Sure enough, this title is poisonous to my sister." He had lost more than 30,000 yuan in the stock market today. It was all in the short term. He needed to be comforted by Miss Wang. Unless he could predict the future, he would definitely lose some money. The system explained, the host's level is too low. Please work hard and help me level up. Xianxia asked, what level will I be at if I cultivate to the maximum level? Can I reach out and grab a bullet or kick a nuclear warhead? The system replied, please face reality. The purpose of your cultivation is to provide energy for the system. Don't think too much. It also explained the law of conservation of energy and biogenetics in detail. Xianxia could only give up on his dream of being a hero. Xianxia and Wang Zijin had just left the room when Qin Baobao, who had just finished communicating with her manager, walked out of the room. She looked around and asked, Mom, where are my brother and Zijin? They went out. I think they went to watch a movie. Qin Ma was mopping the floor when she remembered something. Baobao, I helped you look at a few guys. They're quite handsome. Qin Baobao's mood was inexplicably bad. She said impatiently, blind date, blind date. Can't you do something else besides blind dates? She turned around and went back to her room, slamming the door. Qin Ma was at a loss. This child. Qin Baobao's room was on the south side. From the window she could see the gate of the neighborhood. She stood by the window and looked out. She just happened to see Wang Zijin and Xianxia walking side by side towards the gate of the neighborhood. The two of them seemed to be talking and laughing. Wang Zijin didn't stand on ceremony and threw her bag to Xianxia. Qin Baobao looked at this scene and was in a daze. She was a little regretful. She regretted matchmaking Xianxia and Wang Zijin. There was no reason. She just regretted it. At first, she thought that Wang Zijin definitely wouldn't like Xianxia, and Xianxia had repeatedly offended her, so she came up with the idea of making her brother happy. She wanted him to shift his attention away from her. But when she saw her brother and Wang Zijin getting closer and closer, she couldn't stand it. Qin Baobao attributed all this to forgetting his mother after marrying a wife. She was that mother. As for whether Qin Ma had any opinions, she didn't care. She looked at the two figures walking away and was in a daze. Chapter 114. That night, Grandpa Sheng was watching the financial news in the living room when Qin Ma came over with a plate of grapes. Where are they? Grandpa Sheng's eyes never left the TV. They went back in the afternoon. Qin Ma picked a grape and handed it to him. Grandpa Sheng snorted. Two ingrates. Don't they know how to stay at home for a few more days? Qin Ma complained. Come back to look at your face or come back to be beaten up by you? If you miss them, just say so. Don't be so pretentious. If it weren't for your bad temper, why would A's and Baobao hide outside and not come home? Grandpa Sheng snorted. What does it have to do with me? You're the one who arranged the blind dates. That's why our daughter didn't come back. There was a saying that went, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Seeing the couple shift the blame to each other, it was obvious who Xianxia and Qin Baobao learned from. Speaking of the blind dates, Qin Ma pushed her husband and said with a frown, Old Qin, let me tell you. Ace is also an intern now. Why don't you let him come back and live here? Grandpa Sheng glanced at her and asked curiously, come back and live here? Baobao, I don't feel at ease if he lives alone. Qin Ma thought to herself, I don't feel at ease if they live together. Haven't you thought that it's inconvenient for them to live together? Qin Ma said. What do you mean? Grandpa Sheng finally moved his eyes away from the TV. If the siblings live together, it'll be difficult for them to find a boyfriend. Baobao. Qin Ma thought about it and decided not to tell her husband what she saw in the morning. She was afraid that he would take a broom and kill them. At this time the financial news ended. Grandpa Sheng pressed the remote control to change the channel. Coincidentally, there was a news segment. We often say that the wedding night is one of the 4 joys of life. It should be happy and lively. However, something heart-wrenching and infuriating happened in XX City. There was a younger brother who had a conflict with his sister and brother-in-law on the wedding night and injured the newlyweds. The reason was, I didn't find a girlfriend and you can't get married. The old man frowned. There are all kinds of people here. Qin Ma thought of something and said with a worried face, I think we should hurry up and find a partner for Baobao. I think you're just too free. You have nothing to do at home. On Friday, Xianxia and his 2 sisters were sitting on the sofa watching TV. The program was I Am a Singer. Now that his sisters had money, Xianxia's song copyright fees, repairing a TV was nothing. Even if he bought 10 TV sets, his sisters would not bat an eyelid. Huang Yuding is a little weak. Xianxia commented that popular singer Huang Yuding's performance was average, but compared to Qin Baobao and Wales, 2 rising stars, he seemed powerless. Li Shuigang is the same. He only sings rock songs and occasionally changes to new songs, but he's not particularly good at it. Wang Zijin also commented. That's right. Distance tests a horse's strength. I'm a fine steed. Qin Baobao said proudly. Qin Zhe turned his head. Fine steed, let me ride? Qin Baobao slapped her brother's head and raised her eyebrows. You actually want to ride me? Qin Zhe was stunned. He was just casually ridiculing and definitely did not mean anything else. Qin Baobao was getting more and more dirty recently. Who gave you the courage? Qin Zhe clenched his fist and his bones cracked. I'm wrong. Qin Baobao shrank behind her best friend and unfairly pushed Wang Zijin out to take the bullet. After the show ended, Yin Jia looked at the camera and said loudly, "There's an Easter egg at the end." I Am a Singer had already entered the final stage. The Easter egg was an introduction to the finals, such as the competition system, national broadcast, celebrity guest singers. It threw out a few gimmicks to attract popularity. The scene flashed and Huang Yuding was sitting on a chair with the camera pointed at him. This person is my best friend for many years and is also a big star in the music industry. His name is not unfamiliar to everyone, but I can't reveal it yet. Then it was Li Xuegang. My guest singer was also a popular king in the music industry, but now he has been developing in the film industry. He didn't want to come at first because he was afraid that he would be a hindrance. I begged him for a long time before he agreed. The others were the same, full of gimmicks. Who is your guest singer? Qin Zhe expressed his curiosity. Wang Zijin also pricked up her ears. Her sister started to play around again. Guess. Guess if I'll guess. Guess if I'll guess if you'll guess. Qin Zhe was so angry that he slapped her butt. Qin Baobao cried out in pain and covered her butt. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wanting to fight Qin Zhe to the death. Wang Zijin quickly hugged her waist. Zijin, let go. I'm going to clean house today. This guy doesn't see me as his sister at all. Qin Baobao deliberately struggled fiercely. Wang Zijin said, Okay, don't lower yourself to his level. Qin Baobao glared. No, I can't let him go like this. Let go. Wang Zijin said helplessly, Why? I can't bear to see you humiliate yourself. Qin Baobao said angrily, Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm afraid of him? Wang Zijin silently withdrew her hand. Qin Baobao changed the topic. I'm just too lazy to argue with him. Qin Zhe silently watched his sister's one-man show. He browsed the forums and Tiepa. He still didn't like to use Weibo. At this time he saw a post. The TV series starring Zhang Jinyun and Chu Yuyu, the great general of Ming, will be released in early September. I've been waiting for half a year. I was looking forward to it, but when I saw the trailer, damn, what the hell is the opening song? The lyrics are not classical, and the singing is like a modern love song. It's at least a historical costume drama. There were 999 plus replies. The netizens all liked it. Just treat it as a MV. The trailer looks good, but the song is too bad. It doesn't fit the theme. My expectations for this drama dropped to zero. What a pity, my goddess Chu. It's better not to air the trailer. So bad. Not too good, at least it matches classical songs. I just finished scolding on Weibo. I'll continue scolding on Tieba. Qin Zhe was also paying attention to this drama. The actor Zhang Jinyun was handsome and good at acting. He was Qin Zhe's favorite actor. The actress Chu Yuyu was one of the most popular female artists. She had a beautiful and refined face. She specialized in costume dramas and was known as the goddess of costume dramas. Her acting was okay. Seeing the scolding online and the reaction was fierce, he was curious. He clicked on the MV uploaded by the original poster. It was indeed spicy. Not to mention whether it fit the theme of the drama, just listening to the song without watching the MV gave people the feeling that it was a family drama. They instantly felt out of character. The next day, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin went out together, leaving Qin Zhe alone at home to watch the door. He suddenly realized that even though he had nothing to do at home, he was bored after staying for a long time. He felt like moldy tofu. It was fine if Qin Baobao accompanied him at home. He could bully her. But when Wang Zijin and his sister went out together, he was all alone. During this period, other than I Am a Singer, the drama Great Ming's Liang General was the hottest topic. But that theme song was too low class. The fans were scolding and blocking the official Weibo account every day. All kinds of jokes were endless. Can't they change the song? With such a big production team, they can't even find a composer? I don't have the energy to complain about this theme song. I feel like a song will ruin the drama. The production team did it on purpose, right? To make it more popular? I have to say you succeeded. Well, I don't plan to watch this drama. The first theme song in history to go to the wrong set. If you can't find a composer, we'll recommend you. Don't ruin the drama because of a song. Qin Bao Bao. F*ck, how could I forget that there's still Qin Bao Bao's brother in the music industry? Find a song and ask him for one. Are you afraid that there won't be a good song? Yes. Su Yunhan's new album's title song was written by Qin Bao Bao. F*ck, how could I forget this god? Ask Qin Bao Bao for a song. If you don't know this, how can you survive in the entertainment industry? Great Ming's Liang General, Director, there are more and more people scolding us online. Director, it's about time. The hype is enough. If this continues, will it get out of control? It's already out of control. Many people are saying that they want to abandon the drama. Who would abandon the drama for a song? They're just shouting blindly. But if there are too many negative comments, it will affect the ratings. The director said, let the PR department release a statement immediately. If there are people scolding, it means that our hype is very successful. Quickly put the real theme song and make a new promotional video. Life was full of tricks. The crew were not fools. Couldn't they tell if the theme song was suitable or not? Everything was for the sake of self-deprecating to attract attention. Once the hype was up and the goal of attracting attention was achieved, they would start to clean up the mess and put the real theme song on. It was the same as celebrity scandals. It was a hype trick. Soon, the crew's new promotional video was released. The theme song was surging and was suitable for the background of the drama. But, a new promotional video? The theme song is SOSO. At most, it fits the theme. It's really not good. After waiting all day, you're just going to let me listen to this? MDZZ. The production is not attentive. A good song can complement the drama, but a bad song is likely to ruin a good drama. Do you have to go so far? This song is much better than the previous one. Are you watching the drama or listening to the song? That's right. The promotional video is still very good. I'm here for Zhang Jinyun. I'm used to scolding. I just want to complain. What did the crew say on Weibo just now? We'll definitely be satisfied. We'll definitely do our best to choose a good song. King believe them. This song is just SOSO. It's really not good. If they had released this song earlier, even if someone complained, it wouldn't have been so intense. It shows that the crew is not attentive. The drama is probably also shoddy. The most frightening thing was that someone would scold it first regardless of whether it was good or bad. They would scold it first and talk later. It would lead countless netizens astray. Moreover, the theme song was indeed average and could not be said to be very good. At first, there were still people who defended the crew, but in the end there was another wave of scolding. The crew of The Good General. Director, the investors called and asked us to solve the problem quickly. Director, I also received a call here. The investors said that we've hyped it up too much. We have to change the direction of public opinion. The director stomped his feet. The most hateful thing is the brainless scolding. The crew quickly launched a response strategy. By news to clear our names. Let Zhang Jinyun and Chu Yuyu say something on Weibo. Director, do you want to change the song? The director frowned and pondered for a moment. In the end he nodded. Let's find a new song first. We won't change it if we can. The phenomenon of losing control of hype was not common in the entertainment industry, but it was not rare. Many stars and crew had experienced and learned their lesson. Although the public was easily influenced, they were not fools. They would believe whatever you said. On top of that, you have to take into consideration the interference of your competitors. The director suspected that some of the haters were hired by their competitors. Later, Zhang Jinyun and Chu Yuyu posted on Weibo to promote the new film and appeal to fans to support it. It was not easy to slightly change the public opinion, but who knew that not long after, what kind of lousy song is this? Listening to it once dirties my ears, listening to it twice will make me doubt my life. Compared to my brother's song, it's trash. A comment appeared on the crew's official Weibo. The person who posted the comment was Qin Bao Bao. Director Qin Bao Bao is openly criticizing us on Weibo. The staff member in charge of Weibo shouted. Chapter 115. Qin Bao Bao's comment was posted half an hour ago and was pushed to the top of the list by netizens. The netizens replied one after another. Some agreed with it while others scolded Qin Bao Bao. Big boobs, sit tight. I'll send you up. Great minds think alike. Big boobs, this isn't good. Do you want to fight? Zhang Jinyun and Chu Yuyu's fans started scolding. Get lost. So what if you can sing well? Did the crew offend you? Why is Qin Bao Bao joining in the fun? She's causing trouble. The director stomped his feet and scolded. She's trying to ride on the hype. The staff was also angry. She's a newcomer. She's too insensible. She's too full of herself. Director, should we fight back? The crew was already furious because the hype was out of control. Now, Qin Bao Bao had jumped out to fan the flames and hit them when they were down. The girl who saw Qin Bao Bao's comment earlier looked embarrassed. That. Director, this isn't Qin Bao's Weibo account. It's a high-quality imitation. The director leaned in front of the computer to take a look and almost vomited blood. What's wrong with you? You're so careless. The people who were scolding her were all silenced. There were too many high-quality imitations on Weibo. Which celebrity didn't have a few high-quality imitations? Other than not having their real names verified, the imitations were almost real. The netizens' nature was to scold someone without saying a word. Then they quickly realized that this was a high-quality imitation and started another round of scolding. I hate these high-quality imitations the most. Idiots. My whole family will be cremated. Let's disperse. This is fake. A bunch of blind people. They can't even recognize a high-quality imitation. Wei Bao Bao won't take the blame. Qin Bao Bao's fans appeared. I'll help you summon Qin Bao. Don't thank me. If you want to sing a song, ask her. Qin Bao Bao. The director suddenly said, do you have Qin Bao Bao's manager's phone number? Let me check. Are you really going to ask Qin Bao Bao for a song? It's not just Qin Bao Bao. Contact the other composers as well. If there's anyone suitable, we can change the theme song. If not, there's no need to change it. Let the public relations team continue to pay attention to public opinion. The director was not willing to change the theme song from the bottom of his heart. Did he really have to change it just because the netizens said so? What if after the change he still said that he was inferior? Moreover, this way the outside world would think that the production team of Great Ming's Liang General had no stance and would be easily swayed. As a director, he would definitely be ridiculed and laughed at by people in the industry. As the director was thinking about this, the woman in charge of contacting the investors came in from outside and shouted, Director, the investors want to change the theme song. They've already called me 3 times. The director said disdainfully, you've never seen big waves before. Small investors just don't have the confidence. Once the people start talking bad, you'll immediately panic. That being said, he couldn't refuse the request of the sponsor. Hurry up and contact them. Find a good song. If there's a suitable one, we'll change it. Xingyi Entertainment. In the office, Qin Bao Bao and her manager, Li Yanhong, were eating takeout. It was a restaurant that had a good reputation. Although Qin Bao Bao was a local, she didn't like beets. However, this restaurant's food was cheap. For 2 people, 5 dishes, only 400 yuan. After quickly spending the song's copyright fees, Qin Bao Bao fell into a financial crisis. The copyright fees from various channels, such as the KTV, were settled once a month. Qin Bao Bao's account originally had more than 300,000 yuan, but she couldn't keep the money. In Qin Zhe's words, she was a prodigal woman. Qin Bao Bao used to know how to control herself. After all, she had to support her brother's living expenses. Ever since she found out that her brother was overflowing with talent and outstanding ability, she quickly fell and walked further and further down the path of decay. She said with conviction, Sister raised you for so many years. You have to raise sister for a lifetime. When you have money, you have to buy. In addition to buying a set of office wear for her best friend, which was worth 20,000 yuan, she bought 2 sets of summer clothes and a pair of shoes for her brother, which was worth a total of 1,000 yuan. Her parents also had gifts. They gave Qin Ma a 50,000 yuan jade bracelet. Qin Ma couldn't stop smiling. She said that Bao Bao was promising and that her mother didn't give birth to her daughter in vain. Then her sister bought a pair of leather shoes for her grandfather. Her grandfather also revealed a rare smile and said that his daughter was very sensible. As they spoke, the old couple glanced at their son who was already working but didn't say anything. Qin Zhe pretended to look around at the scenery. After leaving home and getting into his sister's little red horse, Qin Zhe fiercely poked his sister's waist and muttered, You said you would help me with my wife's money. His sister was grabbed by the arm and couldn't escape. She cried and laughed as she struggled. In the end, she collapsed on the seat, babbling and half dead. Your money is my money. His sister didn't give in. Qin Zhe pointed his finger like a sword. She quickly changed her words, I'll compensate you. Compensate me with money or with my wife. I'll compensate you with my wife. His sister vowed. Qin Zhe was overjoyed. Are you going to help me chase Sister Ziwei? That was a tough bone to chew. Qin Bao Bao said that she would help her brother chase her best friend, but it was really just words and no action. Qin Bao Bao's eyes were shining and her face was still red. She said shyly, "Hubby, get lost." Qinze was furious. He felt that he was tricked by his sister again. He poked her waist again. Since then, Qin Bao Bao didn't like to talk to Qinze. Qinze hinted several times that he wanted to take care of his wife's money, but she ignored him. He really didn't expect her to be such a sister. Qinze thought to himself. His brother's first round of wife's money was gone. Qin Bao Bao's current equipment: Patek Philippe rose gold ladies watch, LV bag, and Manolo Blahnik handmade high heels that Li Yanhong's relatives brought back from Italy. Halfway through the meal, Li Yanhong's cell phone rang. "Hello, who is this? Is this Li Yanhong, Sister Li? We are from the crew of Great Ming Liang General." Li Yanhong was stunned for a few seconds. She finally remembered what Great Ming Liang General was and said, "What's the matter? Our crew wants to ask Miss Qin for a song. I think you know that the internet is not very satisfied with our theme song." "Hey, it's just a theme song. It's not that serious. Our director also said so, but the sponsor is worried and asked us to change it. We want to eliminate all the negative impact before the TV series is released. They're quite cautious." Li Yanhong said, "Then why don't we meet somewhere to talk?" The other party said, "No, if you have a song, record a small sample first and send it over. After you confirm that you want it, we can talk about other things." Li Yanhong ended the call and said, "The crew of Great Ming Liang General said that they want to ask you for a song. But they didn't say that we have to do it. They said that we should record a small sample and send it to them. Then ignore them." Qin Bao Bao buried her head in eating, her small mouth shiny. It was impossible for her to ask her brother for a song just because someone needed one. Qinze was willing but she wasn't. Last time Su Yunhan's new Can't Stop Loving made her feel distressed and regretful for a while. But this topic is quite popular. It's also very good if you can ride on the popularity. Li Yanhong said, "The popularity of stars in addition to their works is some entertainment gossip. So many stars will let their companies and studios buy news. For example, a certain unscrupulous browser shocked all day long. Whoever wears this dress, men will be silent when they see it, women will be jealous when they see it. Another example is that the most beautiful person in the ancient costume is not her, but her. It's all flattery bought with money." Qin Bao Bao asked, "Great Ming Liang General, what's it about?" She was not interested in ancient military dramas and had not paid attention to it. Li Yanhong searched online. Late Ming Dynasty, Early Qing Dynasty, about a famous general who fought against the Qing Dynasty. Qin Bao Bao said, "Then I have one." Chapter 116. "What songs do you have?" Li Yanhong asked. She remembered that Qin Bao Bao's songs were all written by her brother, but she didn't tell him. Qin Bao Bao didn't answer. Instead she scrolled through Weibo. Suddenly she had an idea and posted, "What do you think about the song request from the cast of De Ming's Liang General? Looking at childhood from afar." She felt that she was now well versed in creating hype. At the same time she finally understood why those celebrities liked to post on Weibo, even if it was just a selfie. However, Qinze's Weibo was calm. He didn't respond to his sister's request at all. Immediately Qin Bao Bao's fans replied, "De Ming's cast asked Qin Bao Bao for a song? Haha, they really did. Big-breasted girl, your brother is ignoring you. That's awkward. I'm afraid of the sudden silence. Brother, you hurt my heart. This is the most awkward Weibo I've ever seen. Everyone watch your mouth. Don't post meaningless things. Just shout 666. My goddess is still so funny. I'm still reminiscing about that video." Qinze was sleeping soundly at this time. The system extracted energy and instantly made him masturbate 7 times in one night. When he woke up, he immediately saw Qin Bao Bao's Weibo through his phone's notification. In order to prevent the photo album incident from happening again, he turned on the notification. "Get lost." He replied on Weibo. "Ask for a song? I feel that my body has been hollowed out. I don't have the time to play with you." He threw his phone aside and went back to sleep. In the office, Qin Bao Bao saw her brother's reply and was immediately pushed to the top by the netizens. Her fans made fun of her. She curled her lips. It didn't matter that Qinze didn't interact with her. Anyway, the song was ready-made. She didn't want Qinze to write another song. Qin Bao Bao took out a song sheet from the drawer of her desk. Qinze wrote it for her a long time ago. She didn't need it and kept it. "Sister Li, contact the recording artist. I'll record a demo. At the set of De Ming's Liang General. In less than half a day, the film crew had already collected a few songs. There were many people in the entertainment industry who made a living in this industry, and there were also quite a few talented people. Every lyricist could compose all kinds of songs. It wasn't as if they had an order, but they did it when they had the inspiration. It was like a painter or writer. If someone wanted a song, they had a song, have it, they could immediately sell it. The director instructed, if you don't have a small sample, go record a small sample. If you don't have a song, find someone to fill in the lyrics. Let's pick a good song, say good song, have a song. The music director clicked his tongue and said, 2 of them are alright, but the rest are just SOS. Some of them aren't even as good as the one we have. If your thinks a song have 8 have you? Su liangs, essays 8 t, as halves? Estimate, su liang testias. My suggestion is to have a more impassioned song score and find a good lyricist to write the lyrics according to the theme of our TV series. The director looked very worried. Try to hurry it up. Half a month before the premiere. If it's too late, the public opinion will be set. It's useless. The song is songs, try your best. Let's settle on the song score first. This song sounds alright and can be considered the most outstanding. Was it sent over by Qin Baobao? No, it was written by Teacher Han last year. The song asked, which one is Qin Baobao's? That shouldn't be the case. Her brother is very popular. Even if it was rushed, the song he wrote shouldn't be too bad. The director shook his head. She didn't send over any songs. Look at Qin Baobao's Weibo. Her brother said, get lost, and that he's not happy to help us write a song. What a pity. The song sighed. The music director looked around and finally decided to use Teacher Han's song. Then he prepared to find the lyrics. A female staff member came in with a middle-aged woman. She said, Director, Qin Baobao's manager is looking for you. The director was stunned and went up to greet her with the song. Li Yanhong took out her business card and handed it over. Director Zhu, I'm here to deliver the demo. Demo? The director was a little confused. Li Yanhong nodded. Qin Baobao's song? The song added. Li Yanhong nodded again. Didn't he say he didn't want to write it? The director was puzzled. Sigh, they're just playing around. Li Yanhong waved her hand. I've already delivered the demo. How can it be fake? The director said, then let's listen to the demo first. When Li Yanhong heard this, she took out her phone and opened a recording file. Qin Baobao's voice rang out from the loudspeaker. Along the gentle curves of the mountains and rivers. Central plains of love, northern and Jiangnan of love. After just 2 lines, the song lit up. Good song. The momentum was strong and the melody was passionate. If it was sung by a strong male voice, the effect would be even better. Facing the ice blades, snow swords, wind and rain, affectionate companionship. Cherish the golden years that God has given me. A man is brave. Why should a man be afraid of danger? My heroic spirit will not change year after year. The studio that was originally a little chaotic quieted down. Everyone gathered around and listened attentively. The music director had already given it 10 points. In his eyes, this song was impeccable. It was a rare good song. The director was hesitant. He was a little tempted, but he still held a wait-and-see attitude. Watch the iron hooves trample over the mountains and rivers. I stand at the heart of the storm, holding the sun and moon as they spin. Blood drowns the world in peace and happiness. I really want to live for another 500 years. When she sang this line, the director's expression changed. He kept repeating it. I stand at the heart of the storm, holding the sun and moon as they spin. The music ended. The director slammed the table and shouted excitedly, good song, good song. The music director beside him was shocked and speechless. He didn't understand why he was so excited. As a professional, he didn't say anything. The director saw the people around him looking and said excitedly, this song is tailor-made for our TV series. Good, this is great. Listen to the lyrics. He played the recording again. Watch the iron hooves trample over the mountains and rivers. Blood drowns the world. Rest in peace in old age. Especially this line, I stand on the cusp of the wind and waves, holding the sun and the moon spinning. Everyone didn't understand. The director said loudly, the sun and moon are bright. The protagonist is a famous general who fought against the Qing dynasty. Isn't he standing at the heart of the storm, holding the sun and moon in his hands? It's so appropriate. Everyone else understood. Li Yanhong said at the right time, not only are the lyrics and music ready, I also brought the accompanying music score. That's great. The music director was happy. It could save a lot of time. The director smiled and said to Li Yanhong, "We'll buy this song." Li Yanhong immediately said, "Bao Bao has a request. The copyright of this song is not for sale. It is only limited to the use of the TV series. Other than that, the crew can't use this song for profit in any way." The director thought for a moment. "No problem. We don't need other copyrights. Then let's talk about the price." Li Yanhong smiled. The next day, the crew of Great Ming's Liang General released a new promotional video on their official Weibo. On Weibo, netizens were discussing. A new promotional video? Did they change the song? Changed again? Is there something wrong with the crew? Is it Qin Zhe's song? It shouldn't be. Didn't you see Qin Bao's Weibo yesterday? Her brother told her to get lost. Get lost? Ah. The netizens chattered for a while and clicked to watch. The heavy and passionate music exploded in the ears of countless netizens. Along the gentle curve of the mountains and rivers, the central plains of love, the northern kingdoms and Jiangnan. Facing the ice blades, snow swords, wind and rain, affectionate companionship. Cherish the golden years that the heavens have given me. Not long after, the comments exploded. Damn, this song is amazing. Do I really want to live for another 500 years? Damn, it makes my blood boil, but at the same time I feel helpless and sad. Borrowing another 500 years from the heavens is probably the most longing wish of the TV series protagonist. Driving out the Qing dynasty and returning the Great Ming dynasty. Unfortunately, the mountains and rivers are broken, and the people's backs are broken. What kind of helplessness is this? Sometimes, humans are poor, so they want to borrow another 500 years from the heavens. This song really took my breath away. Qin Zhe is amazing. This song is written for Great Ming's Liang General, right? Look at the lyrics. I stand in the wind and waves, holding the sun and moon to rotate. At first listen, it feels very imposing and domineering. But here it's not just highlighting domineering. The sun and moon are bright. There's a deeper meaning. Damn it, Qin Bao hasn't posted nude photos of her brother recently. It's infuriating. We must firmly resist this kind of behavior. Everyone go to her Weibo to protest. Let's go, let's go. We want to see our husband's nude photos. Chapter 117. Borrow 500 years from the heavens was on the rise. Deming Liangjiang's new promotional video was well received. It could be said that it saved the falling reputation. No, it was more than that. Because of the popularity of the song, the attention of the new drama also went up a level. The promotional video began to spread on the internet. It was completely viewed as a MV. The charm of a MV was that it could perfectly set off the emotions of a song. Many songs sounded ordinary, but once paired with a MV that fit the theme of the song, be it a poignant love story or a touching family relationship, the effect would be completely different. The promotional image of the cavalry and thousands of soldiers facing each other, paired with the passionate and heroic song Borrow 500 Years from the Heavens, the two complemented each other and the quality increased. A few days ago everyone was complaining, but now they were full of praise. Qin Zhe's reputation as a music genius rose again. The netizens teased, "I admire Qin Zhe when it comes to songwriting, the fastest gunman in history," etc. The industry was full of praise. At a certain record company. Have you seen Deming Liangjiang's MV? What MV? That's a promotional video. Anyway, I'll listen to it as a MV. It's so good it makes my blood boil. This Qin Zhe is too amazing. Who writes songs like him? How can other musicians live? Excellent songs he writes just like that. Doesn't he need time to settle down? Leader, have we not thought of recruiting Qin Zhe into the company? How could we not? We were rejected. Qin Bao Bao is from Star Art, but Star Art didn't recruit him. Star Art Entertainment. A few small leaders were having a meal outside. Have you heard Borrow 500 Years from the Heavens? This song is not bad. It feels different when paired with the promotional video. I heard that the HR department called Qin Zhe several times, but they were all rejected. He doesn't seem to be interested in joining the entertainment industry. Say this Qin Bao Bao has a good song, but he didn't let the company operate it and made a private single without permission. You can't say that. Didn't the copyright of her songs all go to the company? Most of it is the online copyright. They didn't give it to her. This matter was indeed not handled beautifully. The higher-ups are very dissatisfied. President Kang wants to ban her, but President Huang is suppressing her. Why do you think President Huang likes Qin Bao Bao and protects her so much? Isn't it just a small matter? I've taken a liking to her. That lady is really beautiful. Her legs can crush someone to death. There was a burst of laughter. In the evening, the big star Chu Yuyu, who had tens of millions of followers on Weibo, posted on Weibo, "Have you seen the new promotional video? The theme song is great and very exciting. I hope everyone will pay more attention to it. Please support Great Ming's Liang General. My younger brother is awesome. Even though I don't know how to sing, I can't help but want to ask you for a song." "Ma date?" Looking at childhood from afar, the other lead actor, Zhang Jinyun, gave a thumbs up. Fans supported their idols below and enthusiastically commented. Occasionally they teased Xianxia, "Is little brother an official title?" Then they continued to talk about other topics, such as Chu Yuyu was so beautiful in ancient dramas. She was so dazzling that no one could compare to her. Who knew that Xianxia, who rarely appeared on Weibo, actually left a message on Weibo? He said, "No." Recently, Qin Baobao's brother complex has become more and more serious. She is trembling with fear. He was trying to forcefully create topics for Qin Baobao and gain popularity. This was lively. It was even more exciting than a certain diva's scandal. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Xianxia's reply was instantly pushed to the top. The netizens were delighted and teased. "Little brother, steady. Sit tight. I'll send you up. You don't even lean against the wall when you pee. IF asterisk king admire you. What did I see? There's so much information. No, my goddess has a brother complex. Haha, German orthopedics. German orthopedics. You guys are too dirty. I just want to say 666. 666, quick, quick, quick. Go in Qin Baobao. Find out the extent of her psychological trauma. If the brother is finished, the sister will go home and serve him with a stick." Xianxia passed away at. How old was he again? This was not the end. Chu Yuyu silently liked it. Zhang Jinyun silently liked it. Su Yunhan silently liked it. Huang Yuding silently liked it. Chen Xiaotong also silently liked it. Hong Jingyao also silently liked it. The crew of De Ming's Liang General liked it. The program team of I Am a Singer also gave it a big like. Tuesday. The finals of I Am a Singer were about to begin. The entire internet was paying attention. Large and small media outlets were scrambling to report on it and increase its popularity. At the same time, the singers were scrambling to buy news and increase their exposure. On the TV station's official website, there was a voting campaign. The netizens could vote for their favorite singer. Each ID was limited to 1 vote. There were changes in the rankings. There was no such thing as a singer taking the lead. It could be seen that the competition for the finals was fierce. The day before yesterday, Qin Baobao used the popularity of De Ming's Liang General to rush to the top of the rankings. She was quickly overtaken. Currently, the first place was the mixed-blood handsome man, Wales, a soul singer from the United Kingdom. He joined the program midway and successfully made a comeback. He became one of the most popular singers. Star Art Entertainment. Qin Baobao wore a fresh cotton linen dress with a denim jacket. It added a bit of an artistic young woman's temperament to her gorgeous and enchanting beauty. It seemed that she was a lot more virtuous. Qin Baobao was bored as she stirred the self-made coffee in her cup. She was waiting for her guest partner. It was a popular little fresh meat. A few years ago, he took part in a music variety show and became popular. He gained a lot of fangirls and became a B-list celebrity. It was a bit late to meet her now, but it was not her fault. It was Sulu's fault. Originally, her guest partner was an A-list singer from Star Art. Sulu was also an A-list celebrity. It had to be said that Star Art really valued Qin Baobao. They even pulled out all their cards. But there was a saying that plans could not keep up with changes. Sulu's guest partner had a last-minute job. He was going to film a movie as the second male lead. In order to make a profit, he could not participate in the program. So Qin Baobao's guest partner naturally became Sulu's. But Star Art was also kind and helped her find a popular little fresh meat. When Xianxia slandered his sister for having a brother complex, Qin Baobao was in the office fuming. She did not have time to settle the score with her brother. Fortunately, Qin Baobao's mentality had improved a lot recently. If she changed back to her glass heart, she would have to call her brother again. Her manager, Li Yanhong, pushed open the door and came in with 2 people. One was a woman in her early 30s and the other was around 25. He was about the same age as Qin Baobao. He was a handsome young man. He was the popular little fresh meat. Qin Baobao immediately stood up. She put on a smile and said, "Hello." The little fresh meat said, "Hello." His eyes fell on Qin Baobao's face. He couldn't look away. After a long time he finally looked away. Instead he looked at Qin Bao Bao's slender waist, perky butt and long legs. Perhaps it was because of his confidence that he had always been successful, but his gaze was very invasive. Qin Bao Bao's expression did not change. She was used to people peeking at her every day. She could not go out. Li Yanhong was full of smiles. She complimented, "Thank you very much for your help. I don't trust anyone else, but with you as my guest partner, there will definitely be no problem." The little fresh meat smiled politely. His manager said, "It just so happened that my schedule was arranged, so I came. To be honest, we actually took a risk. With our popularity, we can choose not to be your guest partner. If we lose, we will lose fans." Qin Bao Bao's smile faded. She didn't like what she had said. Li Yanhong was a wily old fox. Her smile did not change. She kept saying that she was in trouble. The female manager and the little fresh meat looked at each other. She took out a contract from her bag. "Before the rehearsal, there are a few requirements. First, we hope that you can sing our young Master Yang's song during the male and female duet segment. Second, no matter what the outcome is, I hope that you can book a song for us." As she spoke, the little fresh meat and the female manager looked at Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao's smile had long disappeared. Her expression was indifferent. She did not speak. She was afraid that the air would suddenly become quiet. This was when Li Yanhong showed her usefulness. She laughed dryly. "This doesn't seem to be part of the agreement." Chapter 118. "It's just a verbal agreement, we haven't signed a formal contract yet," the manager said. "Besides, we've mentioned this before and your company told us to discuss it with you in private." "But the song has already been decided," Li Yanhong said. "The rehearsal hasn't even started, how can it be decided?" "If it's decided in private, it can be changed," the manager said. Although she was angry at them for raising the price, Qin Bao Bao held it in. She frowned and said, "You want to promote the new song? No way. That's against the rules." Li Yanhong interrupted. "And the song request, is it part of the agreement or private?" The manager rolled her eyes. "Of course it's part of the agreement." Fine, it meant that they were giving a song for free. Li Yanhong was also unhappy. "You're raising the price." "We didn't sign a contract, how is that raising the price?" "Young Master Yang is taking a risk by being a guest singer. You have to know that the opponents are all big names in the music industry. How confident are you in winning? It's hard to even get a good ranking. If the ranking is too bad, young Master Yang is in danger of losing fans. Just for appearance fees? Even a commercial costs more than that." Li Yanhong said, "No, you have two conditions, at most you can agree to one." "No, not one less." The two sides were in a stalemate. Young Master Yang was calm and looked at Qin Bao Bao playfully. This woman was really beautiful, her body was too hot. The best of the best. Qin Bao Bao sipped her coffee and said coldly, "Sisterly, see them out." Li Yanhong was stunned. Young Master Yang's smile froze. The manager raised her eyebrows. "What do you mean?" "I mean it literally." Qin Bao Bao looked straight at her. "Thank you for taking the time to come, but I don't think I need your help anymore. Since it's a verbal agreement, you don't have to pay a penalty for breaking the contract. Think carefully, the finals will start in a few days. It takes time to arrange a guest singer, discuss it and rehearse it. Don't be impulsive. Star Art has artists who are more famous than young Master Yang, but if they were all available, they wouldn't be looking for us," the female manager said. She had done a detailed investigation and knew that Qin Bao was short on time. Moreover, Qin Bao was a semi-newcomer with a weak foundation and weak connections. It was impossible to find someone in a short period of time. Only then did he have the confidence to ask for a sky-high price. "I don't need you to worry about me." Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. "See the guest out. Then there's nothing to talk about." The female manager grabbed the contract and left with the young hunk. After the two left. "What kind of person is he?" Li Yanhong spat. Qin Bao Bao was expressionless. "Sister Su, do you have time?" She went up north to hold a concert. "Are there really no artists in the company who are available?" First and B-list celebrities have very tight schedules. It's definitely not possible to insert one at the last minute. Those who don't have tight schedules might not even be as famous as young Master Yang. After all, he was a popular young hunk. Qin Bao Bao frowned. Li Yanhong paced back and forth in the office, regretting. "I should have agreed with them just now. The company has already arranged a guest for us. It's not right for the company to blow it up like that." "Agree? If you take a step back, he'll take 10 steps forward. Believe it or not, he'll create more trouble for us before the competition." Qin Bao Bao sneered. "Then what should we do?" Li Yanhong sighed. Although Sister Lee hasn't made it big, she's been in the manager circle for more than 10 years. I'll find someone to help. Brother Yang, are you free tonight? Let's go out for dinner. Hey, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask if our teacher Shang has time for the live broadcast of Pop Star on Friday. You don't have time? Alright then, let's meet up some other day. Hey Dong, does your artist have time on Friday? If you don't have time, then I'll ask you to do me a favor. How would you know if you haven't tried? Let me tell you, Qin Bao Bao songs are absolutely exquisite. It's not certain who will win. Why are you scared? Hello. Liu, you still owe me a favor a few years ago. I'll be frank with you. Qin Bao Bao needs a guest partner. Your teacher Zhou's manager. Are you afraid of losing? Don't talk nonsense. Do you agree or not? Don't talk to me about this. If you don't agree, just say it. After making 4 or 5 phone calls, Li Yanhong returned empty-handed. A group of bad friends, Li Yanhong muttered. It's not that they don't have time, but they're afraid of losing popularity. It's not worth it. They only have their own interests in their eyes. They don't even know how to help their friends. Qin Bao Bao said in her heart, a group of bad friends is a good word. They're not reliable at all. Sister Lee, it's fine if you can't find one. Qin Bao Bao was very calm. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, which made her 36D look even more spectacular. I'm going to ask my brother for help. Him? Li Yanhong was both amused and angry. She said, Bao Bao, you're too inexperienced. I know your brother is very popular. Even my niece is very obsessed with him. She's shouting that she wants to give birth to a monkey for him, although she's only in junior high school. But you have to understand that internet celebrities and celebrities are two different concepts. Internet celebrities and internet celebrities are limited to the internet. They can't be popular in real life. You've never heard of hiring an internet celebrity for a TV series, right? Hiring an internet celebrity for an advertisement? Sister Lee is telling you, it's better to hire a third-tier celebrity than your brother as a guest partner. Give birth to a monkey? Qin Bao Bao was shocked. That's not the point, Li Yanhong said loudly. Don't think that your brother can play the piano, write songs, and release photo albums. He's really unreliable when he appears on TV. Silly girl, don't let your imagination run wild. Li Yanhong's words made sense. Qin Bao Bao naturally understood. Qin Zhe was famous, but it was not enough to compete on the same stage as a celebrity. However, Qin Bao Bao had her own thoughts and plans. Qin Bao Bao was unmoved. I have to discuss this with my brother first. Li Yanhong said, it depends on whether he's willing to come. You said that your brother doesn't like attention. Qin Bao Bao chuckled and was full of confidence. Don't worry about that. If I ask him to come, he won't dare to not come. How about this, let him give it a try. Whether I use him or not depends on his performance. Okay, you can go out for a while. Qin Bao Bao often bragged about how dignified she was at home as a big sister and how obedient her brother was. The less dignified she was at home, the more she bragged outside. It was probably a way to find a psychological balance. Li Yanhong walked out of the office in confusion. After the door closed, Qin Bao Bao grabbed her phone and dialed her brother's number. After a few seconds, her expression changed quickly. Ace, I'm being bullied again, sob sob sob. It was time to show her real acting skills. This was a little tricky, so she had to trick her brother first. On the 9th floor of Star Art in the yoga room, Su Lu and her manager were sitting cross-legged on yoga mats. Her hands were twisted from her neck to her back and one foot was pressed against her lower back, showing off her voluptuous and exquisite figure and her supple curves. Su Lu was 30 this year. This was the age when women were at their most charming and attractive. She was the target of praise from experienced men. However, for women after 30, their appearance and skin would go downhill. No matter how well they took care of themselves, could they be as tender and firm as a woman in her 20s? Yoga was the best choice for shaping and fitness. She did 2 hours of yoga every day without fail. Her manager laughed. I heard that Qin Bao Bao chased away the guest singer? Su Lu nodded. Newcomers with results are all arrogant. They don't know how to compromise or give in. Her manager said indifferently, their request was too much. If it were me, I wouldn't agree either. Su Lu smiled lightly. Without the guest singer, Qin Bao Bao was equivalent to cutting off her own path of survival. She couldn't be happier. The workplace was like a battlefield. As one of the female artists in Star Art, she wanted to protect her position. In recent years, her acting career had reached a bottleneck. It was the time when she felt the greatest sense of crisis. Coincidentally, Qin Bao Bao appeared out of nowhere and made her smell the danger. Su Yunhan wasn't enough to shake her position. A second-tier singer who could only sing had obvious limitations in terms of appearance and talent. However, Qin Baobao was different. This girl was born with great qualifications. She had a great voice and a brother who was known as a musical genius. She was simply favored by the heavens. It was foreseeable that she would become famous in the music industry in the future. On top of that, Qin Baobao was too beautiful and had a great figure. If a woman like her entered the film industry, she would be able to train for a few years. What kind of scene would that be? She couldn't keep her position as Star Art's #1 artist. Over the years, Su Lu had squeezed out a few high-quality shares. She had used both underhanded and overt schemes. Relying on Kang Xian's support, she had won every battle. When it came to Qin Baobao, she finally hit a wall. She was a tough bone to chew. Star Art CEO Huang Yizong's appreciation of Qin Baobao made Su Lu jealous and confused. However, she also had Kang Xian behind her. Moreover, Kang Xian's relationship with her was definitely not something that Huang Yizong and Qin Baobao could compare to. So far, it seemed that Huang Yizong's appreciation was just that. He didn't have any intention of being Qin Baobao's father. He could help with small matters, but he didn't always pay attention to Qin Baobao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to steal resources from Qin Baobao. Chapter 119. By the time Qin Zhe was summoned to Star Art by his sister, it was already 2 in the afternoon. This time, the receptionist didn't need to call Qin Bao as she recognized Qin Zhe immediately. The receptionist threw flirtatious glances at Qin Zhe. The female staff passing by also commented on Qin Zhe. "Look, it's Qin Bao's little brother. So handsome, he's even more handsome in person than in the video. Shallow, look at his body, that's the best. Yes, my desktop is his nude photo. Super manly." Qin Zhe braced himself and walked over. He found his sister's office with ease and pushed the door open without knocking. Qin Bao was munching on snacks at the moment. When she saw her brother come in, she hurriedly hid the snacks in the drawer and pretended to wipe her tears, crying, "Ace, I feel wronged, I want kisses, hugs, I want to be raised high. Wipe your mouth clean before you continue, otherwise it'll be too dramatic." Qin Zhe reached out to help his sister wipe off the snack fragments at the corner of her mouth. He pinched her smooth face and pulled hard. His sister's face was deformed in his hands as she cried, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." After punishing his sister, Qin Zhe went straight to the point, "What are you up to now?" He knew that his sister must have something to discuss with him. Qin Baobao then briefly recounted what had happened. After that, she looked at Qin Zhe eagerly. Qin Zhe wanted to give his sister an expression that said, "Excuse me? So why did you call me?" Qin Zhe hugged his sister's head and pressed it against his chest. "Cry if you want, I'll lend you my firm chest." Qin Baobao used a lot of strength to push him away and almost suffocated to death. She panted and said, "Who wants your breasts? Aren't you here to complain to me?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "Although I've known that my younger brother is a good-for-nothing since I was very young, you should think more highly of yourself. Even good-for-nothings can be used." Qin Baobao snorted. "Hey, you've got guts. I haven't heard you complain about me in a long time." Qin Zhe pinched his sister's face again. But she dodged. Qin Baobao hugged her brother's arm and said coquettishly, "Brother, please help me." Qin Zhe was confused. "How can I help?" "I've already written the song. I'll be in charge of writing and you'll be in charge of singing. I've already completed my task. All I need to do is shout 666 a few times during the competition. What else do you want from me?" Qin Baobao said, "Are you just a salted fish who only knows how to shout 666? I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to be my guest singer." Qin Zhe looked at her strangely. After a long while, he muttered, "My sister isn't a joker." He touched Qin Baobao's forehead and was even more puzzled. "You don't have a fever. You're the joker. Your whole family is jokers. Ba ba ba." Qin Baobao spat at him and pinched her brother's waist. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and say yes. If you say yes, you'll be rewarded." Qin Baobao pressed her finger on her red lips and winked at him. His sister always used such tricks. She also instilled in him thoughts like, "I'm no longer an ordinary person. I'm an internet celebrity with countless fangirls. Many girls are crying and begging to have children with me. Can you stop tricking me? Can you be less scheming and more sincere?" Qin Zhe resisted his sister's temptation. "Besides, even if I have a bit of popularity, it can't be higher than a celebrity." Qin Zhe was very rational. He suspected that his sister's IQ had regressed. When it came to business, his sister didn't play tricks. She said seriously, "The company previously arranged an A-list celebrity for me, but it fell through. Although the company treated me well, I can't compete with Su Lu. The other B-list celebrities can't get a slot, so they have to make do with a C-list celebrity. I don't have any hope in the finals. Qin Baobao had potential, but she was a newcomer. Su Lu was an A-list celebrity. The difference between the two was huge. And their contributions to the company couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Star art didn't belong to the Qin family. Why would they think of Qin Baobao all the time? Was that possible? She was able to appear on the stage of I Am a Singer as a newcomer and was even paired with an A-list celebrity as a guest singer. Star art already thought highly of her. Which newcomer in the company would receive such treatment? Qin nodded. It seemed that his sister's IQ was online. The song you asked me to practice, I really can't sing it. But I think it's my biggest chip in the finals. So? Qin looked at her. The elder sister rubbed her younger brother's head and said gently, but you're good. Didn't you sing it before? Don't talk about the fact that you're a little famous now. Even if you weren't famous, I'm very confident that I'd be able to compete with those singers for the championship with the amazing song you sang. Li Yanhong said that you can't compare to a C-list celebrity. That's true, but a C-list celebrity can't sing that song. She had a lot of confidence in Qin's song. Qin said suspiciously, so you're not afraid at all. You wanted to drag me down with you a long time ago. Rejecting the guest singer was just a matter of pushing the boat along with the current. He didn't believe that his sister was a fool. His sister was one of the singers with the highest chance of winning the championship. After his sister realized that she couldn't sing that song, she felt that the championship wasn't in the bag. She had the idea of dragging him down with her. Coincidentally, the guest singer had fallen through, so she took the opportunity to reject the guest singer. Bullied again, I need my brother to make a decision. They were all just acting pitiful in front of him. Everything was going according to her train of thought. Qin realized that there was a reason why he was bullied by his sister since he was young. Qin Baobao had always liked to act like a weak girl in front of her brother. Seeing that he was coming to his senses, she quickly acted coquettishly and said, Aya, help your sister. He frowned and felt a headache coming on. He was so annoyed. Qin had been a good child since he was young. He only received a little red flower in kindergarten, the kind that the whole class received. He also received a Good Child award in the first grade, which was still the standard for the whole class. After that, he basically had no fate with awards. Such a mediocre child, his legs were weak and his tongue was tied when he went on stage to speak. Suddenly he was pushed onto the stage and stood under the bright lights, facing hundreds of live audience members and countless viewers from all over the country who were watching the live broadcast. He was really scared. Qin Baobao saw that he was silent for a long time. How could she not know her brother's character? She knew that something was wrong and begged, Ace, you're the only child in our family. You're the only man that your sister can rely on. After all, your sister raised you up with a lot of shit and urine. It's been hard on you. You can't be so heartless. Qin thought to himself, T, you're the one who raised me up with a lot of shit and urine. You even stole my milk powder when you were 3 and my lollipops when you were 5. I remember it all in my little notebook. Qin Baobao saw that acting coquettishly was useless, so she changed her strategy. If the soft approach didn't work, she used the hard approach. She snorted and said, I don't know who slandered me on Weibo 2 days ago. Qin immediately said, wasn't I just trying to make myself popular? Who was it for? Qin Baobao said faintly, if I tell my father, will you die a horrible death? Qin's scalp went numb. You've grown up, Qin Baobao. You're even willing to do something like sacrificing yourself to kill 1,000 enemies? Qin Baobao raised her face. Come on, let's hurt each other. Qin thought for a few minutes. During this time, Qin Baobao leaned her head on his shoulder and absent-mindedly played with her phone. Let's give it a try. Qin sighed. His mission was to help Qin Baobao win the championship. Qin Baobao could shirk her responsibility, but he couldn't. He had to bite the bullet and do it. Qin communicated with the system yesterday and asked if he would become a vegetable if his points were reset to 0. To his surprise, the system said no. The reason was that when the system first took over him, his physical condition wasn't enough to pay for the system's departure. But now he couldn't be compared to before. In other words, he had enough energy to pay for the system's departure. But was Qin really willing to give up on the system? Qin Baobao's face bloomed with a bright smile. Her eyes sparkled. Good brother, big sister's kiss reward. After saying that, her small mouth moved over and gave Qin a few kisses. Qin said, you kiss me every time. It's not fair. I want to kiss you back. Big sister kisses you because she cares. Your big sister is a pervert. It was no wonder that Qin Baobao understood it this way. She inherited the kiss reward routine from Qin Ma. Every time Qin Zhe was beaten, Qin Ma would hug little Qin Zhe and comfort him by giving him kisses as a reward. Qin Zhe felt that although his father was hateful, he still had his mother who loved him at home. His wounded heart was comforted. Qin Baobao watched from the side and understood Qin Ma's routine. Qin Zhe suddenly understood. When big sister was young, she was very sharp-tongued and clever. She bullied him like a little queen. Now that she had grown up, she was even more childish. She liked to act spoiled and cute in front of her younger brother. Was it because in terms of fighting strength she had no hope of making a comeback, so she changed her routine and retreated in order to advance? She made full use of her identity as a weak woman and changed her routine to control her younger brother? Damn, my sister is a scheming woman. Thinking about how he was being forced to do something beyond his ability, Qin Zhe was unhappy. He said in a depressed tone, "This road is not easy to walk. You're under someone else's roof and you're being controlled everywhere. In the future, I'll open my own entertainment company to support you." Qin Baobao was not angry anymore. She was overjoyed. She leaned on the desk and laughed. Her shoulders trembled. "Ace, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard." Qin Zhe was angry. He could not stand his sister's contempt. He raised his hand and slapped her butt. He said angrily, "Laugh again." I won't laugh, ha. Ouch, don't hit my butt." Qin Baobao covered her butt with one hand and her stomach with the other. Was it so easy to open an entertainment company? First of all, one had to have money and connections. Otherwise the business would not be good. Her younger brother rarely boasted in front of her. She felt funny when she heard it. It took big sister a long time to hold back her laughter. She picked up the cup and drank tea to hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. She asked, "Do you have any plans?" Qin Zhe said seriously, "Let's set a small goal first. Make 100 million. A mouthful of tea was sprayed on Qin Zhe's face. Big sister threw the cup away and laughed like crazy. Qin Baobao. The veins on Qin Zhe's forehead bulged. "Ouch, don't hit me. I'm not laughing at you. Don't be angry. Let big sister kiss you, ha." Chapter 120. Friday, 4 p.m. Shanghai TV station. I Am a Singer's production team was in full swing. They were moving props, checking the lighting, setting up the set, checking the script. Everyone was rushing to and fro as they worked. The director commanded his minions just like an emperor commanding his army. The assistant director ran over and said, "Director Peng, the singers are here. Do you want to meet them and talk to them?" The director nodded. "Stay here and check the equipment and lighting. Don't make any mistakes. It's a live broadcast today. The whole country is watching." The director walked out of the set and went to the lounge. Huang Yuding and a middle-aged man were already waiting on the sofa. The two of them stood up. "Director Peng." "Teacher Huang, Teacher Zhao, you're early." Director Peng smiled and shook their hands. "I haven't sung in a long time. Let's rehearse later. Is that okay?" Teacher Zhao smiled. Huang Yuding's guest partner was Zhao Nan, an A-list celebrity. He had been in the music industry in the early stages of his debut. He was the type who could act and sing, but definitely could not compare to professional singers. In recent years, the road to becoming a singer was not easy. He had gradually shifted his focus to the film industry and had not sung for many years. However, since he was a guest partner, his singing skills were secondary. It was enough that he was popular. If they really invited a heavenly king, they would steal all the limelight. Moreover, heavenly kings would not come to such a variety show because it was meaningless. Huang Yuding and Zhao Nan rehearsed a few times and were very satisfied. Director Peng led them to the lounge. Teacher Zhao's singing skills have not deteriorated. Zhao Nan waved his hand. "I'm not as energetic as before. I used to sing for half a day without panting." Huang Yuding joked, "If you continue to develop in the music industry, you might surpass me. Go, go, go." As the three of them chatted, the other singers arrived one after another. Su Lu and her celebrity guest partner had arrived. "Teacher Su Io Old Chi, long time no see." Director Peng. Director Peng. Li Shuigong and his guest partner followed closely behind. "Teacher Li, you're finally here." "Teacher Chu, I've heard a lot about you. I haven't had the chance to work with you." "Hello, Director Peng." Then it was Li Rongxing and Wales. Each singer's guest partner was a well-known figure in the entertainment industry. They were either A-list movie stars or B-list stars, but they had a great reputation in the music industry. The number of fans behind him could be said to be massive, and the lineup was powerful. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Director Peng looked left and right. At Qin Bao Bao isn't here yet? He looked at Su Lu. Su Lu put on a fake smile. Who knows? Director Peng was puzzled. She came to rehearse the day before yesterday and she was also alone. I asked her where her guest singer was. She didn't say anything. So mysterious. When the crowd heard this, they immediately became alert. Trying to be mysterious? Could it be that Qin Bao Bao's guest partner was someone special? Su Lu chuckled. The company arranged for her to have a male idol as her partner, but for some reason they had a falling out and she didn't have a partner. Everyone was relieved when they heard that. Things were different now. Qin Bao Bao was already very popular. She was already a B-list celebrity. Her figure and face were all bonus points. There were too many fans who liked her and too many people were obsessed with her. It was just like how girls liked handsome young men. The internet said that Qin Bao Bao was the goddess of otakus. Although the goddess of otakus was not worth much, nowadays, even a slightly prettier third or fourth-rate female artist dared to call herself the goddess of otakus. None of the singers present dared to pat their chests and say that they could beat Qin Bao Bao. It was good news that she didn't have a guest partner. After waiting for a long time, Qin Bao Bao finally arrived. Behind her was a handsome young man. This young man was not unfamiliar. At least, the program crew and a few contestants recognized him. The guest partner, however, did not recognize him. Miss Qin, you're finally here. Director Ping greeted her warmly but only nodded at Qin Bao Bao. He grabbed Qin Zhe's hand and smiled. Teacher, Qin. This form of address was also awkward. The siblings were in the same boat. Qin Zhe nodded. He thought to himself, who are you? Do I know you? He felt that the middle-aged man in front of him looked familiar. His sister's words reminded him. Qin Bao Bao smiled and said, this is Director Peng, the executive director and planner of the program. Qin Zhe then remembered that he had met this director once before. There was a reason why Director Peng was so enthusiastic about Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was famous in the music industry. He was a musical genius and a godly composer. He had a bright halo above his head. Most importantly, he was currently a solo artist. Director Peng had always wanted to recruit him into the TV station. He could write songs to make Qin Bao Bao famous, but he could also make others famous. Although Qin Bao Bao was popular, she was still someone else's child. It was enough to be polite and not too enthusiastic. Director Peng pulled Qin Zhe aside and chatted for a while. After that, he looked around. Miss Qin, where's your guest partner? Qin Bao Bao pointed at her brother. It's him. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Director Peng was stunned. In the spacious lounge, more than 10 celebrities looked at Qin Zhe in unison. Guest partner? Him. Zhao Nan whispered to Huang Yuting beside her. Who is he? A new idol in the entertainment industry? Qin Zhe was not a celebrity after all. It was not to the extent that Zhao Nan did not know him. He's Qin Bao Bao's brother. He's good at writing songs. Do you remember him? Huang Yuting explained softly. Oh, so it's him. I've heard of him, but this is the first time I've seen him. He's so young. Zhao Nan smiled. But can he sing well? Although the guest partner doesn't have to be a professional singer, his standard should be guaranteed. What Zhao Nan meant was that being good at writing songs did not mean that he was good at singing. Who knows? I've never heard him sing before. Whether he sings well or not has nothing to do with us. But if we make friends with him, it'll be easier to ask him for songs in the future. Huang Yuting said, we can't be like Su Lu and attract hatred. Su Lu and Qin Bao Bao have a grudge? Zhao Nan's eyes lit up. Celebrities love to gossip too. Qin Bao Bao's position was originally Su Lu's. Anyway, they're in the same company. It's just a matter of fighting for resources and status. You're familiar with this? Huang Yuting said. In their careers they had all played the role of Qin Bao Bao or Su Lu. Zhao Nan's doubts were shared by everyone else. Everyone knew how good Qin Zhe was at writing songs. Looking at the most popular songs on the internet, 5 out of 10 songs were written by him. Qin Bao Bao was a newcomer. In just 2 months she climbed to the bottom of the B-list. She could not rely on her beauty alone. Most of it was due to Qin Zhe's efforts. But how did he become a guest singer? He was not a professional singer at all. Also, could he hold the stage? Did an ordinary person have the mental fortitude to perform in such a big event? Did he have the foundation of popularity? In everyone's heart, internet celebrities and celebrities were different. Celebrities were the glorious path, while internet celebrities were the unorthodox path. They were not presentable. Although live streaming platforms were very popular, there were still good and bad people. Besides, they were limited to a small area. Once they left the live streaming platform, they were nothing. They had never heard of internet celebrities acting in movies or doing commercials. Xianxia was not a live streamer, but he was indeed an internet celebrity. The so-called rehearsal was actually just going through the motions. After going on stage, they knew where to stand, where to stand, where to stand, where to stand, where to stand. The singer had to be careful not to look at the camera. As for the song they were going to sing, they had already rehearsed a few days ago. The sky was getting dark and the time for the finals was getting closer. Outside the venue, Pei Ziki and a few friends were waiting at the entrance. The ticketing and security checks had already begun. Why isn't Li Donglai here yet? Pei Ziki was getting impatient from waiting. There were 2 men and 3 women beside her. If Xianxia were here, he would definitely recognize them. They were the children of the rich and powerful officials that he had met at the KTV that day. Li Zongwei, who liked Pei Ziki, and Zhang Wangyun, whose mother was a big entrepreneur in Shanghai. The 3 women were Yi Ro, Gu Qing, and Qin Qingyuan, who was not enchanting and did not wear smoky makeup. Yi Ro said, "Let's wait a little longer. Maybe there's a traffic jam on the way." She was dressed like a pretty girl from a humble family. She was exquisite and beautiful. Pei Ziki glanced at her from the corner of her eyes and pursed her lips. Her best friend had a good impression of Li Donglai. Li Donglai was not handsome, but he was loyal and lively. He was also the roguish and sunny type. Yi Ro had a soft personality, so the 2 of them complemented each other. It was just that Li Donglai was not enlightened. He was just a piece of rotten wood. If he turned a blind eye to the little beauty's good impression of him, he would be single for the rest of his life. Pei Ziki thought so and then glanced at Qin Qingyuan. Among her best friends, only Qin Qingyuan's figure and appearance could be compared to hers. This girl had been ill recently. Yes, lovesickness. Ever since the KTV incident, she had fallen hopelessly in love with Xianxia. Because of one sentence from him, she no longer wore seductive and smoky makeup. She stayed at home obediently and behaved like a good girl. Her parents were so scared that they thought their daughter had some mental illness. They even called her. When they found out that their daughter had someone she liked, the old couple was quite pleased. They did not oppose or support this matter and just looked on coldly. If that boy could turn their daughter back on the right path, they would be happy to see it happen. However, Qin Qingyuan complained to Pei Ziki several times. "Why is Jianghu ignoring me? He doesn't even reply to my messages. Has Xianxia come to your house recently? Ziki, can I go to your house as a guest? Ziki, can you ask Jianghu out to play?" She was another unrequited resentful girl. Pei Ziki really wanted to tell this silly girl that she should stop thinking about him. He wouldn't be interested in her at all. He had a big sister who was a calamity. Who knows, he might even drool at the sight of her sister every day. How would he be interested in a little girl like her? A cool breeze blew and it started to rain heavily. Pitter-patter, the rain curtain was endless. Li Donglai got out of the car. He shrank his head, bent down, and ran in the rain like a defeated dog. Damn, it's raining just like that. Li Donglai patted the raindrops on his body. "I didn't bring an umbrella." Thank you." He took a pack of tissues from Yi Ro. Qin Qingyuan looked into the rain and said disappointedly, "Li Donglai, where's your teacher?" "How would I know? I've already started school. He can't teach me for long. It'll be over in September. I haven't seen him for a few days," Li Donglai said. Qin Qingyuan looked at Pei Ziki unhappily. "She said that Jianghu would come, so I came to watch the show. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bothered to watch any show." Pei Ziki rolled her eyes. "Don't worry, he'll definitely come. Maybe he's already in the venue." His sister was Qin Bao. How could he not come on such an important day? When Qin Qingyuan heard this, she immediately said, "The ticket inspection is starting. Let's go in." Love struck. Chapter 121. At the venue. 3, 2, 1, the director announced the time in person. With a loud bang, all the cameras were in place and the live broadcast signal was connected. The live broadcast of I Am a Singer officially began. The host Xianxia appeared in a splendid outfit. Smoke puffed out from both sides of the aisle from time to time. "Welcome to I Am a Singer, sponsored by Liangji Cosmetics. I'm your host Xianxia. Hello to the audience at the scene, and hello to the audience in front of the TV. This is the live broadcast of the finals of Singer. Tonight we will decide the champion among all the singers." Applause and cheers. The audience was enthusiastic. The audience held LED boards in their hands. On them were Huang Yuding, Wales, Su Lu, Qin Bao Bao, Li Shuigong, Li Rongxing. Each singer had their own fan club. Then Xianxia left the stage and the screen switched to the backstage. In the singers' lounge, the singers were chatting and talking. At this time, someone pushed the door open and came in. The singers looked over and then exclaimed, "Oh, it's you." Li Rongxing was stunned. "Why is it you? Oh my god." Li Shuigang was stunned. So were the other singers. Their acting skills were superb. "Long time no see, long time no see." Huang Yuding stood up with a smile. "This is my guest partner." The more surprised they were, the more curious the audience was. But they couldn't see who it was because the man's face was pixelated. "Who is it? Damn, do you have to keep us in suspense?" "Judging from his clothes, it's a man." The singers are all surprised. "Who is it? Damn, I'm so curious. I really want to rush backstage to see which big shot is coming." Huang Yuding's guest partner is definitely not an ordinary person. Is it from the music industry or the film industry? The audience felt as if there was a cat scratching their hearts. Then Li Shuigang, Su Lu, Li Rongxing, and the guest partners appeared one after another. The singers showed off their skills, but the audience couldn't see the guests' faces. Their curiosity was about to explode. Especially when the guest partners of Wales and Qin Bao Bao appeared. The former was shocked and had a huge reaction. The latter was dumbstruck and speechless. It formed a strong contrast. On the internet, the analysts could no longer sit still. Wales's guest singers seemed to be very influential. Looking at the expressions of these singers, it's obvious that they're different from the others. I dare say that she is a big shot, at least an A-lister, or even a heavenly king or heavenly queen of the music industry. Meanwhile, Qin Bao Bao's celebrity guest partner paid attention to the expressions of the singers. They all looked very shocked and confused. The contrast was too obvious. If they were also heavenly kings and queens or big shots of the same weight class, they would probably have the same reaction, shock. But that wasn't the case. I felt that the singers were a little confused, so I judged that Qin Bao Bao's guest partner's identity might be out of everyone's expectations. At present, we only know that it's a man and he's quite tall. Are you for real? You sound so logical. It's impossible for a heavenly king or heavenly queen, right? Would someone of that level really come? There aren't any heavenly kings and queens these days. Even if there are, it's just a result of flattery. There are hundreds of flowers blooming in the entertainment industry. What's impossible? In the current entertainment industry, there was a new generation every 3 years. Even the heavenly kings and queens did not mean that they could look down on everyone. Don't deify them. That's right. A heavenly king or heavenly queen has an advantage, but it doesn't mean that they will definitely win. That's why they are unwilling to participate in this kind of variety show. If they win, they should, but if they lose, they will lose face. Let's see the results. The program team is really smart. They are so curious about the celebrity guest partner. The audience was shouting excitedly. They were looking forward to seeing the celebrity guest partner's face, especially the celebrity guest partner of Wales and Qin Bao Bao. The effect that the program team wanted was still achieved. They successfully aroused the audience's curiosity. Next was the drawing of lots. The first round of voting was given to the 500 audience members present, but it was no longer a one-on-one competition. The order of the singers was decided by the drawing of lots. Li Shuigang, Li Rongxing, Huang Yuding, Qin Bao Bao, Su Lu, Wales. Xianxia announced loudly, "Let's welcome our first singer, Li Shuigang." Li Shuigang was not singing the rock song that made him famous. Instead, he was singing a slow song about fatherly love. Coupled with his deep and hoarse voice, it was very emotional. The audience was not stingy with their applause and cheers. His fans were even more excited. Nice. Professionals are really different. Hurry up and vote for him. Under the auspices of Xianxia, the voting results were announced. 459 votes. Applause for our teacher Li Shuigang. The fans screamed. Li Shuigang was temporarily in first place. The remaining singers took turns to appear. Huang Yuding was temporarily in first place. This ranking changed after Qin Bao Bao appeared. In a place far away from the city. In my fertile and smoky hometown. There's a place called the Beacon Tower. I used to be with a girl named Chu. Leaning on each other to watch the moon. Smelling the faint fragrance of osmanthus flowers. Qin Bao Bao's song was of course an original. Qin Zhe's song must be the best. This was the consensus of most of the audience, unless they did not know who Qin Zhe was, such as the absent-minded Qin Qingyuan. She did not pay much attention to the entertainment industry and only occasionally looked at the little fresh meat. She did not pay attention to Qin Bao Bao at all, so she had no way of knowing the relationship between Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao. Pei Ziki did not say anything because she felt that this girl had no chance. Why bother? Li Donglai could not tell that Qin Qingyuan was drooling over his master. Why would she say something for no reason? Huang Yuding nodded. This song is very flavorful. There's a sense of vicissitudes in it. The rhythm is very comfortable. Li Rongxing echoed, Qin Bao Bao's breath is long and a little low. She mastered this song very well. It doesn't sound out of place. Li Shuigang nodded slightly. Su Lu simply remained silent. Wales mumbled something. There was no need for his assistant to translate. Everyone could understand English. Wales said, this song is not as good as the previous ones. Why didn't she choose a good song for the finals? It seems like everyone chooses not to sing their best song. Li Rongxing secretly rolled his eyes. This foreign boy was really a straightforward boy. It was not easy to explain. After all, the national conditions were different. Chinese people like to put good things as the finale. Moreover, the first performance was just a warm-up. The real battle was yet to come. The voting channel had not been opened yet. All the audience watching the live broadcast could cast their votes. If they showed their trump card early, would they still be able to play later? The other singers smiled and did not explain. Miss Chu was a very flavorful song. It was very chewy. It was not amazing at first, but the more one listened to it, the better it sounded. Of course, there was a gap between it and the exaggerated and melodious blue and white porcelain that tore people's hearts apart. Now we will announce the results of the live voting, 470 votes. On the screen, Xianxia announced the votes for Qin Bao Bao. The whole venue cheered. Miss Chu is so beautiful. It is full of vicissitudes and has a unique charm. There is an indescribable flavor. Qin Bao Bao's singing has improved. Her voice does not even tremble. Sister is so amazing. Sister? Her younger brother is my husband. Is there a problem? Ha ha ha. The next contestant was Su Lu. Su Lu's votes were not as good as Qin Bao Bao's. Her votes were even lower than Huang Yuding's and Li Shuigang's. She only had a dozen votes more than Li Rongxing. On the stage of singers, her popularity was not as good. Quick vote for Su Lu. Do you guys have good taste? An A-lister only has so many votes? Damn, her singing is much better than Qin Bao Bao's. How come there are so few votes? The last singer, Wales, appeared on the stage. The audience suddenly burst into cheers. Especially the female fans who screamed non-stop. Wales's looks were undeniable. His facial features were well defined. Because he was of mixed blood, he had the gentleness of an Asian. He was not as rough as a Westerner. Speaking of which, he was similar to Qin Bao Bao. They relied on their good looks to become popular quickly. They both started from scratch. Wales, hubby, damn, I really have to hand it to you women. You call everyone hubby. Yeah. Didn't you say that Qin Bao Bao's younger brother is your hubby? Humph, it's none of your business. He's handsome and righteous. That's right. Anyway, Qin Zhe is not on this stage. There's no conflict. I'm here today because of Wales. He's so handsome. Mixed blood is so handsome. He's so handsome, so handsome. It was an interesting phenomenon. Qin Zhe's fangirls and Wales's fangirls did not conflict. This was because women were fickle. They called both Wales and Qin Zhe hubby. There were many hubby online. They were as worthless as the otaku goddess. Female fans always liked to call the little fresh meats hubby. It was a term they used voluntarily. She was known as the goddess of otakus, and it seemed that she never asked for the opinions of the otakus. Wales went on stage wearing a British-style coat. He was 1.8 meters tall, and if described in Korean dramas, he would be a proper long-legged appa. As soon as the mixed blood went on stage, he threw flirtatious glances at the audience. His gaze attracted countless girls. This guy was singing in Russian. It was indeed a good song, and his singing skills were also very good. He followed the high-pitched style of his soul singer, loud and penetrating. It was very unique. The audience could not understand, but it did not stop them from being intoxicated. The song itself was not bad, and it was sung by Wales. When an idol sang, even if he sang like a piece of sh*t, the fans would still be full of praise. The audience was still okay. At least there was a translation on the big screen. The singers in the waiting room were confused. They could not see the translated subtitles on the screen. What was he singing? It sounded so high class. They could not understand a single word. If it was English, it was still okay. Everyone knew it. But Russian was at a loss. Li Rongxing saw Qin Bao Bao clapping to the beat and mumbling. It seemed like she was singing along. Li Rongxing was confused. Bao Bao, you know this too?